There we go.
I'm coming out of the Bluetooth speakers.
I know I can hear myself.
Let me see if I can alter that.
You can do echo cancellation.
Right, we've done
Oh, you've got echo cancellation on.
settings. Here we go. Audio. Echo cancellation. Oh, it's on.
Yeah.
Right, turn it off. How's that?
1 2 1 2. Yeah, I can still hear me.
Okay.
1 2. Yeah, still hear myself.
Yeah, I have to go to settings of the iPad and turn off the Bluetooth speakers.
Okay.
Yeah, how about that?
1
Better?
2. It's not great. It's
Now try it.
1 2. Seems to be okay.
All right. I'm fed up looking at settings pages.
On.
Anything.
Oh.
Drive me mental. Right then. All up and kicking anyway.
Good. You pinned the thing in the thing, didn't you? Yeah. I'll just stick it in there for good measure.
What's that?
The link.
Oh, it's up the top.
Yeah.
It's something I've learned how to do without hurting myself.
Right, so
And tonight, ladies, I will be fitting this.
what's that?
A CS80 MIDI kit.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah. Fun.
It's it's a dainty little thing. Not.
Yeah. Yeah, isn't it just? It's exactly the same size as an 80 one as well.
All right.
Weirdly. Well, it is an 80 one, so that's where the holes are.
Mm-hmm.
Would have had extra bits and bobs.
Nice.
Just fitting it into this is the Orbital one.
Oh, very nice. Yes, I was listening to their album today. It's very good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Now, I've got to get this one done by Monday morning. So.
Oh, blimey.
But I promised Fiona, her, pain of death, that I wouldn't be down here working tomorrow because I'm supposed to be watching rugby with her.
Oh, right.
Otherwise, there will be death in the family. So I definitely got to get it done tonight.
Is it a big job? I mean, did it take long? Or?
It's all the holes that you got to drill.
Oh, right.
And the big 16mm holes you got drilled in the back of it.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, of course, for the bolts.
Drill like this, you know?
Yeah.
Fun.
Indeed.
Oh, yes.
So does that give it full MIDI functionality or just best of?
Partial.
Mm-hmm.
What it will do is it will give you well, note on off, obviously.
Mm.
There's a switch to go from internal LFO to external clock MIDI clock to trigger the LFO, so you can have it in sync.
Yeah.
I don't think this doesn't do patch changes. That it only does that on the 80. What else does it give you? I can't remember. Is it out and through, in and through on this, or is it in and out?
Or is it an out that can also be a through switchable?
Yeah, well, you see on the 80 it isn't. It's in and through. Let's consult the Bible. Moments. MIDI sockets. No, in and through.
All right.
So in and then out again.
So you can't control anything from it.
From this, no.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's that.
Well, I suppose it's only can only do so much, can't you? With
it's like a one-way translation book.
Yeah.
You know, Chinese thing doing English, but it can't do English in the Chinese.
Yeah.
The dialects just do not match up. And it's a right old giggle. No, it's a really pain in the arse to fit these up. So, and I've got to fit where is it?
Was ist das?
Hand-built dynamic unison kit.
Mm-hmm. Oh, right.
So you heard about them and you wanted one. Oh, God,
what does that do?
It'll take all 8 VCOs and play it as a mono synth. Big sound.
Okay.
But if you hit a chord, you get a chord. And what it does is it divides up the 8 into, 2 voices to each key.
Okay.
Or if you did 6, whatever that division would work out at, it'll pick one, basically. And then if you just play one key, you get all 8 VCOs. And it just does
that. I was going to say, what's the dynamic part? But the dynamic part is that it understands how many keys you're pressing and then delivers dynamically.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah. But the dynamic part, in all honesty, is more like a happy accident due to the architecture of it, rather than planned.
Yeah.
So it's sort of like, dog taking a dump on your shoe. You just say, well, it's actually a fashion accessory. Do you want one? That's kind of the thing. Sort of like, yeah, well. So
you should write a book of your analogies.
Oh God, some of them you couldn't repeat. I'd get cancelled, mate. Seriously, I would. You can't say that. Oh, can I? Oh, okay. But it fits so well. I did one last night on Facebook. Fiona had been watching the Comedy Awards, and I caught bits and bobs of it on and off. And it was a room full of comedians, and the whole ceremony was just not funny. And somebody quoted on, put up a post on Facebook about it, saying about how unfunny it was. And so I put a reply in, which was, I should think of the wording. Chronic irrigation has more giggles, but you only need one arsehole in the room. That's technically true, I suppose. But I scare myself sometimes how quickly I come up with them. Yeah. Something obviously physically wrong with me.
Well, obviously.
Well, we knew that anyway, but
yeah.
The analogies didn't give that away. Hey!
That works.
Know what that means, don't you?
Past.
I've got to hold up the other wire. This is the wrong one. Right, that one has to join. What does it have to join? I used to know all this shit off by heart and I've forgotten it all. I have to keep going back to the installation manual.
So who makes those kits then?
This is a Kenton one.
Oh, it's Kenton, yeah.
Yeah. It's handy that he's just
down the road, isn't
he? About 45 seconds down the road. Yeah.
Oi!
So I can phone him up and go, this kit don't work, can't fix it. Now what you done to it? So we're a bit quiet tonight, are we?
Yeah, there's 16 watching. There's a bunch of people, bunch of regulars in the chat, but nobody joining us.
No. Nobody wants to be abused.
No.
Right, yellow removed. Oh, yeah, of course. Ring red twice.
Oh dear me. Oh, it's terrible. As I say, I've done bugger all today. I feel shattered.
Well, that will. It's kind of a side effect of it, isn't it? When you do,
yeah.
I think it does. It makes you sort of like a bit tired, really.
I need to go out and get some fresh air. That's what I need to do.
That sounds very unhealthy.
Well, the only exercise I did today was go and rescue the cat from under the car before the missus went, and then fill up the coal scuttle. That was it.
Bloody hell, fill up the coal scuttle. That's it.
Okay, abuse away.
Whoa!
There we go.
Yeah, you.
Let's go. My avatar's broken. Oh well. Who cares?
Carpet fetish. Come on, seriously, Andy, is there anything that you don't have? There must be a piece of gear you don't own.
Oh yeah. Well, like I said, either can't afford or can't find decent quality vintage ones to get. So, oldest thing I have is a Moog Rogue, and
I thought it was a Moog Rouge.
yeah, a Moose Bouche. No, I have. That's the oldest thing I was going to get. I still want to get a CS40M. I just love those things, but they're still way up there in price. So
Yeah, they're a bit mental, aren't they?
is that filter the same as the CS80 filter, by the way?
Yes.
Okay.
The IG00 is in the entire range from
Nice.
the way from 01 up to 80.
So yet another reason to get one.
Yes, absolutely.
Even if it's only duophonic, but it's still nice.
One of my personal favourites has always been the 30.
Oh yeah, with the sequencer and all that.
Yeah, but also the 30L, which didn't have the sequencer, but I think it had more, but I don't know more what.
Yeah. It looks pretty much the same though, just without the sequencer.
No, the panel's nice and full up, and then there's an extra panel comes down beside the keyboard. So it's and then it has a nice lid, and it's flatter because the 30 is a bit sit up and beg, isn't it? So
yeah, I have a bunch of early '80s stuff. The Moog Rogue '82, Akai AX80, Akai SX240, Juno 6.
nice.
All that kind of stuff. That's like the oldest stuff I have, and everything else is, 80s glory into 90s digital wonderland and samplers and all that shit. So.
Did you ever come across Tysco out there?
No, but I know that there's a Tysco SX240 as well. So
Yeah.
they just basically interchangeable. Basically the different colors and labels and stuff, but the same unit.
It's a really nice one. It's the 400SX.
I think that's the one that Alex Ball did, isn't it? Is that the one?
I think it is. Yeah.
Yeah, that was cool.
It was a big fan proponent of them. Tim. Yeah, that's 30L.
Nice.
That looks like an RL Music photo.
It is an RL Music.
I also could put the fake shadow under it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the one I bought in the end. I bought it off him. Okay,
Yeah.
don't sell this, I'll have it. Then I sold it to... Who did I sell it to? Sold it to somebody. Probably Ty.
Probably.
You know, he's just throwing money at me.
In a secret room that he never touches anything.
Yeah, Tim Dorney
Oh, Tim.
loves the 400SX.
I see they're reissuing Republica's second album for Record Store Day this year.
Oh, yeah.
And I wonder if they'll send Tim a copy, because they didn't send him a copy originally. Was it last year or the year before they did the first Republica album?
Yeah.
And I said, "Oh, look what I've just got." And he says, "It's more than I've fucking got. They even sent me one."
Oh,
Yeah,
best.
speed ballads. So.
It's like when I was complaining at the time, I said, I had to buy your bloody orchestrated album.
Shocking, isn't it? You have to pay. There's actually some fairly decent kind of electronic music stuff on here this year.
Oh, that reminds me. Actually, just out of interest, the brass balls on this. It was on the front end. Well, at least on my computer. It was on the front end of PSN show from last night. And it's promoting a website called Carla Plugins.
I've heard of them.
And for all intents and purposes, it looks like it's a torrent site.
Oh,
Oh.
really?
but advertised like it was a glowing business, and it's £49 a month to be a member
On YouTube.
on YouTube.
See, we have no control over the ads that they throw
think,
up.
think YouTube would,
Well, quite,
you know?
I suppose.
Yeah,
You
fucking
see it.
probably- I'm sure it is. Well, put it this way: if you can pay 46 quid and you can download up to 500 plugins a month or whatever it is, and they include things like Sound Toys and Isotope.
That's crazy. I've never actually seen a pay site like that. Just they're all the free ones, but
Yeah. But
oh, so I've heard. Sorry, so I've heard.
Korea,
Get that in quick.
advertising having access. So it's like, no, I can't see that. I can't see that being legit in any shape or form.
Yeah. Although there is,
I thought the brass balls of these people.
well, yeah. I mean, obviously they're going to pair ads to the channel based on subject matter and stuff like that. I don't know whether as an advertiser you can pick and choose. But yeah, well, I mean, there's nothing we can do about it until.
Yeah, but try playing the Prince track on one of your videos.
Oh, right, yeah. Indeed.
So, well, I'm going to hit up Dave Monday anyway. Because if I find torrents, because 9 times out of 10 they'll probably have messed around with one.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
What was it called again?
Keeping abreast of it.
What was it called again?
I think it's called Carla Plugins.
As in CARLA or
No,
KA?
KALA.
Oh, KALA plugins.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Carla plugins. Here you go. Carla plugins. Instant access to 500 plus VST unlimited downloads.
Well, that's not sketchy at all.
Yeah.
Ultimate solution. Grow your music production. Instant access to over 120 premium VST plugins, 220 plus premium contact libraries, and 500 plus sample packs.
Wow.
I mean, looking at the website, it looks legit.
Doesn't it?
It looks very legit.
But if you look on YouTube, see if you can find that advert. Because the thing that gave it away was the guy was there and he's talking about what you can have and how you can do it and how they come with instructions of how to install and all this sort of thing. But he's wearing a face mask.
Well, he has a COVID excuse, right? Still COVID. So.
Yeah, because they're looking at it going, why is he wearing a face mask?
Right, check out their latest uploads.
You didn't have a Guy Fawkes mask or anything?
You know what? It wasn't far off something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, a Vendetta kind of thing, you know?
Arturia FX Collection. UJam. Slate Digital. Plugin Alliance.
Well, anything they've
Or
cracked.
Plugins Alliance, as they call it.
Yeah, there was something I read on the website where it was really, really bad English.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
I've seen some sites like that look legit as far as presentation, but there's no way the products are legit because they're just so damn cheap.
Yeah. Mind you, it's got to the stage now where these plugins aren't really that expensive anymore anyway.
Yeah.
So you can have a free lifetime license, which allows you 5 free downloads with lifetime activation and support. $10 a month. No, hang on. What's going on? No, $10 a day. $10 a day.
Yeah. How much can you download in a day?
Unlimited. 1 day unlimited downloads. Sounds a bit dodgy. And then Pro Plan is $47 a month, where you get a whole month of unlimited downloads. access to newly added VSTs, future free updates, and free installation service, or $199 a year, pay once, never again. So that's odd in a way, because it says $199 yearly, which implies that you pay $199 every calendar year, but then underneath that it says pay once, never again.
Yeah.
Maximum of...
site will be
There's your dodgy English right there. So
yeah, it was something. I can't remember what it was. It was hilariously, all these bases are now mine type thing.
Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, there's something very dodgy about that.
yeah, like you were saying, the stuff isn't that bad anymore, especially when you get sales like 3-4 times a year. So, and just get in once on some of those things, like the NI stuff or the Arturia stuff, and the bundle price is cheap forever, right?
Yeah.
So, I took advantage. They had a sale. I didn't have NI bundle forever. I just always had piecemeal stuff. And Perfect Circuit had a really old version they were selling for peanuts, basically. I go, well, there's my upgrade path. As soon as I got that, everything was fucking cheap right after that. It's crazy.
Yeah. I was speaking to Ben earlier today. He's been doing the research he should have done for last night's show. He's been doing that today. He was having a look at Hallion because he'd not had a chance to look at it. And he said, "Oh, Rob, have you seen the FM engine that's in Hallion?" And I said, "No, I know it's got something in there." He said, "Oh, no, it's developed with Yamaha. It's a full 8-operator FM engine that has full DX7 and TX81Z compatibility, so you can load up all of your old 6 or 4-op patches."
Yeah.
Yikes.
Because there's not many 4-op software plugins that have full compatibility with the TX81Z.
Yeah.
Because that's the one that comes with the different waveforms. They get 8 different waveforms as opposed to just a sine wave. There's one, I think, who is it makes it? Disco DSP. I think they do one, or did one. I don't know if it's still going.
I know they made a FM thing.
Yeah, they do a lot.
I used to use Discovery a lot. That's a Nord lead copy.
Yeah. I forget what it's called now. I think it might have only been Windows only.
Oh, that was the problem back then. All the best plugins were Windows.
It's no longer the problem now, is it?
Yeah. I mean, the whole thing with the AU thing for so long and RTAS is like, give me a break. Goddamn VST on Mac. It took forever.
Yeah.
So they do something called OPL 2.2, which is obviously an OPL chip emulation. Which one is it? Is it Phantom or Vertigo? Phantom, I think. Yeah, Phantom imports DX27, DX21, DX100, TX81Z patches, Windows only. Yeah. 32-bit Windows only. So they need to update that, and I might buy that, but unless anyone else knows.
It's like 2002 or something like that. It was a long time ago.
Yeah. But the one of theirs that I do like is their OBXD, which is a really nice OBX emulation.
Yeah, okay.
And it's free. It's free for non-commercial use, and it's only $49 if you want to do it. But it does sound very, very good. Certainly the latest version, 2 point something or other. It's rather good. Oh, I do apologise.
Yeah, it should be me right now. I'm still working on a total of 4 hours sleep. So.
Yeah, I've been doing it.
I went to bed at a reasonable time last night.
I had a 2-hour nap before Ramsey and a 2-hour nap before this. So I had to do some stuff this morning.
Is that a drill or is that his air duster?
Heat gun.
Oh, it's a heat gun.
It's I thought it was one of those AccuJacks, the vacuum pump things.
Oh yeah.
I've seen one of those
I've
before.
no idea what you're talking about.
We've got this,
So
this thing.
there's a great scene in a Charles Bronson movie called 10 to Midnight. And there's that guy who's going around killing people in the nude and running around town and all crazy. And they do an inspection of his house as the cops. And he finds one in his bathroom. He goes, oh, I don't do anything. I'm a good man. He goes, what's this? You ever seen one of these before? It's for jacking off, isn't it? And he's wiggling it around. It's a great scene. 10 to Midnight.
I was watching an episode of Family Guy today where they referenced a fleshlight.
Oh, yeah?
Have you got one of those flashlights that looks like a woman's vagina? And then Stewie goes, I've been running around the house holding that under my chin to make me look scary.
So that company is very smart because they also make a thing called a flesh jack. So there's the male or female mouth, depending what you want.
Okay.
Hey, you got to make the business plan, right? I mean, you got to cover all the bases.
Hey, for everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every hole, every goal.
They even have one that looks like an alien, a proposed alien vagina, whatever that would look like.
Well, it's like, how would you know?
Based on science fiction. Yeah.
That seems like a niche
keyword
market.
is fiction.
It's green and has weird shapes, so yeah.
Sounds like my missus.
Oh, womp womp womp. Ouch.
Oh, look at that. Well, somebody's having a better night than we are. Look.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. and Mrs. Simpson. I can't remember. Are they married?
I don't know.
Have I just married them off?
I think you're just thinking of that drama from the 1970s.
Yeah. That was Edward and Mrs. Simpson.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, it's Ben and Mrs. Simpson, isn't it?
It could be whatever you like. He's punching well above his weight, though, isn't he? Jeez.
Christ, does the power supply have to have 6 screws to hold it in? I mean, fucking hell. Break, wouldn't it? Oh, man. Why did I promise this to be?
Because you're a twat.
Speaking of creeps and people spending too much money on bad things, did you hear about that guy? It was a while back, who was doing cam girl stuff and spent his dad's retirement money, $300,000 on cam girls.
Really?
And then the dad said, "All right, you're out of the house," which is pretty lenient considering what he did.
Yeah.
And then he went to do some counseling or something like that, and says, "Okay, here are my rules. Got all these rules." He goes, "Okay, no problem. Within a few days, he's doing it again, and he also used the brother's credit card. So a total of $400,000 spent on one specific cam girl. And father said they had a huge argument, whatever, and the kid stormed out. And then unfortunately, the kid came back and shot the father, the brother, and the girlfriend of the father, and ran away. And he finally got busted. But
Bloody hell.
it's like get a life, It's like this porn is free,
Is it? Oh, I don't know. I know.
Yeah, of course it is.
It is.
Even when I was a kid, it was free in the forest porn, right? You find the magazine in the woods or whatever.
Yeah, stuffed in the hedge. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So, I mean, it's always been free to a certain extent.
So I'd never understand people that go to strip clubs or private members bars or whatever they're called. I used to work for a company that was very, very high stress sales organization, and every week the lads would say, right, we're going to what was it called, Spearmint Rhino or whatever
yeah,
chain of clubs is.
Sure.
And they said, you coming, Rob? And I'm like, no, why? Oh, yeah, it's great. All these girls and all this. Yeah. What do you do there? So, well, we drink and we have dances, and they come and dance in front of us and all that. And so, how much does it cost? And they reeled off the prices. And I was, let me see. Do I hand over money for some girl to stand in front of me and jiggle around, and I can't do anything? I have to sit there, sit on my hands, so to speak, and buy stupidly expensive drinks. And why would I want to do this?
Well, you don't want to leave frustrated with sticky pants? What's wrong with that? I've gone a few times over the years to different places, and I got to say the one on a business trip out back east to a place in Massachusetts was probably the coolest one I've ever been to. Because around most of the time around here, I don't know about you guys, but a nudie bar, you can't have alcohol in most states.
Yeah.
And it's like, what's the point then?
Yeah. Right.
You have to have soda or juice or whatever. So this one was full everything, and as Picard said in extras, you could see everything, right? And good old Patrick Stewart, but and the guy in the business trip was saying the ones in Montreal, you can't even imagine what goes on there. They're totally off the hook. So
no, I just didn't get it. I mean, I went to a place in Amsterdam once. It's called the Banana Bar. I don't need to give you three guesses as to what happens in the Banana Bar, but it happened, and then yes, it was probably now I wouldn't do it, but back then it was quite, because it was more than just I'm going to jiggle my boobs in your face and that kind of thing. It was fun. It was almost interactive, But,
well, I mean, since we've ever gone there, I have friends who go to Thailand a lot, and they say, there are bars where you can just sit at a table, and there's already a girl under the table, and she'll do stuff to you while you're having your drink. I'm like, you're all sitting at a table, and that's all. It's like that. How do you do that?
I know.
And not spill your drink.
It's like, hey, how's that? Whoa, spill your drink everywhere.
Man.
Get performance anxiety.
Right?
Right. I can't believe, even today, I can't believe I have to do this bullshit. Where is it? Is this it? Yeah, here we go. Right, so lovely vintage CS60, good condition. I've got to whack this mother through it.
Ooh.
Oh.
Son bugger. Yeah.
And you're going to do this all live on air?
Yeah, can do.
You still fixing that 80?
No.
80?
She's all done. I'm on this 60 that I've got to get. Like, I'm just looking for. Just tell me what holes to drill in the rack. That's the thing. You've got to drill so many holes in it. Really. Must be a better way of doing that.
So if you had all three in front of you, like a CS 60, 70, 80.
And 50.
50. And you had the money, but maybe you wanted to save money or whatever. Which one would you choose? It was always a CS 80? Are the other ones good enough?
No, always the 80.
Always the 80, yeah.
Always the 80, because the 80 is the only one that's got the poly pressure.
Right, okay.
The 70 doesn't have the strip, does it? Doesn't have the glide strip.
There's no ribbon?
Not on the 70, I don't think so.
Oh, that sucks.
I'll have a look in the toilet. There's a 70 in the toilet. I'll have a look. I don't think there is.
There's a 70 in the toilet.
It's acting as a shelf for the cleaning products, right? So
Two memory modes. So it's not on its own. Odyssey, SH101. Mini Moog. Something else. Can't remember what it is, but there's something else.
all in the bathroom? That's a hell of a big bathroom.
They're standing on end.
Wow.
Standing room only. That's everything that's coming in room at the moment.
That's crazy.
That's to be done or about to go out there. Never ended. So they don't tell you what's holes drill these screws. Stunning work, mate. No, nothing. Oh, we'll have to guess.
Oh God.
Guess. Look at the
Doesn't
screw.
the Voyager XL have a ribbon? I thought it had like a little ribbon as well, because then it has the XY pad.
Yeah, it sounds good.
Oh, it might have, you know,
But I think it has room for the ribbon too. I think they added it as one of the goodies.
Acca sort of like, you know, like polymoke type ribbon.
Yeah,
You know,
kind of why I like that one. I know it's not going to sound as classic as an old Mini Moog, but I really like all those performance features. Those are great.
yeah. Okay, where's my centre punch? Come on.
Yeah, it does have something.
Who was telling the story about the that pressure pad? The weird formulation. It had to be black for some reason, but Prince wanted a purple one, and they couldn't do it.
Oh,
Did you guys hear that story somewhere?
Nope.
Yeah.
surprised me.
There you go. Yeah, it's got a strip.
There's a night. Yeah. Okay. Cool. And the patch bay too. So it's a little bit of everything. It's great.
Ah, there we go. So, one there. And one there.
I've only seen one around here in the store. It's very, very uncommon. There's a white one, really fancy one.
Okay.
Right, don't put him off now. He's drilling holes.
Uh-oh.
An orbital CS60.
One. Two.
You see, it would take me about an hour to do those two holes because I'd be going like addressing the drill to the thing and then stepping back. Is that the right place? And I would be toing and froing until I would eventually at some point commit. And then I'd fuck it up anyway.
Yeah, I'd have to have a guide. Are you using a guide, Ken, or just going in cold?
Send a punch it through the holes and then do them.
Oh, you didn't mark it. Okay. All right, cool.
Oh, God, yeah.
I thought you just going cold.
I have done in the past. my judgment is actually quite good, but not always, so I don't risk it.
Yeah.
Not for that biscuit. Right.
I've seen plenty of mods that were done just like, yeah, this looks like a good place. And then they have more holes because they had to do it again. So.
I love it when it gives you a bit of card so you don't.
Oh, nice.
The last thing you want to do is short a man.
Oh, yeah.
That can't be good.
Thanks.
Oh, I've got one of the spaces missing. Brilliant. Okay, come back for that. Oh, I think I just dropped it.
But then you have to worry about the metal filings in there, right?
Oh, I pulled the card out before doing it.
Oh, okay.
And I can go through it with the Hoover afterwards. And then I put down my favourite bit, which is I've got these flexible magnet strips.
Right.
I throw them in again. There's makes all
Very
sorts of brightest.
Cool.
Okay, so where's the space?
So you've done this before.
I've done a couple, yeah. Done a couple in the past. Have been known. Because I did this thing because what I used to do at one time day on the 60s and the 80s, when you fit a Denson MIDI kit, I had this big aluminium panel. You used to do big holes, and then you had the little red button and the little toggle switch, and they put it into the front panel.
Mm.
And when John was around here one day, I said, no, I don't do that because, these machines cost a lot of money now, and you don't really want to be drilling dirty baby holes in the front panel. I said, I put the switch and the button on the headphone panel, which is under here.
Smart.
Oh, that's a good idea. And I was looking through this CS60 one because I haven't fitted the CS60 one for a while. And guess what? How they suggest you fit the button and the switch now. Around the headphones, like I said.
Oh, interesting. Huh.
Royalties. I want royalties. Free MIDI kit for life. That'll do me.
Yeah, I was gonna mod my my Korg Monotron. There are like 4 or 5 mods for that. They're pretty cool with MIDI and some filter mods and some other things, but it's a tight spot. So there's only one guy I've seen out there that actually sells a mod that's an all-in-one little board, and it's very clever.
Yeah.
Most people just do a bunch of punches here and punches there, and it's very wonky looking. But the thing definitely needs mods. It's an interesting little box, but it's very limited without mods.
So, well, it's like the guy that's done that CAS board replacement and MIDI kit for the CS80. I've seen the prototype, but I haven't heard anybody getting one or anything further on it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a useful little mod. Yeah, all right, it's niche, but it's a really nice mod because you can now transmit the Poly Aftertouch from the 80 out to other machines, which is wonderful.
Yeah.
On a leg, but
Well, the first mod I was ever going to try, Keyboard Magazine had a mod for the SK1, Casio SK1.
Yeah.
And it was a MIDI in mod, so you could control it with other shit. And it wasn't that many parts. And I saw that article, and then it was really hard to get a copy of it. So Keyboard Magazine is just over in Cupertino near Apple. Yeah. So we were able to go into the main building of Keyboard Magazine, the GPI Publishing, whatever it's called, and get a back issue on the spot. And then I read about it, and I go, I was hoping it was MIDI in and out. I was being picky back then. So I never did it, but I still have the issue somewhere. I could always try to do that.
Yeah.
Kent, have you ever worked on JP8000s? I think we asked you this the other day, but...
Yeah.
Ribbons, faulty ribbons, easy fix? Somebody, Paul Holmes in the chat is asking.
I'm trying to remember.
Oh, no.
Faulty ribbons. If I remember rightly, I couldn't get it to work. I had to get another ribbon. So I had to buy the whole panel off eBay.
Right.
Bits out of it I needed. It's up there with the JD 800 keyboard membranes.
Yeah.
Where you got to go and buy a replacement sync. Yeah.
So in a word, Paul, no, not an easy fix.
Not usually.
Luckily, mine's still a happy camper, but that would suck if that's a really expressive ribbon.
Yeah.
It's short, but very, very expressive.
It might be worth checking it. However, the IC on the end of that, if I remember right, is quite robust, so it's unlikely that it's gone, but you never know. It might be one worth a look.
AN1X has a nice little ribbon too. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, so it's the CS6X. Same thing. I think it's the same ribbon as the AM1.
Yeah.
Is that the only CS that has it? Not the 2 or 3 or whatever?
No, they only did the 1, 2, and the 6. And the
1, 2, and 6. Okay.
Yeah,
because I have a 1.
Yeah, I had a 1 many years ago.
Right.
I got it because of Jexa. So he had a CS2X video, but I could only find a 1X.
Mm-hmm.
And his 2X video is one of the funniest videos he put up there with the action sequences, and I love his videos.
I think, if I remember rightly, the main differences were that the 2X had more sounds, as in more, because it was
more samples, right? More high quality samples and stuff. Yeah.
So it had more of that, and they fixed the stupid thing that they didn't do in the CS1X, was the CS1X didn't ever output the MIDI from the arpeggiator. So you've got a really nice arpeggiator in there, but you couldn't output the MIDI. You could clock it to something else, but if you try to record the MIDI output of the arpeggiator, it wouldn't do it, and they fixed that in the 2. And of course the color scheme was different.
Say darker blue, is that right?
No, the CS 2X is silver with
Silver,
blue
that's it. Right.
blue
Okay.
with blue legend,
That's it.
or silverish. It's probably more very light. It's probably silver with a hint of blue or something. But
Yeah, that's it.
and then the 6 was just silver with things on it, which it's a lovely synth. I really
Never seen a 6. Are they uncommon?
Yeah, well, there's one just there.
Yeah, really. Oh.
Alexa, lights, cool.
Okay.
There you go, just there.
Gee, you are. She's right. You are cool.
Yeah, that was a 6X. I got that and a Z1 together for 750 quid.
Jesus. I think I paid $450 for my Z1 when I got it, so that's a good deal.
Yeah, they're surprisingly affordable if you can find them. I keep missing out on because they're a 12 voice out of the box, but you can get a 6 voice expansion card to make them 18 voice. And every time I find one, it goes really quickly. I'm not too worried about it. It's good enough as it is. They actually did towards the end of the life, just to clear them out. They actually sent the synths out with the actual the extra board, and the dealer would fit it and then sell it as a Z1 EX.
Wow.
But yeah, that's all it does. It just adds another 6 voices too.
I love when I first got that, doing all the brass stuff and all the falls and all the overblown and stuff.
So it's good, but it's it's not as good as the Prophecy in so many ways. Like the one of the things that blew my tiny little mind when I got the Prophecy was if you chose the trombone or the trumpet or the saxophone, so anything that was like brass or reed, your mod wheel would act as the breath strength.
Yeah, the overblow kind of thing.
Yeah, so the higher up, the more air's going through, and the lower down. And then the pitch bend, if you had the breath setting, depending on where you had the breath setting, the step, the instrument would step up. It wouldn't be a smooth. It would go like it would in a real real thing. But if you change the breath input with the mod wheel, it would change accordingly. So if you're only blowing softly through it, the pitch bend basically doesn't work because you've got to really blow through. So if you've not got that set up at all, high, then it's just not going to do it. So it really behaved, really authentically. But with the Z1, some of that stuff isn't there. And I don't know
an early version of it, right? Wasn't it earlier?
No. It was a later.
Was it later?
The Z1 came out later. So I think it might be there. I think it's just not as easy to access it, and because obviously the Z1 has got the XY pad as well as the pitch bend.
Yeah, I love the
wheels.
XY pad. Yeah.
And then you've got the scenes as well, so you can change different scenes, and so.
And they have those little thingies on the XY pad, so you get the crosshair, so you know where you are.
You know exactly. Yeah, you can use it in the dark, or if you're Stevie Wonder. But no, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a great synth, but I don't think when they did that version of the Moss engine, I don't think they were really focusing too much on the solo stuff.
Yeah,
they were doing the strings and the electric, because the electric piano models in the Z1 are superb.
And just having the polyphony is nice. I mean, that's why I voted the Prophecy for so long. I said, it's just a monophonic. I didn't know it had other cool stuff. Although the wheel was interesting. I like the wheel.
The log wheel was really good.
Yeah, so I finally bought one, last year. But
the having the plug-in version of the Prophecy is almost like the ideal thing now, because it's polyphonic, but it's the Prophecy engine. So yeah,
nice.
I always wanted to see because obviously you got the Korg Oasis that like Kent's got, but that wasn't the original Korg Oasis, because the Korg Oasis was like a development system that they had at Korg.
It's Skycard, wasn't it?
Well, no, that was something that came out afterwards. The Oasis development system was a system at Korg which they developed to research and implement their modeling architecture. And from that Oasis system came the MOS board, the multi-oscillator synthesis system.
Yeah.
So the MOS board was in the Prophecy and the Z1, and there was an expansion for the Trinities as well. And then, yes, there was an Oasis PCI card for the computer as well, which had an implementation of MOS on it, but it wasn't the Oasis. I've seen one picture of this thing, and it's huge. That thing was never commercially available.
Was the Trinity expansion a subset, or was it a complete MOS implementation?
No, it was. I think it was more of a subset than anything. It wasn't a complete Prophecy. You couldn't get. It wasn't like, put the board in and now your Trinity is a Prophecy. It was a bit like, because again at the time in the 90s, Korg and Yamaha. I don't know if Roland. Yeah, Roland used to do these little extra boards that weren't just voices, but they were extra, bits of synthesis that you could plug in. The Yamaha had the PLGs, and the Korg had their various bits. It was a clever idea, build a synth and then customize it.
I'm gonna say.
Yeah. Anybody with an aversion to dentistry?
We'll get some good samples here for sure.
Cool. Right, now
So, question about the Z1, because it since I even used mine. Did it have a breath controller input? That would be awesome if they added that.
No.
Okay.
Nor did the Prophecy.
Okay, so you can use the MIDI Solutions add-on then.
Yeah, you could use those little boxes that translate, but
Yeah.
no, it was weird because Yamaha. I don't know whether Yamaha was still, whether they still had a stake. I can't remember when Yamaha gave up or sold off their stake in Korg, because obviously there was a lot of cross pollination, like the keyboard mechanisms and Yamahas from the 80s and the 90s were exactly the same in the Korg stuff. So if you have a faulty Yamaha keyboard, you can go to a Korg keyboard of the same era. Because I think I've seen somebody's taken the keyboard mechanism out of the 76 note T. Was it the T1 or the T? Okay, yeah, there was a 76 note version of the T series, the one that came after the M series, and they just took the mechanism out and it just dropped straight into a DX5.
Wow.
Yeah, it's exactly the same.
Well, they're also part of that whole hierarchy, right? The feudal banking system and the way the businesses work together, aren't they kind of aligned, those companies?
As far as I know, that Yamaha just bought a stake in Korg when Korg were struggling in the 80s, because they were struggling.
I forgot the term though, but there's these relationships with these companies going way back behind the scenes where they are separate companies, but they still relate to each other somehow and still cooperate.
Honestly,
Wagyu would know for sure. I only knew it when I used to go to Japan, but I don't know anymore. So
they had, I think it was a 50% stake, or near enough a 50% stake that Yamaha had in Korg, and then I think whether Korg did a buyback, and it was at that point that I think they brought in. Hang on, because Sequential come into this story as well, don't they? See, I think Yamaha bought up Sequential and then moved those guys into the Korg division. And during that period, they came up with the SY22 for Yamaha. That was a Sequential thing. And then...
yeah, Dave's DNA all over that stuff.
Yeah, and then shortly after that, the Yamaha Korg split happened, and they became again their own sort of wholly owned thing. And then Dave and his team then did the Wave Station and stuff. I think I'm not 100% sure, but I think that's kind of the timeline of it.
Wrong old
Sorry.
story of my life, that is.
The wrong hole.
in the wrong hole.
Not that one, dear. Not
Well,
that one.
It's only the wrong one to the person who says it's the wrong one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Potentially, right? The
Yeah,
same.
my aim was right.
Yes.
If your eyes are watering, it's probably not right.
And to add to it, you could always use a fold. Just saying. So.
Yeah. Oh, dear.
Why did I? Oh, yes. Why say it's 7mm drill when it's too small? Clearly. Yeah.
So, Robbie, based on the show earlier today, what's your favorite filter or favorite couple of filters?
As I jokingly said, filters. What are they? We don't have filters in DXs.
Except DX200.
Well, yeah.
I
That's
love
not
that.
really, that's not really a proper DX, is it? Let's be
Oh.
honest. It's a DX in name only.
It loads the patches.
So does Dexid.
Also, the Volca FM has the filter on it too.
Again.
Yeah.
Favorite filter. The filters actually. I'm just having a look around. The filters on the Uno synth, especially the Uno synth Pro, are pretty good.
Oh yeah, I have the original. It's pretty nice, pretty juicy.
Yeah, it's not a bad little filter that. But I probably have to say that the ones on the Polybrute, because you got the Steiner and you got the ladder, both on that. They're both very good.
Steiner's great.
And the analog filter on the actual hardware Mini Freak is rather good as well.
Yeah.
And although I don't have any Roland analog gear, whenever I've heard the Roland filters, like you hear the stuff that like Alex Ball does with his System 700, and you just think, oh, that really fucking sounds nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as much as the Juno 660 can sound pretty cool, and it's pretty, but also pretty same. It's not that much variety there. It does sound great. That filter in there is excellent.
And this is going to be, I'll probably get shot down in flames for this for heresy. But the fact that the filter on the Behringer MS-101 is self-oscillating. And I think it is self-oscillating on the SH-101, isn't it, Kent?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but I've obviously only got the MS-101, not the SH-101. But the fact that self-oscillates on a monophonic synth, that really gives it an edge. That really gives it something really useful. It's not, we're not talking about how it actually filters the sound. We're actually, it's about what it adds.
Can we know the oscillator technically?
Yeah, because then you can dial up a patch on that, and then use the sub oscillator as well to give you that bottom end, and then that filter. If you get that self-resonating, then you've really got this really wonderful.
The one unfortunate thing though is the key tracking is often off on those self-oscillating filters.
Yes. Oh yeah. You have to really work at it, and you have to like manipulate.
It might be good for an octave or something, and then it goes off.
Yeah. But it does give it something, and I remember when I that MS-101 got delivered, and I got Simon's red SH-101 here to do a side by side. Getting those screaming was quite a lot of fun, and I say once you got it in tune, and the key tracking's not it's not awful, it's not great, but it's not awful. You can get some pretty interesting tones out of that.
Yeah.
I haven't touched that 101 in ages.
When I first got the Boutique 101, it's just quite nice. I was doing a lot of stuff with it. It's fun, and it's nice to have the polyphony and all that stuff. So.
No, the 101 is a lovely concept. I mean, it was just a cheap and nasty thing. From the outset. I'm talking about the original as well. It was never meant to be a big flagship type thing, but it has this lovely character to it. And of course, it's a great synth to learn analog synthesis on, because it follows that Minimoog paradigm of signal flow left to right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
simple path on it.
Yeah, it's so obvious as to what you need to do that you could give one of those to a kid, which I guess is why Uli Beringer is dishing all of those 101s out to various places around the world, allegedly.
Well, it's funny. I love when Ben Jordan took him to task, and he actually did something about it. I think he felt guilty for once. So,
Yeah. Did you see his Uli Beringer's mother passed away recently?
no.
I've heard stories that he had a I was going to say mummy issues. He absolutely adored his mother, and everything he did was to impress her.
Mm.
And I'm just wondering how that might affect. Cause it wasn't just like look, he's doing it to impress his mum. It was almost sinister the way it was described to me.
Well, did he come from money? Because how did he do all that company shit? I mean, he's just one guy, right? That's pretty impressive what he did.
I think the family had a bit of cash, and he was able to. He had a leg up, shall we say?
He's not going to pull Elon Musk trick where it's like, oh, I came here with no money, even though my dad was wealthy. It's like, you lying son of a bitch.
Yeah. I think. Well, there's probably many comparisons can be drawn between those two gentlemen, but
yeah.
That's nearly it then.
All done.
Well, I got to drill those massive MIDI sockets in the back.
Mm-hmm.
It should be a laugh. Like taking a sledgehammer to a hamster.
On the mouse organ.
Oh yeah.
The Bills of St. Mary.
Letting we see up to Popsy.
Oh dear. I'm surprised nobody else has jumped in tonight. It's very quiet.
Well, it happens. It happens.
I'm gonna have to go downstairs in a bit and be sociable.
There you go.
So I haven't got to get up early tomorrow morning for a change. I've got to do it on Monday instead, but at least it's not the weekend.
Yeah.
So I'll just start work early and finish early.
I got to start multitasking today. It's patch weekend, so I got to patch a bunch of shit.
Dear.
Good times.
Mm.
Got a meeting tonight at 10 p.m.
Oh, bloody hell.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's because we have to have Germany, Japan, and the U.S. all in the same call. So
Yeah, but
Next sweet hour.
it's
So
I'm meeting with the Axis powers, basically. So
my team is based in US is the main place, and then there's some of us in the UK and some of us in Hong Kong. And we always make it so that Will in Hong Kong is the one that has to stay up till midnight.
So where I used to work, we had like an Indian group and all these things. So we had to rotate so not everyone gets screwed all the time, right? Trade off.
No, we don't bother with that. There's only
But,
one of Will in Hong Kong, so he always suffered. No, actually, he offered. So,
Hey, Jim.
hey, Jim. You can't hear you, Jim. Can I make it happen, Jim?
I'm getting all I got, Captain.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, pull the microphone down. Let Jim.
Yeah, and apply phantom power. Can you hear me now?
We can, yes.
Cool. Well, you were sounding a bit lonely, so I thought I'd better join in.
It is.
Oh,
I'm probably going to jump off in a minute. I didn't want to sort of go
Yeah.
and just leave Kent and Andy on their own.
Well, that's why I came in, because you were going, Robbie.
Yeah, thanks. Oh dear.
But no, I do need to speak to you at some point about
Who, me?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
About flights and hotels for Superbooth, because
Oh yes.
I'm
Yep.
bloody well going to go. My passport
Yeah.
is going to be on its way back to me soon, so that's good.
Catalina Hotel Mitta is the one apparently where. Well, that's where. Well, say apparently. Me and Ben are staying there.
Yeah.
But it's also apparently where most of the exhibitors, manufacturers, and that stay. So
Cool.
you get to network.
I will have a look for it.
And I
did the price just shoot up just before, or is it
No.
pretty consistent?
Actually, if you quote, Superbooth, if you book directly with the hotel and quote Superbooth, I think they have a room rate for Superbooth.
Oh,
I just did mine through hotel.com so I can earn my
Oh, of
stamps.
course. I need to get Zoe on that because she does this thing practically for a living. So yeah.
So yeah, it's very useful. But yeah, Catalina Berlin Mitte.
Yeah. Just found it now.
Yeah,
Very good.
It looks really nice.
Excellent. And is that fairly close to the
It's a
venue?
no, it's about a 40-minute tram or U-Bahn,
All right,
S-Bahn.
yeah.
Somebody,
Cool.
I think it might have been, was it? Oh, I can't remember who it was now. Somebody on the Facebook group who recommended the hotel said that you can actually jump on a boat, like a river taxi type thing,
Yeah.
and they start serving beer at 9 a.m. in the morning. So yeah,
Yeah.
Messy.
No, I won't be doing that. Definitely not.
oh come on, when in Rome or when in Berlin,
Well,
get some currywurst and some Weiss beer down your neck before 10 a.m. and yeah.
God, be lucky if I do it before 10 p.m. I actually had a beer the other night. In fact,
What?
I think
I had 2 today, actually. It's the first time I've had. Well, yeah. But no, I was speaking to Mark Reeder this afternoon, so we're going to hook up with him at some point, and either at the event or one of the evenings. And apparently, Gear News. Sorry, I'm just watching Ken drill
Yeah, me
holes in the
too.
back of a priceless synth.
yeah, with want and abandon. It's
Yeah, it's
like,
just like.
it's like watching those surgeons like literally hammer the fuck out of something metal in someone's back.
Yeah.
Now this one.
Now the big one.
Ooh,
Ooh. All right,
painful.
cross your fingers. Oh, what was I can't remember what I was saying then. No, it's gone.
Just listen for the oops. Oh wait, there's a...
Wrong side.
It looks like he's going into the wrong angle there. I'm sure he knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
There's mice. Yeah. It's a bit-
Oh.
Is
Gives
that
me
for
the
MIDI?
heebie-jeebies. That's for MIDI. Yeah, MIDI
As the
retrofit.
bits. Makes you wish they did it in USB, wouldn't it?
Although then you need a funny shaped hole. At least your hole's around.
So Ken, have you found that by doing these retrofits, even though it's really useful to the user, and some people like MIDI, so it's good, has it really affected the value of it since it's been modified?
No, not in the least.
Yeah.
Because
Some people want pristine stuff, right?
Well, it's because it's so heavily overpriced. Having MIDI on it is sort of like, you're like, oh, that's nice.
Hmm.
You know,
So is that you're on the back panel there? But is that the bit like that's at an angle above the hinge?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
that little they put like that ribbed
Yeah.
material across there before it goes
Yeah.
to the wood part. I've seen people drill through the wood,
Right.
even though it's it's the same bit of wood really, but
Yeah.
it's just that this has got the plasticky veneer on it. But you go, no, not in the wood, mate.
No,
Wood is wood.
definitely not.
I want to know when Yamaha stopped putting music holder holes in the back of their synths, because like all of the DXs have got them.
They're not on the motifs, are they? Not even the early motifs.
I don't know.
I think I stopped doing. I haven't got it in the back of my motif. I don't think.
No.
What's it? Where's my one? ES7. I must dig that out again. I really like that.
There's a really nice EX5 on eBay at the moment for not a lot of money. I always fancied one of them.
They're
Well,
great.
You don't find in the same sentence.
What's that?
eBay can make money.
So you heard about my EX5 horror story, right? I got it from a guy in LA, and I didn't have time to drive down there. I figured, well, I'll save a little bit of money, even though the shipping's expensive, having to ship it to me. He dropped it off at a FedEx shop, and they did all the packing and all that kind of stuff. I'm thinking, oh, fingers crossed, fingers crossed. I get it, and the box is rattling. Open it up, and it had been so poorly handled, like in those videos you see online, where half the keyboard was smashed. The end cap is totally busted and exposed. And I go, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Because it from the outside it looked okay, but of course the inside it was just really shoddily packed and handled poorly. So after several months of after several weeks of fighting back and forth and pictures and all kind of stuff, I finally got UPS FedEx corporate to yell at FedEx office, and that guy kissed so much ass after the fact because I think he was really worried about losing his store. Because it's $1,000 for the whole thing. It was the shipping plus the unit. And finally I got my money back. In the meantime, I found an EX5 rack just to tide me over, but I really wanted the keyboard. And then I found an EX5 in Japan for actually way less in perfect shape, but it just needed that little voltage converter for it. And the guy shipped it to me. It was the most beautifully packed thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
They pack their stuff.
He put foam under the keys, right? So the keys don't even move. Yeah. And the end caps of the outside of the box were all taped up like dumbbells. So they had foam on the outside of the box because they know people just throw them around.
Yeah.
And so
so this EX5 is in. This is the only reason I've not gone for it. It's currently got one bid on it. It's 300 quid, and it looks in really good condition. But it's in Narberth, which is on West Wales, and it's collection only. That's a long drive. So
I seem to remember Kent buying a synth in Derbyshire that was collection only.
Yeah. I must look at what it says under these things,
That was funny. I was just like, well, where is it? And he's like, Chesterfield. I'm like, I can pick that up.
Well, it was an excuse to come down and have a coffee, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Worked out all right in the end.
It did, and you furnished me with these lovely Console 1 stands as well.
Yeah.
So, thank you very much.
It's funny, I ended up preferring the puppies laying down.
Yeah.
Weirdly.
It's given me loads more desk space, this has. And I've got a monitor at a better height. I've had a bit of a rejig in here, actually. So I did have like this huge bass trap that, it's about 9 or 10 inches thick, that I've got like a Skyline diffuser sat on, but I basically had that up in the air a bit, so it was blocking the window a little bit, and I'm just like, fuck it. And obviously having this cat in here, it was a bit of a liability as well, that she could jump up there and the whole thing topple over and take my monitors out and everything, so I'm like, sod it. So I've just stuck that on the floor, but I obviously now need to remeasure my room, so everything's a bit off. And in doing that, my cloud came off as well, off the ceiling, which was funny. I was literally on a table, like holding like one broadband absorber while this other one was falling off the ceiling. Just as my daughter walked in, I'm just like, "Can you just get hold of this?" Yeah. And,
High Peak's not too far from you, is it?
It's closer to sort of Manchester, really.
Yeah, it's southeast of Stockport. There's an SY99 but again, collection only. But no, I mustn't turn eBay off.
Oh, Neil Watson's been very kind in the chat about my set on Thursday.
There's no reason why it wouldn't be good, surely.
Right.
Well, things always go wrong every single time I play, but
it's whether it goes wrong enough that anybody notices.
No, generally that's a no. Funnily enough, I don't know how. Even when I was like going to the back of the stage to find the MIDI lead that I hadn't plugged in yet, I was just like, it's like not a modular set. And they're like patching stuff in because I forgot. I'm like, oh, the synth noise has not come in. I'm like, I wonder why. I'm like, oh yeah.
That old chestnut.
Yeah. Indeed.
That one. There you go. There you go.
Ah, that's looking sweet. Tell you've done that before.
I may have done it once or twice, yes. I fear.
I like the fact that you didn't even appear to mark out where the holes were. You just like in. There you
Oh,
go.
I've got no idea where they go.
Yeah.
So I don't have to worry too much about that.
Well, I suppose the ribbed panel helps as well, doesn't it? You can
Well,
at least get them lined
Because
up.
it's like 145, which is that.
Yeah.
That's 145 from the end.
West
that's
side.
And then it's just thumbnail to knuckle. And that works on all keyboards.
Yeah. Lovely
I have
empirical
MIDI.
measurements.
It's like the foot measurement, using your foot.
Exactly. If it was good enough for the caveman, it's good enough for me.
Yeah. Hey, Jim, is your rig pretty much the same, or have you changed it at all?
It's pretty much the same as last time. So, yeah. I still have to work out how it's all put together every time I try and explain it to someone.
Yeah.
So the SHO1A goes into the CE20 chorus that goes into the Specular Tempest reverb. The output of that goes into the input of the Analog 4.
Mm-hmm.
The output of the Analog 4 goes into the input of the Digitone. Then the output of the Digitone goes into one side of the Octatrack. And then I've got the output of the NTS1 goes into the Digitact. The output of the Digitact goes into the Autobit Junior pedal, and the output of that goes into the other side of the Octatrack. And then the Octatrack main outs go into the analog heat.
Well,
Yeah,
there's an Auto Junior? I didn't know there was a Junior set.
Yeah, Autobit Junior. Yeah, and then it goes through a radial passive DI. It's all kind of there and mostly wired up. But yeah, it's a lovely setup. But I might be adding to it with a certain synth.
Something portable, I imagine.
No, something very not portable.
Oh my God.
unfortunately. Yeah, it's madness. I shouldn't really do it, but it's one of these things, and I might even get it to replace the SHO1A, just in order to sort of keep the number of things down. But I'll just have to see how I can do that. But yeah, we'll see. I'll keep you posted on it anyway.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Something's in the mix in eBay at the minute. So I'm just waiting to hear back from someone. Yeah, I think I did lose Robbie there. I think he just zoned out. Yeah, and the MIDI side's even more convoluted for that setup. So I've got the Digitone. One channel on the Digitone is doing the MIDI for the NTS1, and one MIDI channel on Digitact is doing the SHO1A. And everything else is just kind of, everything else is just kind of synced up. And Robbie's come back to life now.
Sorry, no, I
just
was
bored you to death. Yeah.
no. I had my wife seeking permission to buy some rather expensive clothing. The thing is, I can't say no when I've just spent like 1,700 quid on a TX-16. So, yeah.
Okay.
It sounds like my back first thing in the morning.
Oh God, it's got to be one of these. Right, so we got a stuck VCA on one of the voices.
Bring it here, Jack.
Oh, yeah. Actually, I think that was my back. Ah, man. I found a video of old Brooksy's Pro 1 after I fixed it. See what I've done, sound bloody nice. Which one of these cards? Oh, that's interesting. Let's look at that first. Why is that working backwards? Oh, I know why. I think I know why. Yeah, it's gone very quiet here, isn't it? Everybody's gone. They're supposed to be keeping me entertained while I work. Because of the way this thing's set up. I can't.
They were going to take off? Oh, man.
Hey?
They just left you, huh?
Yeah, there's free donuts going, I think, somewhere. And they bugged out. Right. Got a hanging BCA here somewhere.
So you just adding MIDI to that thing, or are you doing other stuff?
Yeah, there's a couple of issues on it. He said there was, but I thought I'd get the MIDI in it first anyway, so it's out of my hair. Now we'll just find out what these little issues are. One of them seems to be there's one voice card that's hanging. Which is a little weird, to say the least. Orange wire, yeah, let's try to sustain. The violet. Yeah, we did all that anyway, that's all done. Need to isolate this. Yeah. 8.5 line. Should do with one of them, I think. There we go. That's sorted. Right, everybody's gone, but not gone.
I was playing hide and seek.
Yeah.
Is that your only thing to fix today? Your only project?
Well, there's a couple of other things that to get done that were even more urgent than this was. But they're done. I'm just left with this bloody thing. Just finish this off and get back inside.
Yeah.
So I was kind of hoping it wasn't going to have too many issues, but it has. So, got to find out which voice card is hanging.
Is that the most common thing, the voice cards?
Yeah, on the 60s, yeah, there'll be something wrong with the voice card here or there.
But nothing as notorious as the 106, Juno 106.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, when that plays 6 notes in a row, it's sort of like, bloody hell. Oh, I unplugged it, didn't I? Twat. I'm sitting there waiting for it to turn on. Let's try that. Right, there's a hanging note. And then it stops anyway. Well, let's do it.
That sounds like Funny Cat.
All right, well, another thing it's doing is Portmanteau is on all the time, regardless. Which is a bit. It might have something to do with the interaction with the mini kit. Let's check this out. 2 ping, yeah. Where's that? I don't see that one at all. What are they on about?
Your dog's hanging out with you?
No, they like staying warm.
Oh, your shop is cold?
Well, it's not that when it gets a bit crowded like this, when I've got 7 or 8 different machines to do at once, and it's a bit difficult for them to walk around. I don't think they particularly like having to step over stuff.
Oh, sure, yeah.
So they just go out, go back out, and there's more chance of getting biscuits and tidbits when they're in the front row.
Yeah, you're not busy.
Yeah, they cut their losses and just put the best in there.
Save it up for later, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so what? So
Who says dogs aren't smart?
Yeah, absolutely. They know exactly what they're doing. Right, let's consult this a moment. Okay.
So, Walgo, did you watch the first Picard yet?
No, I haven't seen it yet.
Are you watching those at all? The new ones?
I watched season 1.
Because the new ones are just god awful, but they did improve it as they had to because it was a disaster. But
Right. Because the season 1 sort of like waiting for something to happen.
well, it's just they just changed. They had a lot of peripheral characters nobody cares about. They changed the whole spirit of the character himself, what
Yeah.
Picard acts, and also changed the entire world. They made the Star Trek future look bleak and miserable like we have now. It's like, stop making allegories just to get your agenda out there, and let's just make it what it was. It was a nice future to look forward to.
Yeah.
It's not people watching TV and addicted to drugs. I mean, literally, that's what's happening in the Picard series, and people, rioting and all kinds of stuff. I'm like, that was supposed to be over.
Yeah, it was supposed to be. But Star Trek starting to get a bit dark.
Yeah, but it's literally dark too. All the sets are dark. You can't see anything. It's like, isn't this a hazard? Having such dark rooms everywhere.
Well, suddenly Star Trek, you had things like bars and people getting into fights and people who had fallen out of society and were in rags living on the street. And it just happened to coincidentally happen after the first season of Babylon 5.
Yeah.
And so they go, oh, we like this. We'll nick that, which is not the first thing they've nicked anyway from Babylon 5.
It's just unnecessarily dark. I mean, I like all kinds of dark stuff, and of course, Lord of the Rings is quite dark, but Trek wasn't that way, and now they're making it that way because Alex Kurtzman and crew think it's cool, and it's like, no, it's pathetic. They already had a good path, and
yeah. Well, the thing about Trek was it was supposed to be escapism, but if they're trying to make it like everybody's lives already,
social commentary and stuff. Yeah,
it's sort of like food banks with warp drive. That's all it is.
And it's true this modern submarines can be fairly dark if they're going for the submarine approach.
Yeah.
But I mean, other than cinematically, there's no reason to make it so damn dark.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in a universe where they have replicators and Christ knows what else, why is there people going without?
Yeah.
So I'm not getting that.
It was totally counter to what Roddenberry was pushing out there.
Yeah.
Well, I watched episode 1 of season 3 Picard last night and thought it's off to a cracking start.
Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised, I have to say, to a certain extent.
Yeah, so.
Well, it's like I said, the first season that I watched was sort of like waiting for something to happen, And when the second season started, I got better things to do than wait for things to happen some more. So I'll get back to it when
season 2 is. Season 1 was a little bit slow, I felt, but nice. It was a kind of a gentle thing. And then season 2 really kind of cracked on and ramped it all up. A lot of action, a lot of good characters, good storylines, and then this one got off to a cracking start, and it does feel like they've always thought this is going to be 3 seasons long, and what we're going to do in the third and final season is we're going to bring the band back together.
Yeah,
and we've had we had glimpses of Riker and Troy in, was it 1 or 2? It might have been 1. Just little nods to, season 2 was all about well, it's all about, but it featured Whoopi Goldberg. I can't remember what the fucking hell's the name of the character. But yeah, so they, it's just like little bits here, little nods to the thing, whereas this one's just going to be full on Next Generation reunion. They're pretty much all going to be there.
Guinan?
Sorry?
Guinan?
Yeah, Guinan, that's the one. Yeah.
Guinan?
Yeah. But so the Forge is there, and Data's there, but it's not Data. It's Data's in inverted commas brother. It's like another version of that. Yeah, because that part of Picard established that the guy that was working on artificial intelligence and sentient androids, it was the visual
Dr. Thumb.
Brent Spiner. So so it's looking good, and shame we can't binge. You have to wait every bloody week. But we've got Last of Us Part 6 tomorrow, so that should be good.
Well, sometimes it's good that you can't binge. I mean, Fiona had me watching the whole of season 1 of Broadchurch. I go, darling, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. I have to go to work. You know this, don't you? Oh, just one more. Should we start season 2? No. No, stop. Leave me alone. I want to die quietly in the corner. Well, this is bloody weird.
Anyway, I've got to go and be social for a little bit, so I will pop back later.
All right, then.
I'm sure they'll be here. Maybe we'll get some more attendees. There you go. I'll post the link up one more time. There you go. And I will see you shortly after I've consumed a bit of wine.
Indeed.
I look a bit pale. I'm doing a Ben at the moment.
You need more grappa, mate.
I had a new bottle delivered today. Yay.
There you go. That's why.
All the while it's 38 quid a bottle. I'll have some of that.
You've got to have the grappa, sunshine.
Mm-hmm.
Don't deny it.
That's it. Right. See you in a bit, guys.
All right, dear.
Bye. Oh, hang on. No, I've just thought.
What?
If I leave the studio, is that because I fight? No, it should be.
If
okay.
you launched it, he loses control, right? But it can stay on. It just can't add people.
No, it's Kent's account, and Kent's already signed in upstairs.
Oh, so I am. Where am I?
You are, yeah. So, I don't know. Hang on. Shall I try it? There's only one way to find out. Or I don't want to hog a space. Or shall I just leave? Shall I just leave myself there, but turned off? I'll tell you what I'll do. Hang on. I can do this. I can remove myself from the show.
Oh yes, yeah.
Without being on screen. Yeah, I'll do that. And then I think it would be okay, but I don't want to knock it off. If you know what I mean.
I think so.
Indeed. Okay. I'll see you later.
All right. See you in a minute.
Bye.
Bye. There you go. Weird looking at the studio from here. Right. Let's see what we got. Oh, what happened to Jim?
Or maybe the cat. The cat needed something. Oh, it's funny that the new track they got the TNG fonts going. They got the TNG cast coming back.
Yeah.
It's major fan service now. The music cues are coming back. They got new music guy to do the music. So they know where their bread is buttered, it seems, but we'll see what happens.
Why is it hanging? That much release. Don't get it at all. Don't understand why it's doing that. Let's have a look. It should be turning off. Okay, I see. Go to there. Try that. Yeah, if this would make any difference. That works. Okay. Right. Okay. So it's got something to do with the switches. Okay, let's have a look. Be glad when this is done. Hello, Siri. Do you want to come in? Sitting there very dutifully. You come in? Come in. Come on in. Good girl. Go in that side. Yeah, I know. There's a lot of room, is there?
So the dog won't step on a circuit board.
Yeah, no, she's good with the technology, this one.
Yeah, you trained her well.
Yeah, she just been brought up with it. Yeah, you want to cuddle? I can tell. Come on then. Come on. Give me a cuddle. Come on, I'll sit up properly. Here. Come on in. Come on. See? Just cuddle. There you go. There you go. Oh, there you go. Good girl. You gonna sit over here? Yeah, come in there. Come in there. I'll let your dad finish this off. Oh. We can go all back upstairs and everything will be nice again. Oh, don't ask to go back out again. You just come in, woman. Right, that one in there. And this one in here. Hi, Nels. One in here as well now, yeah. Right, there we go. Should be those two. Right, socket set. So I need 7. That one. 8. Bloody hell. 8 to this one.
Are you doing now, taking a board out or screwing it back together?
I'm just doing up these the switch and set button now. I'm on the other side. Just tightening them up. And then floating around all over the Sure. Okay. And the small one, which is a 7, is it, or an 8? That's a 7. Here we go, lovely. Ah, now, I think that might be pretty much it now. Ah. See what it sounds like. And then, okay, that's all good. Now, hello. We can fit the dynamic unison, and we are done. We can go in. How freaking hot is that?
Do you mostly just tune it by ear like that, or just do a quick test, or do you do
I'll
complex?
I'll put the Peterson on this, and do all the cards. But I normally leave them on for about 20 minutes before giving them a tune.
Yeah.
So, there you go. Bloody pairing you have to do these wires. Hang it back.
Damn, headphones fell off.
What else has been going on, bud? Anything new and interesting?
Not so much. Just watching lots of Manny's experimental streams and stuff. Got me interested in doing some more wacky generative stuff lately. It wasn't modular necessarily. So
I
I did a couple.
one put up, I think it was today. I think it was today put it up. Of the bar.
Yeah, he was doing that last night. So after that, I went and did a second little live stream with a bunch of random bits and Krell patches. I got two things that can do a Krell patch: the vocal modular and the Zero Coast.
Okay.
Slightly different versions of Krell patch, and then Pico System 3, which is basically like a West Coast Erica Synth little thingy. It's out low pass gates and all kinds of bucket brigade and a bunch of other stuff in it. Did some weird crap in that thing, and then used the Erebus version 3.
Yeah. Doing
some weird stuff on there, and just mixing things, tweaking things, just letting it kind of go nuts, and then some effects, various effects. That I got. I don't know if you've seen those Electrix modules that came out of Canada. They're like 19-inch racks that are very shallow.
Yeah.
And they're like a wedge, so they can sit on a table or go in a rack. And the beauty of those things, this is the one called the MoFX, but I also have the warp, filter warp, whatever the hell it's called, and the other one that does the God, I'm trying to blank on the goddamn name. But anyway, the three main ones you can get. And what's clever about them is they're pretty good at going off the rails. Not only can you dial in your standard stuff with feedback and various mixing parameters and stuff, but they have regeneration buttons, LFO sync or tempo sync buttons. So there's a common tempo section,
Okay.
and you can lock each section to the tempo or not, or mix and match. And they also have these quick buttons that are really springy, and those are momentary switches.
Oh, okay.
So you can dial in all this crazy stuff and to perform the effects. So do it on beat, or do it some weird cadence, or do it, hold it for a little bit, let it go, whatever you want to do with it. And it really adds a lot of dynamism and interesting stuff to a basic
Okay.
patch or sequence.
Yeah.
And so you can take a fairly mundane ostinato or some other kind of a pattern, arpeggio pattern or something, or generative thing that's kind of, even though it's semi-random, it's basically repeating a lot of the same shit. And you can add some flavor by these momentary buttons.
Yeah.
It's quite cool, actually.
Oh,
And I've had them for a while, and I haven't used them. So I'm like, hey, I should probably use one of these things. This is perfect because it's a performative thing. All these momentary buttons are screaming to be performed.
yeah.
And so many effects units can't do that. You put it on, or you put it off, or you turn it up or turn it down. But there's none of this dynamic, you are the gate kind of thing. So it's kind of nice to have a little human gate action on the effects.
Yeah. There again, though, like you say, if I had £1 for everything that I've bought that I haven't really used yet,
Oh yeah.
I'd be a rich person.
Well, again, that's what's so great about the hardware jam, since I've been doing it.
Yeah, exactly.
Just like a year, was it now like a year and a half already, something like that. It forces me to go, hey, I haven't used that for a while. That might be good for this based on the challenge requirements.
Yeah.
And then just force me to pull junk out and just use it. So I don't feel so guilty anymore.
Inside the 60 fun.
I mean, I still have more. Oh, nice.
But no wonder we can come. I probably would look better that way.
Those wires.
Yeah.
Smokes.
It's quite.
Rainbow pasta.
Yes. So I've got to tap off the gates off of this board. So.
Do the colors make sense, or they just did it to keep them separate?
No, there's a certain degree of sense in it in certain places. So, like the gates will run, brown, red, orange, yellow, blue, green. Like the resistor color codes. So that a green would be channel 5 and that kind of thing. But in other areas, in a sense, it doesn't mean anything at all. It's just there to confuse the hell out of people.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of both. Because there's only the 9 colours in it. So no matter how many wires there are, there's only the 9 colours. Just to be annoying. So I've got to cut in where these gates go in. Some of these wires have got to come out.
Don't worry, Keith. I'm not pulling that junk out. It's I don't have an OnlyFans channel, so.
Right, so
I'm not that desperate for money, even though it probably wouldn't make much money. So.
Yeah.
Although these days with so many freaks out there, you never know what's going to be popular.
Well,
it could be completely repulsive. This is great. The best thing I've ever seen. It's like John Waters movies and stuff.
Yeah. Right, that's gate 9. So which one do I need? Is this cable? Right, this is the one that will feed the gates to the Unison mod. Gate 1. Gate 1, thank you. Piss around here. So even trying to make, I used to make the wires match the original ones as well. Stops you from losing where the hell you are. It also makes it easier for other people to work on if they're about to fix anything because they'll see this upgrade and go, oh, what the hell is this?
Yeah.
What does it do? How does it work? But, keeping the color coding the same, it kind of becomes self-explanatory. I don't get that 3 o'clock in the morning phone call.
Do you think Yamaha still has guys who know how to work on these?
No, I don't
Yeah.
think so. The last of the good guys was at Yamaha UK. It would have been Dusty Miller, and he was with them actually from very early on. I think he was a freelance mobile repairer for CS80s, and he went to work at Nemo in the end. And so he'd be repairing one CS80. Well, thank God he was using another one in the studio.
It's like the bridge, you paint it, and by the time you're done, you have to go back and paint it.
Yeah, literally, he'd be calibrating them, and then the one that's in the studio had gone out of tune, and then he'd just wheel in the one he'd just done and wheel the old one out.
Wow.
Because the early ones were unstable. They did get a very bad rep, the very first ones. But by the time they finished production, we're talking about what? Serial number 1750, something like that. They were brilliant. You could just turn them on and play them, and they'd be in tune.
So there were mods for the early ones that made them all stable.
What Yamaha were doing, they were giving away 3 sets of VCOs.
Yeah.
The new updated VCOs to all the CS80 owners to put into their synth. But of course, a lot of people didn't know, no internet. And they didn't know the Yamaha were doing this, and they were just struggling with the old VCO still.
Interesting.
Yeah, so go, my friend. 8 of these.
Yeah, I know. And I had one of the first things I bought on eBay. My brother told me about it. I was like, "Oh, why'd you show me this?" Because now I'm going to start buying all the stuff I ever wanted in high school and in college and stuff that I drooled over, couldn't afford. And I was so dumb, I wasn't even looking at the vintage stuff. I was just looking at the stuff I knew about.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, like guys like Richard Devine are going to pawn shops and buying mini moogs for $300. I'm like, God, I'm an idiot. But who knew, right? So
it's a wonderful thing, is it not?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I know that one, mate.
But I went to eBay and I found like the Kurzweil K1000. I wanted that. I could afford it still. It wasn't like the $3,000, whatever it was when it came out, and it wasn't the 15, 16K of the K250. It was, I don't know, $700 or something like that with a case. I look, that's a steal, right?
Yeah.
I get it. Looks great, in perfect shape. Turn it on, hit a few keys. Oh, great. I'm gonna have to play this later. About a month later, I go, okay, now I have time to play it. Oh, a bunch of these keys aren't working. Oh, they're not working in zones. That's even worse. What is going on here? So finally I contact Kurzweil and I say, hey, this is old stuff. Do you guys have anyone that knows anything about this? Oh yeah, we got this guy. Hold on. and some guy had been there forever. He goes, oh yeah, what you have with these contacts that go bad. And so I'll sell you a bunch of the, I guess they're carbon contacts or some kind of contact thingy.
Yeah.
You have to take the damn thing apart and replace all the contacts.
God.
I'm like, well, I'm not really up for that, but since these are still hard to find and at this price, and maybe I will. So I ordered the set of contacts. But by the time I had started taking the board apart, got the contacts, and again had the time to do it, I forgot how to put it back together. And I probably misplaced a few parts here and there. So I ended up with this thing all taken apart, all messed up. And I'm like, you know what? I'm really not interested anymore. So when I moved my apartment, I left it outside as one of those like free to take, but it was all messed up. Now, if the case weren't so damn big, I could have chopped the key bed off and used it as a massive module. But it was a 76 key case. It was a big ass case.
Oh bloody hell! Yeah, they're big size, aren't they?
It's a dopey module, right? It's a big box. So luckily, I found a rack mat later that was close enough. It was the K1200 rack, which is missing some of the sounds because they upgraded the ROMs and stuff. So I eventually found the PX1000, which has the original shit in it, and I was pretty happy. And then last year, I find a perfectly wonderful K1000 at my favorite used store for like 250. So I'm like,
Oh.
hey, I'm back where I started with one that actually works. So I just love their sound set. I know it's dated in so many ways, but it was so well done at the time. I think a lot of the sounds still hold up.
Well, I've still got a quite a soft spot for I think it's preset 52, which is smooth guitar. It's a, I think it was in the K2000,
Mm.
and it was still in the 2700. I don't know if it was the same patch number anymore, but yeah, it was called smooth guitar or smooth jazz. Or
Oh yeah.
It's just a lovely, lovely, lovely
Sure.
twang sound. Really, really love it. And I would dig out Mike Kurtzwell again just for that sound.
Well, just like the choirs are iconic. The strings are
Yeah.
pretty damn good for the time. The piano was
Yeah.
amazing for the time.
Yeah.
And all the weird stuff like the patch for there's some arpeggiator patches on there even. There's a fun one called Klaus.
Yeah.
That's quite interesting. And a great one with the choir called Ligeti, which does those creepy like stuff from The Shining kind of choir stuff.
Yeah.
And it's all automated with like LFOs and stuff. So it is so cool to play that, and just it's perfect for horror movies and Halloween stuff like that.
You've got that one where you push a key and you get like literally the whole of opening track of Dark Side of the Moon.
Yeah.
On one key on my KG. It's sort of like, wow, this thing is just so intuitive. And it's really
And they had some synth. I mean, they're all samples, but they had synth tones in there as well.
Yeah.
You could work with a little bit. They had some editing you could do, but the editing was very difficult. So luckily, a guy in the early 2000s, maybe late 90s, sometime, just came up with this app called Curl, Kurle. It was a Mac app, and he made a Windows version called Curl Win. You probably still find it online, and it lets you fully edit the K1000 series modules.
All right.
So there is an editor librarian thingy for it, but this is third-party thing some guy made for free, I think it was, or cheap, like $10 or whatever.
Yeah.
And that was really cool because then you could go in there and really dive in, just like the Pro Data Map that came out for all the command stations and the Proteus 2000 racks and stuff.
Yeah.
As much as I love hardware and want to stay in the moment with the hardware, some of these apps really let you just dive in and go crazy with the stuff that was just too hard to use with the ship in a bottle approach with the tiny window and too much stuff inside. So
well, that Vast engine, mate. I mean, it's like, oh god.
Oh, that's a whole other matter. The Vast.
Feel like, oh my god, this is very aptly named.
I barely scratched any of that stuff.
Yeah.
I saw how much potential it had, and I was like, "This is so much fun! I can't wait!" And then I just got on other stuff. So I never edited any Vast stuff. Really.
But you'd move parameters, but you weren't quite sure what the hell you were going to get.
Yeah.
Sort of like, well, just sort of like what you really wanted on the front was just a random button or something.
Yeah, exactly. That's why the Sound Tower, I loved their stuff for years. They only have so many apps for so many synths, but they had they don't think they made because Curl One was out, they didn't make a Kurzweil 1000 one. They did make, I think they had a K2000 one. I have to double check, but one of their editors for the Korg O&W, which was one of my favorite Romplers, they had patch genetics. The first time I ever saw patch genetics in anything. And it wasn't just a randomizer, and it wasn't just like, oh, pick a couple things. It was like a whole laundry list of things you can mix and match, spin the dice, and it would only tweak those parameters. It would give you a list immediately of like 128 patches. You zip through them really quickly, find the good ones, delete the old ones, and you immediately generated dozens and dozens, maybe even hundreds of patches with this crazy patch genetics algorithm where you just keep iterating the patches and saving what's good and randomize it and do this and that. And it's like, God, that was so much fun and it was so easy. Makes you wonder why there weren't some more good sound libraries people were trying to sell for that thing, because it was so easy to make crazy stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I've had some very weird sounding shit coming out of my K2000 before now. why and how I couldn't. Just didn't know how I did it. Just pushing buttons and changing values and just see what happens. Right, we're back to this before we go.
And even Dave Smith worked with them too. They made some really great editors for the Tetra, Mofo, and the Poly Evolver. There's a Sound Tower Poly Evolver app, which is amazing. It even runs on iPad.
Oh.
And it's so cool because, again, it's a deep, deep synth.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of panel controls, but there's a whole lot more under the hood that people don't realize. And when I started using that app, there's like an ARP builder and all kinds of really cool sections. It's completely off the rails. It's bonkers. And that's good, right? You want to have new ground to tread. You don't want to get the same old shit over and over again.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, it did get like that. I mean, for a lot of the polysynths that was coming across, they were sounding very much like polysynths before.
Yeah.
It's like just getting a newer one.
And people bitch like, oh, it's only 4 voices. You know what? I play chords and another, like a bass or whatever. I can deal with 4 voices. I'm okay with it. I know it's better to have 5 or 6 or 8 or whatever, but you know what? I'm not going to bitch because it sounds amazing and it's fun to use.
Yeah.
So now I've learned later on to extend it because the Poly Evolver racks are impossible to get. They're harder to get than a Fismo or anything else out there because they just didn't make enough of them, and everyone who knew what they were gobbled them up and never sold them again.
Yeah.
Because if you stack 2 of those with the Poly Evolver, now you've got 12 voices.
Right.
And but there's a workaround. If you buy a bunch of Evolver desktops, which you can, for a while, I could find pretty cheap. I get them for like $350, $400.
Yeah.
Polychain those, and I've got more voices.
Oh.
One caveat is, though, they have to be the same ROM version from what I found out. So I have a couple that are not, they're different versions. So I have to still order, luckily you can still order the ROM chips from Sequential for the Evolvers. And could put them all on version 3, whatever the hell the ROM is now. And then I can have, I have 4 Evolver desktops. Yeah. So now I can do 8 voice polyphony if I want to.
No, okay.
It's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
But it's funky because it's 3 things with cables going everywhere, and then I have to use a submixer because there's no way to route the audio through the Poly Evolver. So it's a hack, but it does work.
Right. Okay.
The other thing too is funny is I don't know why, but Evolver desktop and Evolver synth were hotter signals than the Poly Evolver, I think.
Yeah.
For some reason. So you also have to worry about that as you jump between patches. If you didn't set them right, you might get some volume tweaks you have to do.
Got you.
But so what? It's like what thing doesn't have problems, right?
Right, I've got to figure out where I'm going to put a switch for this little fella. I'm sure he's going to want one. At the end of the day. But not quite sure where, why, or whom. Can I use one of the old existing switches? No, probably not. Oh, I'll have to figure that out. I'll have to figure that out.
So how do you budget your time at all, or you just have a flat rate for your repairs?
It's kind of holistic, really.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of the repairs I do are pretty simple and quick. So I've got like an 85 quid minimum fee, and so I do a lot of machines then for the 85 quid, and it can normally take between an hour or 2 hours. But sometimes they take 20 minutes. It depends.
Sure.
So it's all swings and roundabouts, really. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So, I mean, as long as you're not cheating yourself, that's the important thing.
Well, Yeah, but I mean, the only reason I'm still working down here at the moment tonight is because I promised them that I get it sorted for them for Monday morning, and also that if I did get it for them for Monday morning, they would definitely come on to the Process Network show.
Yeah.
So
Nice.
yeah, so
Quid pro quo.
yeah, exactly so. So yeah, whatever it takes, isn't it?
Hey, your dog was just photobombing. That was great.
All right, sis. I haven't got anything for you to have, sweetie. I'm sure there's some sweeties up in the front room, but I think your mum will have access to them. We might have at the moment. Mm-hmm.
Is that so? That's a black lab, right? Or is it a mix?
No, she's an Andalusian.
Oh, interesting.
She is from Spain. Well,
Yeah.
So
Just like your little buddy Noah, right?
Yeah, exactly. It was the same rescue centre had them.
Nice.
So yeah, she was found at the side of the road in a plastic bag.
Oh.
2 days old, with her other 8 siblings.
Oh no.
Well, their brothers and sisters, all in the same bag, left at the side of the road. This woman saw this bag twitching around, a little dustbin liner. Opened it up, and there's these tiny little things.
Yeah.
So I mean, the rescue centre, bless them. I mean, they've done all the hard work because what I got when she arrived was a healthy little puppy, weren't you? And you've been a big pain in the ass since, haven't you?
Yeah, it's weird because there are a lot of rescues around. My brother's wife's cousin. They rescued a dog from either Shanghai or Taiwan. I can't remember, but some kind of rescues go all over the world for this stuff, and it was a kind of an underweight lab that was kind of it had the 1,000-yard stare. Poor thing had been through a lot.
Yeah,
it would just stand in the room and just kind of look awkwardly after the distance once in a while.
Yeah,
even though it's got it's weird when you pet it. It's getting all the food it needed, the warmth, the love it could take. But it was very standoffish and weird. And I was always trying to give it some attention because I love dogs, and it just was just an odd dog. And in the end, the poor thing got some horrible cancer and died at a young age.
Well,
so
we had this with Charlie when we got him because he was very, very distant and wasn't sure what he was supposed to do. He wasn't quite sure about am I allowed to come into this room? Am I allowed to do this? He was quite a mess, and he was very timid because of it. And like I say, it's taken 2 years.
Yeah.
Of his shell. But we got there in the end, thank God. But yeah, I mean, you see, they make lovely dogs, lovely pets, they really do.
Yeah.
No two ways about it.
I mean, cats are a lot of fun too, but they just have their own thing. They're like, I don't like you, I'm leaving right now. Leave me alone. Which is kind of cool, right? Some people get insulted by that, but it's funny because it's just like, I don't need you. I'm done.
Yeah, but the cats I've had have been very sort of like want to be around all the time. Weirdly,
Yeah, I've had a mixed bag. I had one that used to fetch like a dog. You could throw a rolled up Kleenex and bring it back to you.
There you go. Right, I think I've got to call it enough. That's enough for now. Down here, I'm done. I'm roasted. Been at it all day. Right, so dynamic unison's in, MIDI's in. Those little bits and pieces are fixed.
If you want to see a funny cat thing, because of course the internet's full of them, but there's this guy, all the science channels and stuff I look at, and weird stuff on YouTube. I ran across this guy. It's called the Slivkey Show. I think he's in Sweden, but I'm not 100% sure. He has his cat in every episode, this cute little tortoiseshell kind of cat. Always looking at what he's doing because he'll do stuff on the microscope. He'll get weird stuff from China or Japan, and like experiment with it and make. He just did a thing on fake little Japanese pizza made of molecular gastronomy stuff with powders and all that. And the cat's looking and giving its approval of it likes it or doesn't like it. But it's a very funny show the way he delivers it, but also just kind of calming and also educational, informative. It's a very quirky show, the Slivkey show, but it's funny as hell. And the cat is the star of
I
the show.
think I may have seen one or two of them actually.
It's very good. I highly recommend it.
Yeah.
He did one where he just had random box of junk from Alibaba
Oh, right.
and
Well,
did
yeah,
some
he
hit
got
some of the
stuff back
weirdest
from them?
stuff. You know. Uh-oh. We lost him. Come back, Kent. Come back. Shane, come back. Shane. Guess he hit the wrong button. Or the dog stepped on something. Wow. Yes, I'm running it all by myself. I don't know if Jim's coming back or not. I mean, I don't have the most photogenic backdrop because I'm doing work here, but hello, everybody. Gotta have something to look at, I get, even if it's my ugly mug. So, Kent, come back, Kent. Oh, is that what he said? I missed it. Sorry. Thanks, Wagyu. I mean, Jim's still there. He's just muted. Did you guys already give your top filters from today's Ramsey show? I didn't know if I saw the chat that much. I was so busy trying to stay awake and focus on the show. What are your top filters? Throw them in the chat. You want carpet? All right, here's a little bit of carpet for you. Carpet. Color filter 35. I don't think I know that one, or maybe I just don't know it by that name. Is that from the PS3200 or something like that? MS-20 is a fun one though. It's very it's a squelchy bastard. A Salon key filter. It's usually when you order it for the Eurorack, it's called Salon key filter, but pretty interesting. Wasp filter. Steiner Parker is one of my current favorites, just because until that module I showed on Ramsey's show and the Arturia stuff, the Micro Brute, Mini Brute, you couldn't even get the damn thing. It was just a Synthicon thing. It was rare as hen's teeth, but MaxiKorg. Malevolent, yeah. Malevolent's a pretty nice little unit. Pretty nice. Don't worry, no spoilers. Ramsey's an experience. I don't want to spoil anything for you. You just have to watch it. Hello, Steve. I don't have any synth right here, otherwise I would do some show and tell. Well, except for my phone. Plenty of cool apps on the phone. He's back. Oh, that's where he went to the studio. Makes sense. Studio time. All right.
Studio time.
In the Stu studio. That was a Paul Schaefer joke on a Letterman episode once. They were just talking about Phil Collins.
Yeah.
I say, "Hey Paul, where were you last weekend?" I was in the Stu studio. Pretty bad joke.
Man. Oh, my knees. Oh, done.
Yeah, sucks getting old.
I'm on my knees all day. It does tend to tell. After about, 12, 13, 14 hours on my knees.
At least you're on your knees by choice. Some people aren't.
Yeah, sure. And that's shit funny as well, because my back feet are sort of like folded on the top of each other
Yeah,
with my arse on it. I've done it since I was a kid.
yeah.
So, but yeah, 12 hours though.
Yeah.
It
Well, they
hurts.
have those that Japanese way of sitting where you sit on your feet for
Yeah.
long periods of time. I did that many times when I was there the first time,
Yeah,
just to fit in, because I go, "This is how you're supposed to sit at the table." All right, fine, whatever. God
Yeah.
damn, my feet are killing me. This is terrible. I don't know
Yeah,
how they
that's-
do it. It's-
yeah. No, that's how I on my knees and feet, instead of being sticking out the back like that,
yeah.
they're folded like that.
All right.
So
Okay.
you turn your feet and then you can sit
Yeah.
on
Like a frog. Yeah.
like a frog. Yeah, and I've always done it like that, and I can do it for long periods of time. Thank God. It's just as well because the benches in the workshop are just full of shit. So
Sure.
There's nowhere to work anyway. Plus, I mean, a CSAT. I mean, you got to have a big bench.
Oh yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So
You need a teenage engineering table.
yeah, that's what I'm. That's
That's
what
what
I'm
it's for.
lacking.
It's extra strong.
Dear me.
Yeah, my knees are kind of jacked up from many years of water polo. Those egg beaters where you're treading water
Mm-hmm.
for hours on end just totally do your knees in over time. You get it from impact as well and daily whatever, but that repetitive motion for that joint, it's not really, even though we can do it and you don't have a problem when you're a kid, you do feel it when you get older if you've done it long enough.
Yeah.
Cartilage just is not happy. And then I used to run a bunch, and I actually tore a meniscus on my right knee.
Mm.
Actually heard it snap, and just kind of ignored it, thinking, it'd probably be all right,
Yeah.
whatever. Meanwhile, it's like one of the worst circulated parts of your body is around the cartilage.
Yeah.
So it doesn't heal very well, and you get like scar cartilage and particles flying around. I finally got my knee done by a guy who did football stuff for the 49ers and the Raiders. And he went in with a little thing. It looked like a little weed whacker.
Mm.
And, went through and cut off all the torn up hanging bits of cartilage. I got the cool video of it from my surgery.
Yeah.
And then he sucked up some of the little loose floating particles because it looks like a Dr. Jacques Cousteau Sea Adventure with all the stuff floating around in the synovial fluid. And so my knee was much better afterward, but it'll never be the same.
Mm.
It's one of the problems is where it tore. You got a little of the condyle on condyle bone action, rubbing, and so he had to basically go in with this kind of like a little micro pointy hammer thing, like that, and it's all bleeding, right? And that's to encourage scar cartilage as a skin.
Oh, okay.
And so that helped, but it was sore for a year. My knee just bothered me for a whole year after that surgery, but then it was much better. So
Yeah. Well, 9 times out of 10, they do have to get worse before they get better, don't they?
yeah, and of course I'm aggravating it because I was still working at the zoo at the time, and talk about bending and reaching. I'm reaching the raccoon cage, tweaking at weird angles, having to bend down and do all these weird things at different pressure points.
Yeah.
And my knee would be screaming some days because, I'm putting a lot of weight on a weird angle. It's just very unpleasant.
Mm.
So, and I'd stopped running because I didn't want to make it worse. So I had to go elliptical. Elliptical was my thing of choice, which is a fun little machine.
Hmm. Yeah. Oh, well. I mean, I can be on my knees for 8 hours, not a problem. But then 10 to 12, not so great.
Yeah. Well, it's a good thing because you probably shouldn't be. It's really rough on your knees.
Yeah.
You put like those little gardening pads down or anything?
Oh yeah, I got this little blanket thing that it's folded multiple times. It's nice and soft actually, and I put that on the floor and kneel on it. But there's enough of it for a dog to lay out beside
that's
me.
nice.
As well. Yeah. So.
But try those little foam gardening pads. They're like an inch thick.
Yeah, when other puppies. Yeah. Now, funnily
That's
enough,
awesome.
I still need to have. If I just kneel on something with just my knees, I find it really, really uncomfortable. It's got to be the whole
Oh wow.
length, and then I'm fine.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna have a sip of Java to bring me back to life.
That's the elixir of the gods. Yes.
Oh yeah. So yeah, but to get oh God, I forgot his name.
Coffee will help.
Yeah, it's what it's supposed to. Anyway, Orbital.
Carl.
No, Tom.
No, Tom. So I'm thinking of the other guys.
Tom. Oh, God's sake.
I forgot. Is it brothers? Orbital's brothers?
Oh, is it? Or is that's
I'm so bad with some of those groups. I forgot.
it's Chemical Brothers, isn't it?
No, there were two. Isn't there a duo is that the Orb? I know one of those groups is the brothers, I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tom.
So we have
Paul.
chat.
Yeah, it's Paul, isn't it? Thank you, Steve. Yeah, it's Paul Hartnell. Thank you.
Hartnell. Oh, yeah. Okay. That rings a bell.
So where the hell am I going with Tom? That's Chemical, isn't it? Chemical Brothers is Tom, and we have a visitor. Hello, darling.
Hello, young men.
Yes, quite young.
I've been watching and listening to this for about 20 minutes, and so I was watching you repair something or finish repairing something.
Yeah.
And then you mentioned Orbital. Funnily enough, I've listened to their album today because I bought the special edition. So, as far as I know, Paul writes all the material.
Right.
I think that's still the case. And when you said Tom, did you mean Tom Rowland from the Chemical Brothers?
Tom. Yeah.
Yeah. The album's all right. It's probably the first time Orbital have done that many collaborations on one album, because 8 of the 10 tracks feature other artists. Because normally on an Orbital album, you'll get 1 or 2 vocalists. Not on this one. So that was quite interesting. 1 or 2 of them really stick out. Jason from Sleaford Mods, because of his voice and because he's always really aggressive in his rap. That sticks out. And there's another track called Home. And I think I know the vocalist is. She's got a really distinctive kind of baritone. It's really unusual when you hear a woman with a really rich, sonorous voice, because most women tend to sing in the upper register, but she's got a really strong voice, almost like, Kent, you'll remember, Cleo Lane.
Oh, yeah.
She sounds like her, but a younger version of her. Fucking hell, how could I can just about remember Cleo Lane. Did she used to come on TV with her husband? Doing all that doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo.
Yeah, because wasn't her husband a guitarist or something?
Dankworth. His name was John Dankworth. He was also a conductor. He was basically a jazz band leader. And then I think that's probably how they met. And then all I remember is every time I see him or hear him, it'd just be the two of them, and that was it.
Yeah.
And then obviously some playback or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, this copy's hitting the spot.
Usually does,
Oh yeah.
unless it's crap Starbucks these days.
Yeah, but like I say, that's why I got to get that CS60 done for Paul for Monday.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, because the idea is that if I get it done for him nice and quick, he will be a guest on PSN.
Oh, right. Okay.
That's the deal.
I think your echo cancellation is not working. There's a lot of feedback
On my time.
I think
Yeah.
so. Yeah.
Is that better? No, mute yourself.
Yeah, we'll look at the audio.
Yeah, have a look and see if your echo cancellation is turned off.
Any better? Any worse?
That seems better.
Much
Yeah,
better.
it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, you
Synthetic. So you. Oh, that sounds awful.
what?
At my end, I'm getting a lot of some kind of weird ass kickback. Hang on.
How about
This
now?
one. Right. Synthetic. So you at work?
Working from home because patching servers on patch weekend.
Oh, right.
Good
Are you
fun.
doing it? Sorry, are you doing it virtually? Is it virtual servers?
Yeah, everything we do is all cloud and VMs, vCenter and
Yeah.
stuff. So,
That brings back memories. I was about to say nightmares, but it
well, hey,
brings back-
I mean, with COVID, it was a blessing because other than emergencies in the server room for actual hardware and some other things, I didn't have to do shit for the office for almost 2 years.
wow.
I could just do all remotely. It's awesome.
I know a lot of people who think they're spending more time working from home than they are at the actual offices. That they're-
Yeah, I mean, we got the go ahead to come back about a month ago, roughly.
Were
And of
you
course-
given an option, or was it just you have to come back?
Well, so if you were already there, because the business has to function with we're manufacturing sites. We produce laser diodes, laser bodies, laser products, and all kinds of other peripherals. So obviously, for the company to continue, there were essential workers all through the pandemic. Clean rooms, shipping, manufacturing. More skeleton crew than normal, but a certain amount of people just had to be there. Otherwise, there's no profits and no
Yeah.
service. So, but for everyone else, it was like a paper pusher or an IT person, unless you're a help desk or something like that. You pretty much could do it all remotely. You didn't have to be in the office. And it's the companies run like kind of the old guard, not just how women are often treated there and certain other things going on in the workplace. It's like the old guard. But at the same time, along that same mindset, they're like, "Oh, working from home would be a disaster." And it's like we just proved it's perfectly fine. So they don't like to hear that because they want to be able to micromanage you, keep an eye on you.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you are saving money on building resources by having less people there.
Yeah.
Saving money on electricity, saving money on lots of things.
Yeah.
Because when no one's in an area, the power automatically shuts off in that area for a while. So they must have seen some other gains by people not being in the office. But it's the mindset of like, oh, you have to be here to be doing your work, or you're not doing any work. It's like, fuck that. That's stupid.
Yeah. That transition's still happening now. I mean, I know
Yeah.
in the UK, there's a lot of call centers where people are actually being given the option because of the amount of negative feedback they got from people.
Yeah, I mean, if you
when
blow people
COVID
off, that's bad. But I mean, there's no reason why in a modern time period you can't do most of your stuff from home unless you physically have to touch things.
Yeah. I mean, I've just recently renewed insurance policies for travel. phone contracts, everything. And I think, apart from one phone call, I detected, and I actually, you have a bit of a chat when it takes a long time to process the actual query. They were all working from home, and they all told me that they were actually given the option, if they want to spend 4 days at home and 1 day at work, or, 3, 2. My sister, she spends, I think, 2 days at home or 3. She does a 3-2 split as well. And it works better it's actually for the employees, unless you're, I would say if you're self-employed, it doesn't make that much difference on your tax return. But if you're working for someone and you're on, in the UK, it's pay as you earn and national insurance and everything else. So you keep more of your wages because of the commute, especially in London.
Sure.
You've got to drive to the station sometimes and get on a train and take the tube. So, I mean, my sister was telling me she looks at, when she goes to work and back, it costs her £45 a day.
Yeah.
Which is ridiculous, isn't it, when you think about it?
Yeah, I had a coworker for a while before I changed groups, and he would take just the traffic is just a nightmare out here. So he would take the equivalent of Caltrain that uses the Amtrak tracks instead of the normal Caltrain tracks from the East Bay down here. And he, had to pay for that. He had to pay for an Uber to get from there to work. And then he had to do the reverse going home. But at the end of the day, we're like, hey, let's go get coffee. I'll give you a ride to the train. We'll have a little bit of fun, hang out. You save a little money and maybe a little bit of time even. And so we did that on a regular basis, and that was pretty cool. So we were able to help him out a little bit and have a chat,
Yeah. Ken, if Paul does come on the show, ask him what sense he used on this new album, Optical Delusion, because it sounds really minimalist. Most Orbital albums in the past, they've got very distinctive Oberheim expanders, ARP 2600, System 100. It's really hard to detect what they're using because the arrangements are quite sparse. There's only 2 tracks on the original, because I've got, like I said, the bonus. I haven't heard the bonus disc yet.
Yeah.
But out of the 10 tracks, because 8 are featuring other vocalists, the arrangements are really stripped down. And it really throws you when you first hear it, because you're thinking, hang on. Apart from the Sleaford Mods one, which is classic Orbital, because, it's really it's got a very crunchy sound, and there's guitars in there, probably the guy in Sleaford Mods, I can't remember the Jason Williamson's music, the musical side of the duo. I can't remember his name, but it sounds like there's like actual bass guitar in there, and there's some really crunchy sounds and the rest. But like I said, it'd be interesting to find out what they actually used.
Yeah. Or watch the show and put a question in the chat. There you go. That's how you do it, boy.
Yeah. If I have the time, I'll do that.
Yeah.
Well, what tends to happen is I'll just dip in, and if it's something that I think, oh right, okay, I'll watch a bit of that. It's not just this; it's anything. It's like, because I travel so much, I tend to sort of queue up things on Netflix as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
And
is
Netflix are now doing. Netflix are now.
Yeah, this is just crap. You can skip this. This isn't a problem.
Yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, completely, mate.
Did one? What was it? The other night we did one. It was 8.5 hours long. I go, we better knock it on the head now, and then it went on another hour, and I went, we better knock it on the head now, and it went on another 35 minutes.
Yeah, it does. It tends to go that way.
Yeah, it goes on and on, doesn't it? Sometimes. So.
I mean, I don't know. Do you get up quite late in order to then stay awake all night?
No.
Just don't sleep.
No. And even if I wanted to, the phone will go. I can guarantee you, every Monday 9 o'clock the phone will ring. That is a known quantity. So it doesn't matter what time I go to bed. I'd have to get up anyway. or the door will ring and this guy go, got CS80 for you, give us a hand in. And you're there, in your slippers, scuffling up the driveway. So,
I don't know what your
Dogs go
body's
mad.
made of. I could do that. I just cannot do that. I mean, you know, it's one thing to stay awake till about even 1:30 or whatever because you're watching, I don't know, whatever off Sky or Netflix, and you think there's only half an hour to go. I'll just fucking sort it out now. But
Yeah.
to stay awake till 7 or 8 a.m. and then do a full day's work, no man, I just couldn't. I know somewhere I'd be really, really screwing up. And I'd be trying to, I mean, up till about midday, you'll sort of make it. But once you get beyond midday, it's like you can literally feel the blood boiling in your body, you know, and your guts are starting to go a bit odd, and you're thinking, shit, man, I need to just find a quiet 10, 15 minutes somewhere so I can just conk out.
well, that's every couple of weeks or so, I would just take a day out and I would just crash on the settee.
16 hours, just complete wipeout.
Yeah, just, and then the following day, I'm itching to get back and get on with stuff.
Mm.
Well, I used to
might-
have long days at other companies where I would, work crazy hours, and then I'd go to my little studio with my friend before he moved and do little jams to the wee hours. I'd have to take power naps at lunchtime in my car to get through the day.
Yeah, I mean, I can remember when I had the studio upstairs, I was working in IT. Even when I was in London, I was working in IT. When you're younger, you can handle even 16, 20 hours. But I knew something was going to give when I was routinely popping not just paracetamol, but antibiotics, because I kept getting colds, you know, and like you're almost like perpetually feeling run down. I thought, this is not good.
Yeah.
You know, that's when I
Yeah.
sort of thought, yeah. And that went on for a long time. It went on for a good few years. I thought, nah. I'm not Keith Richards. So,
Well, I thought I'd carry on doing it all the time that I can carry on doing it. At
yeah,
some
Ken,
point,
you're just fortunate that in that, you know, well, whatever, your body has somehow recalibrated to adjust to that.
His iron constitution.
Yeah.
it's the
I think
Irish
he's
in
just-
me. It's
If
the Irish
he
blood,
gave
man.
up the coffee, and the cigarettes, his body would just completely flop out.
No, I turn to dust, mate. I just blow away in the breeze if I did that, man. I remember doing it. I remember giving up coffee and cigarettes, and I go, yeah, I'm
Give
going
up caffeine.
to.
Caffeine is life.
Well, when I say give up, I mean get it under 17, 18 cups a day.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's giving up in my book
Wow.
as well.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, and what I did was I stopped. I thought the best thing to do is stop and then see how it goes. And literally the second day, I was like blinding headaches, migraine,
would.
you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you've got to give your body 30 odd days to sort of, you know.
Yeah, fuck
Get
it.
out
I'm
of
not,
that.
I'm not doing that for 30 days.
Well, then give
Give me a
yourself at least.
coffee and a fag.
It actually
Full
takes,
set.
isn't it? They say it takes 7 days to form a habit, and it can take 7 to 10 days to actually break it up here. It's your mind that starts going a bit.
And caffeine headaches are rough. Oof.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
But I mean, quitting cigarettes was not easy. But I mean, God, it's been what 13 years for me. So it wasn't easy. But
I was able
Yeah.
to stop smoking cigarettes where I finished a packet and then stopped. And then I went on to vape.
you're
And the
still
first-
vaping now.
No, because it makes me cough like a bastard.
Oh,
Because your technique's wrong.
I think
Yeah,
if vaping was
I'm doing
around
something
when I
wrong, yeah.
Well, the propylene
yeah, I think-
glycol is not good for you either. So
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, that's, I think it was the other thing as well. And it was a combination of these, and it was like, Jesus Christ, I'd cough. And I had to go back on cigarettes so I didn't cough so much. Man.
Also, part of what you're doing essentially is like a bit of a steam room. when you're
Yeah,
vaping,
it is.
And it's,
That's
it's going to
exactly
bring
what-
out lots of shit from your lungs as well. And you
Yeah.
cough a lot when stopping
50 odd
smoking.
years of shit,
Yeah.
or 40
Yeah.
years.
Now I'd gone through that part of it where you get up in the morning and you cough, and you're coughing up all sorts of
all that stuff.
yeah. And it was coming up. And after about maybe 12 weeks, it was every now and again I'd cough.
12 weeks, so you managed 3 months.
Yeah. And then...
Oh, fuck, you were actually way over the...
Yeah, I was on my way. But then the coughing with the vape started. But it was a coughing where, you have tears running down your bloody face. If you went... And it was like... And I felt all sort of like sore and inflamed. You know that feeling from the vape? So I put the vape down for a while. And then I would substitute, like, have maybe 1 or 2 cigarettes a day.
And the next thing you know, you're back on 20 a day.
Well, not even on 20. I've kept it down as much as possible. But I don't know.
No, Ken, the thing is, I've learned from experience, if you feel the guilt when you've given up and, you're not, it's up here. If you're not happy about quitting, you're just not going to be happy doing it. And it's an odd thing to say, because then the sad part is if a doctor says to you, look, mate, this is how it is, you either go one of 2 ways. You'll either won't quit thinking, well, fuck, I'm going to die anyway. Or you'll quit thinking, well, maybe I'll know what it's like to have a decent set of lungs again. It's horses for courses. I would never, and I've never been militant about it. I managed to do it. So I had some acupuncture beforehand. And I think by the 3rd month, I went to sort of get my teeth cleaned and stuff. And then the dentist said, there's blood everywhere. And I went, what do you mean there's blood everywhere? Of course there's blood. He goes, no. He goes, your gums are really bleeding heavily at the slightest touch of,
Yeah.
And he goes, have you just given up smoking? I go, yeah. And he goes, that explains it. And then I sat up and he goes, look, we can sort your gums out once and for all, but it's going to take 3 months to do it properly. And I said, why 3 months? He goes, it'll take about a month to do the upper left and right. Then you're going to need a bit of a break to sort of let that subside. And then you'll come back after a month to do the bottom left and bottom right. He goes, and then he told me how much it would cost. And then he also said, if you start smoking in that period, all that work's going to be for nothing. And I think that made me determined. Once I said yes, I thought, if I smoke now, I'm going to be throwing a load of money down the drain. And all that fucking pain, and it was painful, all that pain and aggravation I'm going to go through to sort my gums out is going to be just for nothing. So by the end of it all, it was 6-7 months and never smoked again. By then, it was completely gone from here. I mean, what I did have to sort of battle a bit was I gained a bit of weight. In fact, I gained more than half a stone of weight. And then I thought, well, now that my lungs are clearer, I remember going for a run. And I remember almost feeling like I was going to die after about half a mile. And that's when you realize how unfit you are. Because even though you can lift weights and everything, the actual cardio part of it, and I think that stuck in my head. I thought, my God.
I've actually accidentally given up nicotine twice, which is like...
Accidentally? How does that happen?
So the first time was my girlfriend at the time gave up, like New Year's Eve, year 2000, she just stopped dead. And I gave up about 3 months after her. And she went away training for a week and just left me with her. She had this Nicorette inhalator that she had used to help give up. So I'm like, right, I'll use that. And on about the 5th day, I thought, oh, I better check the cartridge thing inside. Opened it up. I've been sucking on an empty plastic tube for 5 days, getting a proper nicotine hit every time. And I was like, it's all in my head. It's all placebo. I'm like, that's it. I'm cured. I'm like, it just doesn't matter anymore. I don't need it. Yeah. And that was that. So that was by accident. And then the second time was vaping. So I'd started again in the meantime and stuff. Went on to vapes, and then and I'd ordered some more vape juice and stuff, and then I'm vaping away. I'm like, how come I've still got that nicotine shot on the side? And realised I'd forgotten to mix it in with the vape juice for about 2 or 3 days. And I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. I'm like, I may as well carry on not using the nicotine now, and just wait
Yeah.
through it, and that was that.
I know people who've switched to these fruit vapes and there's no nicotine in them, and I thought, what's the point of that? And then I thought, well, it's just the habit, isn't it?
It's the
Just that
action,
habit of
yeah.
having something to suck on, I suppose. So,
Yeah, but twice I've accidentally given up nicotine. It just
but
through
do you still
sheer
smoke?
chance.
Do you smoke again now? Or?
No. I mean, I've occasionally, I use vape, but not that much. I'll go hours without using it at all. 'Cause don't
I
like
think
the
if
nicotine
vape had
in it.
been around more, was vape around when I packed it in? It might have been, but it wasn't as readily available.
Yeah, and I don't really want to be vaping, to be honest. So I'll probably just.
I know people who do it, and I don't know. I think I will say there's something a bit more cooler. If I could even, there is. I mean, if someone smokes, I don't actually see a lot of people smoking, other than the ones I see outside, and they're sort of like furtively sparking up, and that doesn't look cool. You don't see it in films so much anymore either.
No, you don't.
But I think when we were younger, you'd see, you'd always see the guy, whatever, the rebel or the renegade or a De Niro or whatever, and
The bad
I think
boy.
that image,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that image sticks in your mind that it's okay to smoke. Yeah, it's bad for you, but look, he's doing it.
A seedy bar with the cones of light is very cool.
Yeah.
In fact, one of my brother's favorite dive bars in Oakland, because smoking's been banned indoors everywhere in California for, I don't know, 20 years probably, maybe more, except for certain places that they don't care. And this bar basically didn't care. They basically said, you go in there and it's like the old days. You see the cones of light over the pool table and people are all sparking up everywhere and stuff.
Yeah.
But as much as I hate smoke, it was cool to see the atmosphere again, I have to say. So
I mean, I can remember. I'm just thinking about this now. When you said the CD bar and like the first 2 seasons of Miami Vice, Don Johnson smoked,
oh yeah.
and then you never saw him smoke again, ever.
But his voice was already trash, so it sounds like he was smoking.
Yeah. But yet, for a guy with a voice like that, I remember he even put out 2 or 3 albums, didn't he?
Oh yeah, Heartbeat. Remember Heartbeat?
Yeah, I do remember it. I remember the video, and if I remember correctly in the video, there's a woman there, and I'm pretty sure he rugby tackles her. At some part in the video, I don't know if she's in danger or what. And I remember watching the video thinking, this video is a joke. But
Was it Union or League?
But even Patrick Swayze was a chain smoker, and he was a singer for a bit too. So
yeah, I mean, these guys were really, you know what I mean? We're talking 3 packs a day.
Yeah.
And I remember when I found out, I thought, how do you smoke that many cigarettes in a day? Where do you find the time to?
Dedication.
It's almost like you know what I mean? So it's almost like everything else is a break in between the nicotine. Oh, I've forgotten to eat. Oh, I'll do it while I light up my 20th cigarette then. And it's always just there burning away.
along the same lines, I had friends who were addicts in various forms, and one of the guys was like, "How do you do that much Vicodin or heroin and still be alive?"
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, when the guy starts crushing Vicodin on a piece of aluminum foil and freebasing right in front of you, he's got a real problem. And that is a terrible smell, by the way, too. So
I bet it is.
yeah.
Right.
I said,
Was it
and he's
you?
falling asleep and stuff.
Who was it that was mentioning the Evolver earlier?
Me.
It was you, wasn't it?
I
Have you
love it.
owned? Yeah. Which one of them do you own? Is it the desktop or the
Poly.
mono?
The Poly and now 4 of the desktops to use as Polychain.
I had problems with the Poly Evolver. I think years ago I told Kent, because I actually bought the first batch, one of them from the first batch, and one of the voices, because it was basically 4 of the Mono Evolver desktop voice cards in the Poly, because it weighed a ton, I can just about remember.
Yep.
And one of the voices would never track with the other 4.
I think they had
And I
software
remember-
problems. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm not. I remember emailing Dave Smith, rest in peace, and he personally answered the email. He goes, "There could be some other issue here." He goes, "If you can return it back to the dealers," I did, and then I remember I swapped it for I think it was Voyager, not the keyboard, because I've been through a lot of those. Again, they had problems. Rich Kent knows about. It was the desktop version of the Voyager, which actually isn't. It was very odd. It looked nicer rack mounted.
Well, once they started making all these things computers, they had IT problems now. So they're no longer just instruments; they're also damn computers to go wrong.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
They are. I think
the one thing about the Poly Evolver is it really shined once you got the upgrade from the encoders. Once I got the pot boards, and it was like it took me longer to take the caps off all the knobs and put them back on than it did to install the boards. It's super easy. The whole thing hinged up. You just go boop, boop, boop. It's like 4 or 5 boards, and then you pop them in there and then close it up, put all the caps back on, put a couple of screws in, and you're done. And it totally changed the instrument. No more jumpy things, and it's awesome.
Yeah, I remember because I bought the original Evolver desktop when it came out, and the presets were absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
It was so hard to believe it was a monophonic instrument because it was the real power in that was in the sequencer. It was 4 lanes.
Yeah, so you could do like a Tangerine Dream track on one preset.
Yeah, because I mean, one of the presets was a bit of Sweet Dreams by Eurythmics. So you've got the lead, the bass, a bit of the drums. And I remember thinking, wow, this is something else. Yeah.
Very clever. And also had it had some sweet tones in it, but also it's very aggressive when you wanted it to be.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of fun.
Yeah. The Poly keyboard I remember was just too much. When you hit all 5 voices, if you managed to get them all together and they were in tune, because there was always that one odd voice on mine, it threw out a lot of output. It was a very hot signal. Very hot.
Yeah, it might have been one of the older issues, but yeah, I've never had any problem with it. Again, people were complaining only 4 voices, but you know what? 4 incredible voices, and
it was 5. The Poly Evolver was, I think it was 5. Was it 4?
It's only 4.
Was it 4?
Which is why I did the Poly chain.
Yeah. So in a 4-voice instrument, I actually had 3 that were happy with each other, and 1 that just wouldn't play ball. It was weird, yeah. I remember. But then I had issues with the different Voyagers I had, until in the end I remember ringing Mike Adams, and then Arbiter used to be the distributor for Moog, and then he actually somehow got somebody from Arbiter to courier me one. I don't know whose it was. It was clearly a jump up the queue, and it was absolutely perfect, and that's the one I've still got. But all the others, one of the oscillators would always go a bit odd for some reason. Sometimes a headphone socket would stop working. Just weird things would happen, and they weren't even software problems.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah. So.
Well, I think all companies at one point cut corners. They got to make the profit margins, so they, even a good reputation company will do some shit like that.
That's where I have to say that the big 3, Korg, Yamaha, Roland, they might have made some questionable design choices, but when it comes to hardware reliability, they're really good. You buy something, and I've had a lot of gear from the big 3, and I've not had to worry about, why has that stopped working? Why is that crackling? There's been other issues like, sometimes what it says in the manual isn't what's actually going on, or there's functionality that they have to keep revising in OS updates. But in terms of something not working and it being down to component issues, no. That doesn't happen, at least in my experience with the big 3.
Yeah, because I was going through some videos last night, and I found which was me playing Andrew Brooks Pro 1 after I'd finished restoring it, so he could see that, here you go, look at that, it's all working. But another one I found, it was a fault I had on a Mini, right? And I videoed it because it was such a weird fault. You hold a key down, and it's playing a C. And then if you turn the headphone volume up, the more you turned it up, the more it detuned.
Wow.
What the? What?
That sounds like some weird stuff I saw in the Andromeda because it's also flaky.
I can remember wanting to buy an Andromeda when it was a few years after they were discontinued.
They sound great. They just have they were unfinished. They have glitches. One's even a hard glitch that forces you to reboot. You know, they're impossible, as Kent would attest, they're impossible to repair, and they're ugly as sin.
Yeah. They also have that boot problem where they just never ever boot again.
Oh,
Really?
Yeah, it just comes up. At least it's A6, and then it just
Nothing.
stays there forever.
What's that all about? Is it a component? So obviously some ROM just dies.
Something's gone on it. Yeah.
What's the Moog One like? Has anybody used one of those?
Not
Or owned
personally,
one.
no.
just in the store. It's nice, but too many problems, I think.
I played one at Synthfest, not the last one, the one before. I didn't actually like the keypad. Not that I'm, I literally play like Edward Dildo Hands, but
That's a good meme. by the way.
Great film. Great film.
but yeah,
There actually was a porn called Edward Penis Hands, but yeah.
Does it sound like a? I mean, I remember looking at it and I remember thinking, there's a lot going on here, and it's not. It is multi-timbral. It's 3-part. I remember sitting there thinking, why is it only 3-part? Why couldn't they have made it more? You've got a lot of voices, and I thought, man, is something being taxed out to the max here? That's the only thing that, because of all the years I spent in tech, I kept thinking, how is it all in software? And I suspect a lot of it is in software. There must be some serious processing stuff going on to get everything.
The little focus buttons per panel are a clever idea, where it sends the focus of that panel to the main controls. It just seems a bit fiddly having to always kind of, turn that one on and go back over there. I thought that was kind of, even though it added a feature, it also seems like a lot of mucking around.
Yeah.
I think if I remember correctly, there's separate effects for each of the parts, and has it got multiple outs? I think it must have at that price.
I would hope so. Jeez, it's so expensive.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of sockets on the back.
I mean, even the Analog 4 is like, 4-part multi-timbral with multiple outs. So
What's that?
the
Electron Analog 4.
4.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I have analog keys. I love that thing. So cool.
Electron stuff's the only thing that bugs me about Electron things is their sequencer. The inbuilt sequencers are like trackers.
They're brilliant.
Once you
Tracking.
figure it out, it's really cool, but it takes a bit.
Yeah, it does. If you've
I
go
grew
on.
up on trackers. I grew up on the Commodore Amiga.
Yeah, that's what that was the first thing I cut my teeth on. It was Optimed.
Yeah, I didn't even have Octamed. I had Med. I only
Oh
had 4
my
tracks,
God.
man.
Yeah,
some
Optimed was
MIDI.
pretty wild. Because the thing is, even the MIDI spec on it was really comprehensive.
It was really good.
And I've never seen something. It never used to crash.
No.
I've never had Optimed. I've seen Cubase lock up so many times. Optimed never locked up, ever.
No.
And you could have a lot of stuff going on with note slurs and all kinds of like volume things and all, it's like switching things from MIDI to samples all on the same track. It would never lock up, never crash.
That was really good.
I mean, I was looking at the Polyend, the tracker, and I thought, is that basically what this is? And I thought, there's a lot going on in here. I think is it a Raspberry Pi basically in that box? I think that's what it looks like, a Raspberry Pi with some good AD converters.
I mean, that's what most of the recent Korg synths are, aren't they?
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
What happened to the full-size version of the Wave Station they were going to do? There was supposed to be a 61-note version of the new Wave Station. Because there were pics of the prototype, even during the pandemic, and then it just didn't come out.
You're talking about the large wave state?
The Wave State,
Yeah.
that's the one.
Oh yeah,
It's a
yeah,
special version of the wave state. Yeah, it never
Yeah.
came out.
yeah.
Yeah, because it was supposed to have, one of their. Basically, it was probably just the case for the.
The
Pie.
SE.
Still a pie inside.
Yeah.
Yeah. After all that,
There you
You
go.
probably couldn't get the balance right on it.
They just put a bunch
Raspberry
of
Pi at
weight
one
in there
end.
as ballast. You ever open those old keyboards from clicky clacky keyboards, and there's like metal weights in the keyboard, so they actually have
Yep.
heft to them.
Yeah,
oh,
They would
yeah.
have to do that for the keyboards because the guts are so light. They want to give it some heft,
yeah.
so they put
Yeah.
some metal bars in there.
So,
For,
so it doesn't rebound off the desk as you're playing.
Yeah.
Some Roland keyboards have that. Is it the JX8P? Some of the Roland ones, the later JXs do have those metal weights in the keyboard. And then once the mechanism starts to go a bit, to get aftertouch, you're really, really having to press hard on the keys.
Mm.
Mm.
Yeah, that's nothing new, though, is it?
Mm.
Let me think about it. It's been like that for.
I think still Roland have missed a trick in that all the other manufacturers, especially the other big two, they've remade their classic synths in, almost full-size footprint format. And Roland are still making boutiques. And puzzle is that on some of those boutiques, the sound isn't even exact. All right, it's close enough, but I think, well, okay, you're making these, so clearly you must be making them from a financial point of view, because the people who've originally owned them, even, say, for instance, the JD800, did you know that in the reboot, the boutique version, is it called the JD08? The filter in there is not, the filter in there is not even the same as the one on the 800, which was the whole point of the 800. It was that filter. The filter sound for a digital filter had that much heft. And they've made it bitimbral. And those really small throw sliders.
Well, that's why they have the center section, which are longer sliders for custom editing. So at least they gave you something. When you choose a thing, you can go to
And
those.
there's that, and there's the
sliders.
USB noise issue as well. There is. There's once you use power over USB, there's hum. I think, then I think, okay, fair enough. There's a market. They're not that versed in the legacy.
The good thing is
That's
there's
what-
still usable, fun things, even if they're not carbon copies. There's still usable, fun synths that have some good sound potential, and they're portable as hell, and they do other things. So
Yeah.
look at the SH101 boutique.
There.
It was almost a perfect copy, and it's battery powered. It's polyphonic.
Yeah.
It does a lot of shit. It's
Nice.
On some of them they got it spot on, but on some of the others, I just thought, wouldn't it have just been easier, to just make the fuller fat versions, or at least something with a slightly larger footprint, So
well,
I mean,
what they
in
should
the
have done
same-
is make it the 19-inch rack size, or at least your rack compatible to a certain extent, But
the remake of the JX8, they've got pretty right. It's actually got more features than the original. The cut down Jupiter 8 I couldn't understand. The cut down JX3P was also a mystery.
although the cut down Jupiter 8 sounds really nice. It just has those tiny sliders on it.
And it's got half the voices. I mean,
Yeah,
Jupiter
but
8's a Jupiter 8 because it's got
Sure.
8 voices.
But I can't afford a Jupiter 8, so there you go.
Yeah, and this is what my point is. Why don't Roland just remake those synths? They own the lot. It's not even as if people buy them. I mean, the other manufacturers have realized that people do buy these things. The 2600 reboot. I mean, if it wasn't for the pandemic, whatever Korg were making would have just flown off the shelves. The full-size versions, I think the waiting lists are probably going to go on forever. So...
Well, look how long Rebirth was out, right? And it was perfectly fine until Roland said, we're finally going to start using this old intellectual property. You can no longer sell Rebirth. It's like, oh, now you're coming around to do it. A bunch of assholes, right? I mean,
The 303 remake they did was really good, but so it should be. But the earlier version, the IRA version, wasn't great because I had one of them. And I remember thinking they could have made it like the original, and they did many years later, after everybody else had their go at making clones. And I think they've done the TR-06 as well, yeah. And they've done various MCs, and I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, I saw the Wave as well, the remake of the Wave. What's it called? The PPG. What's it called?
oh,
Of the
third wave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking, Kent, is most of that in software or
Don't know.
no idea?
I imagine there is software plays a massive part in it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, they know the sound. But sometimes I just go, you think you keep cloning stuff because people want this older stuff, and sometimes I do think, why do we want the older stuff again?
Yeah.
Because we're hankering for a part of our life that.
Yeah, but
It's
is it?
nostalgia, or you never had it before. You wanted
Yeah, but is it
access to
completely nostalgia driven?
I mean, why not
Because
see what we can create with new stuff?
yeah, exactly. I mean, you go into any other genre, something like because when the SH-101 came out, it was being sold as a little portable synth,
Yeah.
but it was only that much far away of being sold as almost a toy. It's something to get the kids to get them interested in music and stuff like that. And people then did incredible things with them. And then the prices went through the roof and people could, want them back. Now, I can understand that part of it, of like, it costs too much or it's hard to support, to keep the unit going. And bringing out a clone of it, sweet as a nut, yeah? But...
I mean, Moog's the worst offender. Other than like Subharmonicon and some other outside the box things, it's all ladder filter. It's like, make some new shit, right?
Yeah.
The thing is, I think a lot of
What
I don't
ladder
know.
filter?
Yeah.
I think basically they just I don't know. I think when the IP is so strongly attached to a company, you're right there with Moog. The ladder filter is the main, part thingy of their sound. It's like the amount of times the Mini Moog's been, because like the Mini Moog, they're remaking them again. And when I saw the price, I thought $5,000, and it's got MIDI, but you could, And then I looked at the fact that they've actually done a thing with the wiring inside, so you can overload it yourself. I thought, what else have they done? Okay, they've added an LFO. There's still no oscillator sync. They've added a nicer key bed, but the whole point of the original Mini was the keyboard had no velocity or aftertouch, which is why you could play those riffs and runs so quickly and clean, because you weren't going to splodge notes.
It's really good for Edward Dildo Hands here.
Oh, Jim, you'd love the Rolly Grand. Not.
Yeah.
My God, that thing
Sounds
is
terrible
mental.
in my hands.
Well, that's the other thing too. Speaking of Rolly, so you talk about people want new stuff. They really don't, because you give them Rolly and it's too new. They don't like it. Like, oh, I don't like it. I have to learn some new stuff, or the sounds are weird, or whatever. It's like, then stop asking for new stuff because you clearly don't want it.
So I saw the Osmos as well, and I thought,
Yeah.
that looks interesting. And then the tech part of my mind looked at the keyboard, and I thought, how strong is that mechanism? Because all I saw when they were playing it was I was looking at the whole key, and I thought, wow.
I'll let you know in 12 weeks.
Oh, you've ordered one? You've ordered.
It was a mistake, but I kind of like the idea of having a dual manual one now.
Is that? I mean, Kent, do you think it really is going to be like a CS80 smasher?
Well, I have spoken to CS80 fans who have one, and they've gone, yeah. In terms of response, absolutely, all day long. Absolutely.
It looks incredible, but I just looked at the mechanism, and all I kept thinking was, I wonder if that would travel well. And I thought,
I'll find out
maybe
because I'm getting one in 2 weeks, hopefully, and I have a bag picked out for it already. So
He's beta testing for me for a change.
I love
it
portable
sounded
gear.
incredible. It
Yeah.
sounded incredible. It did sound incredible. And then I looked at it and I thought, this will take a bit of time. And then a part of me thought, I really hope this takes off. Because if it does, then they'll plow hopefully more money into not just improving it, but making other variants of it, or, you know, because it's about time that something was, do you know what I mean?
I'll be honest with you, if there was one thing that I would really want from it, I would have really have liked it to be 61 note, at least, ideally.
Ooh.
Although, you know, it will work. It'll be fine as it is, but I'd be a lot more comfortable if it was 61 or a 76.
Yeah, the keybed's quite small, and I suspect that they've done it that way because maybe they were I don't know. I mean, it's. Yeah, I suspect they did that because they were.
Although
probably
I say that, Shaker, I said exactly the same thing when I got the Hydra 49.
Yeah,
And then, voila, the deluxe.
they've made a bigger version of that as well.
Yeah, so who knows?
I really hope the Osmos just, you know, it takes off, because otherwise all we get to see constantly, you know, as we've all said in different ways, is just, it's the standard 3 oscillator or 2 oscillator, or maybe a mono with paraphonic, you know, and it's just more of the same over and over again.
It should do well. I mean, can I say? Yeah, I probably can say. They have sold 9,500 of them so far.
Really?
Well, yeah,
That's good.
In back order, obviously, but they've done a few already.
Yeah.
Take
And they're
it
not
off all
cheap either, so, do you know what I mean? People are going for it. That's good. Because the Hydra Sid, by comparison, was a lower price point. So it was understandable that would fly.
Yeah, but there again, so did the deluxe, and it's nearly the same price.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
But it was quite interesting to see that nearly, you know, you'd see many people coming on to the PSN show and stuff like that, and even on here, and there's always be at least 2 or 3 people, and there's a Hydra at the side. You know, they were just everybody seemed to have one, except Robbie. We used to keep poking him about it. You go, when are you getting an Hydra then?
No, he loves his DXs too much.
Yeah, well, that's understandable, isn't it? So, yeah, can you believe I got a DX1 in the toilet again?
No. Getting
Yeah.
covered in piss again.
It will
The
be.
first time
eventually.
I went to
I'm
Kent's
working
place.
on it.
The first time I went to Kent's place, I can't remember what I asked him to fix. It was that long ago. But I remember thinking, is that a
It's 3P,
DX1?
wasn't it?
Was that the first synth I asked you to fix?
I think so. I think it was
No,
the
there
3P.
must have been something before that. God, how many? No. There was the JX3P that was in bits, which I just gave you as it arrived on my doorstep from an eBay guy in Austin, Texas.
Yeah, it was bits falling on the floor. You passed it over. Yeah.
Yeah, I just said, here, if you can do anything with this, keep it. Then there was an MKS30 where one of the chips kept blowing.
Yeah.
And in the end, you fixed it after the second chip, and I just sold it on, thinking I don't want to go through this
Before it
again.
blew again. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I had another JX3P, which I didn't need to get fixed. And after about 6-7 months, I flipped that. I can't remember, Ken. I remember a lot of synths passed through you. But all I remember is the first time I came there was a DX1 in the toilet. I just didn't want to say anything. I thought, I don't even know if it's his or... And in the end, you said, because I remember saying, look, can I just use the toilet? And then you turned around and said, yeah. And I said, there's a synth in there. And you went, yeah, it's been in there forever and just don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I remember thinking, fucking hell, how long's it been here?
Oh, it's a long time.
Has that DX1 now gone, finally?
Yeah, Robbie's got it.
Yeah.
Oh, right, he's got that one.
Yeah, he's borrowed it.
Fixed it. Yeah.
What's the deal on that? You don't know the owner? Or you can't get a hold of the owner? Or what's the...
Yeah, this is nothing. No replies. Emails bounce back.
Well,
That must be close to 20 years.
Yeah, it's about 2004, I think.
Because I came to yours 2005. So it's been 18 years since then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean,
storage fees alone cover that.
oh, mate. I mean, you go. I've got. I was thinking of digging this thing out. There's an organ somebody left here, and they never came back for it. And it's the the little Philly Corder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With a really noisy valve output.
Yeah, it's one of them out in the garage. I'm thinking, oh, you know, it's a cute little thing. I might bring that in.
The spring in it is just unreal. It's needed to give the sound, give it some sonic life. But there's a lot of valves in there as well. I think it's from the output stage. And when you actually play it, it always sounds like it's screaming.
Yeah. There's an L curve. Was it 504X or something or 6?
Is that the one with the plexiglass or?
No, it's some big double manual bugger in a big
Yeah,
flat case.
I can remember. Yeah,
Is it
I can
504,
remember.
506 or something?
oh God, I can remember being in your workshop while you were trying to fix a Prophet. Was it the P600? The one with the weird envelope bug.
Yeah,
Where
it might be the P600, yeah.
is it the P6? Which was the Prophet they made, which was a cut down version. It was one of the first synths to have MIDI. Is that the P600?
Yeah,
And all I remember is I was standing there and you kept trying to trigger the envelopes. And I said, why is it playing backwards? And without dropping a beat, you just went, because that's what it fucking does all the time.
Yeah.
And I went, no.
Hit it harder.
Yeah. And I said, what? Because there's something wrong with it? And you went, no. That's how they are from the factory.
Yeah.
And I said, hey? How? Why?
Oh, there was an update, but this one had never had it. This one never had it. And what did it do? It just do it accidentally every now and again.
No,
And it would flip the envelope. Very weird. Very weird.
This is where I'm grateful that manufacturers now, software updates are much easier to just put into your workstation or your synth. Because back then, I think if you didn't know about it, you'd take it to someone to fix. And if they didn't know about it, you were fucked. But if you read up about it, then the actual company, you could ring them up or whatever.
Yeah.
And sometimes they were kind enough to actually send you the chip or the EEPROM or whatever.
Yeah.
Say, here, just put this in and take that out.
Yeah. Oh, no.
No, there's just software updates. Yeah, I was saying earlier about the Electron synths. I don't know, I've just not spent enough, or I ran out of patience trying to use one to compose with. Because I found the sequencer quite counterintuitive to the natural way of sequencing. Which is odd, because I think the advantage of using a tracker, as Jim said, is you can see everything straight away on screen, all of it. With the Electron instruments, you just don't have that advantage. And there's a lot of, I think there's a lot of muscle memory involved as well. But I suppose if you can master one of them, then you've basically got it sorted for the rest of the boxes.
Except for the Octatrack.
Wow, now that really. Now I remember looking at that, and I remember thinking, "Is there anybody out there who's got one?" And then I remember somebody used to have a studio, and I emailed in, and I had a long chat with him on the phone. And after about 40 minutes, I could feel my mind was starting to just click out. I thought, "Fucking hell, that is a heck of a lot to go through." I mean, there's the potential and capabilities there to get a lot out of it. But I thought, well, if you're going to spend that much time just to get to there, it'd probably be easier to use what you know and actually do more work. So that's a topic in itself. Where you get to a point where you buy new gear, and how much time do you actually want to spend? The old trick for me still goes where I want to see how long I can last without looking at the manual. If I have to look at the manual in the first 5-10 minutes, that means, for anything more than, that means something somewhere is a bit, the UI maybe, because even back in the 90s, even the early 2000s, even when Novation were making multi-timbral synths and, all the Novas, Supernovas, you didn't really need a manual. Not really. I mean, there weren't that many menus to get lost in. But now, some of these synths, it's unbelievable.
Well, even the original SP404, it did need the manual to figure out all the cryptic stuff. But once you did make it a cheat sheet out of it, you didn't have to go back to the manual. It was easy. But you really did have to jump through a few hurdles, and it was worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The new one's a lot easier because it's more graphical and stuff. But
yeah, they've improved, even though the displays are quite small.
But now, because it's more graphical, it's more menu divey. So be careful what you wish for.
Yeah, I mean, I can remember when I was learning web design, which I moved away from, taught was that any user interface, you shouldn't have to go more than 3 clicks deep. And you should be able to get back to your home page quickly and not have to keep pressing buttons. And I sometimes look at the user interfaces of synths and think, well, wait a minute, where's the home button?
Even Nikon cameras can fail that one. So
yeah. You shouldn't be diving 7 pages deep or 10 pages deep to get somewhere. That's not a good design choice.
Yeah.
But then I suppose the upside of that is that's why you've got them people who are making sound packs and stuff for synths with a lot of convoluted menu diving, because without them you'd just be stuck with presets. Other than the basic filter or maybe a bit of LFO, the really good sound designers, they've really got stuck in.
You just described...
Or maybe
go on.
Yeah, go on.
You kind of just described the Electron interface to a T, the fact that, everything is within 2 clicks. Everything.
It's just I couldn't get... The sequencing part of it with parameter locks and stuff, I was starting to get a bit... And obviously, if you try to play things in, you can't get natural note bends or any of that. You can't do any of that on any Electron sequencer that I know of.
Yeah, you can.
Hook up a keyboard.
No, I mean, can you record them in? No.
Should be able to.
If let's say you play a phrasing where on one of the notes you just want to use, say, a mod wheel or something, and add a bit of a bend to a note or a bit of modulation. Because that's, when I was looking at the forums, I was actually looking for this as an answer. And a lot of people said, no, you can't do it because the sequencer is actually like a tracker. You can program it in using parameter locks and things, but you can't, even with, which is the one with the keyboard?
They had a few.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the
keyboard on the side is a funky design.
yeah, that's the one, the recent one, not the Analog 4 keyboard.
The Digitone keys.
Is it the Digitac keys?
Well, the Mono Machine also had a keypad. The old Mono Machine had a side keypad as well.
Yeah, and I remember having one of those for a while as well, and it looked nice, but it wasn't easy to use. And that's what I was looking for, that you've got all these beautiful modulation possibilities and you've got a beautiful keyboard, but it's only really designed for performance, because if you try to record in like a natural note bend or a little bit of modulation, it won't record it in.
I would definitely say its strength is performance, which it absolutely excels, and that's what I use it for more than anything.
Yeah.
So, but that's how I now compose stuff, is doing like a live performance with the gear. So.
And then do you just record things straight to a DAW?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they're great for composing stuff too, just like a Circlone would be, where you have a lot of complexity and extra little goodies in there that are baffling at first, but once you learn it, it's incredibly powerful.
Yeah.
And even the OPZ took a lot of those tricks with the conditional trigs and the math functions in there. You can run math functions on your sequence to get weird results you couldn't do any other way.
Probabilities, yeah.
Yeah, all the probabilities, all the LFOs doing stuff.
And Roland sort of catched on to that idea with the MC707. They put randomization and probabilities in to sort of add life to, drum tracks and things, which is a good idea. It's just the sequencing on it. I mean, even then, Roland even did the same on their MC707. You can't record a performance in exactly. Like I said, if you want to add a bit of modulation on one note or anything as you're playing it won't record it.
Yeah, it's totally the wrong device for that sort of style.
Yeah, it is, exactly.
Yeah.
I thought you could, because I have the MC101. I could have sworn with a keyboard I added some performance data to it.
Because I looked into this quite extensively. I thought, why have they made these devices quite linear in their methodology? And I thought, yeah, because I also know that if I remember correctly, on all these devices, they've all got CV and gate, haven't they?
Mm-hmm.
So then how would you output that sort of modulation data accurately through CV and gate if it was... And I suspect that's possibly one of the reasons why it's not there in the spec, because then it becomes a resolution issue. If you've got everything within parameters that themselves are nested in parameters, that data is easier to output. If you've then got almost like source of uncertainty in the mix, how are you going to output that? The only example I can give is that if you've got something like an MC4 sequencer, the MC8's just a fucking nightmare, but having used an MC4 and the MC4B, that used to allow you CV gate, and there was one other output. I think it was a machine program instruction, which basically allowed you to switch patches and things. But even that didn't used to allow you to add modulation or trills or anything on the notes themselves. What you had to do was program that in on the device, on the synth. And the example of that is all the Erasure albums from 1991, in fact, even up till now, if you listen to the arrangements, if there's any sort of modulation, it's going to be just a sec.
Oh. Mrs. has caught up with him.
Uh-oh. That's where you are. Get over here.
Yeah. Now in the way. We're doing the washing up. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Well, as I was saying...
oh, he's back. He's back.
Yeah. As I was saying...
Stop talking about him.
Yeah, that's fine. I heard that. That's all right. Yeah, as I was saying, on the Erasure albums from Chorus onwards, he was using this style of sequencing. And I remember listening to the arrangements thinking, everything's exactly on the beat, exactly on the bar. There's no loose feel. And the Electron devices are the same. You can't just suddenly throw the timing out where it sounds off.
Yeah, you can.
If that makes any sense. Even if you're syncopating things, they're going to be mathematically precise.
But you have swing, right?
You've got
Did you have
swing, and you got
Yeah.
micro timing.
Yeah,
All that.
but it won't allow you. You can have a look at the spec now. I mean, as I'm saying this, but I remember going on the forums, and a lot of people were saying, "Can you do this and this?" And they said, "You just can't do it." And I thought, surely Electron can find a way to do something.
Also, a lot of people don't know what the boxes can actually do
Yeah.
on the forums. You've got to be a bit wary of that.
It's
as
a
well.
typical internet guy, like, oh yeah, well you
Yeah.
can't do this because of whatever. It's like they don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I was looking. I thought there's got to be some power users on here who, that maybe. I mean, people like who was the guy who used to work for him? Was his name Cenk?
Yeah.
Jenk was great, man. I
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah. I thought maybe he'd know because he was part of the team, but nothing.
I mean, Electronauts is not that different than a bunch of the other forums. So,
Indeed.
The hell is going on there?
That's probably why they're still. It's a really, really distinct style of sequencing. But I mean, I looked at the polyend and I thought, this I can understand because I could see all the tracker stuff. And I thought, right, if I wanted to bend that note to there, I'd have to put whatever command there to start it and there to end it. But on an Electron device, I wouldn't be quite sure what I'd be using, what I'd have to map to what, and then I'd have to put the same thing in. So it's convoluting, in my mind, what is quite a simple procedure. If that makes, Jim, does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the wrong tool for you completely.
Yeah.
You know,
Whereas something like the polyend, I was looking at it and I thought, this is really good. And I thought, okay, fair enough. A lot of the demos I've heard or whatever, everybody's making kind of like early Apex Twin stuff with it. And that's something I never made when I used Optimed. And I thought, okay, so that's what they're using it for because they've gotten to a certain level. But I thought a tracker can do so much. Because a lot of the games on the Amiga, I remember stuff like Flashback. When we basically took the audio out and we put it into Optimed, that's when we learned how much you could do with a tracker. Because all of the arrangements were done in a tracker. And it was incredible how much he managed to achieve.
It's funny because like I got a tape deck recently, and I've just been listening to some of my old Amiga tunes, which is just like, oh my god, they just had 4 tracks, and I'm packing so much in with like a Boss SE50 doing effects and stuff on the top, and that's literally all I had, and I'm just like, oh my god. I mean,
Did you ever use 8 tracks?
No, only
Because of the resolution.
Only sort of 4 tracks plus MIDI on the Amiga. I never even loaded Octamed.
I love the SC50.
yeah,
I still have a couple of those.
Yeah. But yeah, and there's one track I'm thinking of actually doing a modern version of the same tracks. I'm like, that's actually really quite good, and rework it on the Digitone or something.
Would that be quite a procedure to? Well, if you know how to use a Digitone, I suppose it wouldn't, would it?
Yeah. No,
But
it'd be quite simple.
if I was to take an Optimed track, my first instinctive port of call would be to use something like the polyend.
Yeah.
Because it has visually using a very similar.
I just do everything by ear anyway, so that's kind of the way I work. Rather than I try and that's what I like about it is getting away from the whole visual thing. It's why I find writing on the Electron stuff an absolute breeze because there's no distraction. It's just going on the sound of things, and literally there's no disconnect between my brain and what's coming out, and I can work so quickly. So quickly. And
It's like in the old Emacs sequencers, everything is just by ear and editing's by ear with the samples, and you there's not much feedback at all. So
Yeah.
that's kind of why it works for me. It absolutely doesn't work for everyone. It all depends on
That's one.
Yeah.
What?
I mean,
Jamming stuff in and just letting the sequencer run is still enormous amounts of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because if
Yeah,
you.
and I get
get it.
loads of serendipity in my composition, you know, and I'm like, things just happen accidentally. I'm like, fucking hell, that's amazing. More of that. Do that again, you know. And it's like, before I know it, I've built something just from lots of chance things happening.
Yeah.
And just recognizing them when they happen. And yeah, I just love that process. And you know, I'm just sat there going, fucking hell, where did this come from? It just came from nowhere.
Just there, the notes were there, and they fell into your lap.
Yeah, totally. And I think anything that enables you to do that on whatever medium or DAW or whatever, that you can get in that flow state as easily as that, then, you know, you just go with that. Absolutely.
I will say that when you have less gear, you tend to. I certainly tended to find it easier to create because I spent less time fucking around, just trying to get too specific about this or this or this.
Yeah, it all takes you out of flow, and that's just the killer of the creative process.
Yeah.
And anything that is like becomes a conscious choice like that is just.
Yeah, I mean, Kent knows at one point I had 15 hardware synths, 7 different types of drum thing, a couple of samplers.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable. There was just stuff properly just to look good in a picture. It was just there, like on a wall, and there'd just be lights flashing away. Sometimes stuff would be on, not even connected to the desk. I remember there was this one occasion I walked in, and it was like 8 or 9 in the evening, and it was coming on to winter, and all I saw were these lights blinking at me in green displays. I stood there and thought, what the fuck is all this? I don't use that. And then I allowed myself a few days, about a week. And then I thought, right, I'll get rid of that. I'll keep that. I'll get rid of that. And even after I did a cull, I still had about 9 or 10 bits of gear, of which 4 or 5 were not being used regularly at all. You know, it might be you'd be hanging on to something for maybe 2 sounds out of, you know, a preset bank of 100 or 128 or whatever, which isn't really. I mean, I think the younger lot would probably do that less. You know,
Put that through Black Hole, Jim.
You know, it's really fun running through Paul's stretch.
Yeah.
I used to run through my sampler, and you can actually hear like the little folds go.
Yeah.
Is that the granular one, full stretch? I'm trying to remember.
It's a standalone app, but it's built into Audacity, so
Yeah.
it's very cool. They had a my first time I ever heard it. They had a video. The video was called Justin Bieber 800% slower.
Yes.
And the review of the thing was Justin Bieber 800% better. and it actually sounded beautiful because it was nice chords. Yeah. And you stretched it out with some vocals. It was like this floaty angel
Everything
singing
becomes
kind
really
of thing.
ethereal, doesn't it?
Yeah, it was awesome.
I was using effects pedals years ago, and then I remember about 4 or 5 years ago, all these YouTubers started doing these top-down GoPros with like their effects pedals and, you know, like their hardware sequencers. And I thought, oh, okay, so now this is a thing. Well, I was just using effects pedals because I was tired of using racks and constantly spinning wheels and pressing buttons just to get specific. With a pedal, with a guitar pedal, they're noisier. Not always, but the older ones are. You know what I mean? You got one thing, and it did one thing, hopefully really well. You know, you weren't trying to get a catch-all. I've still got a TC300. The rack, which you can use as a compressor, a limiter, a reverb, an echo, all sorts of things. And it's really clean sounding. There's a few glitches in it, but you can actually use them musically as well. You know? There's something to be said for also having devices that they're not quite there design-wise, and you can actually use that to your advantage if you know how to make it work for you. musically. What was that?
I've got some noise somewhere and it's pissing me off.
This is the beginning of
Is it the
Spongellis, I
purring
think.
Noise?
Yeah, that sort of that.
Uh,
Right, I've got to shoot, guys. Anyway, I'm going.
Have fun, whatever you're doing.
Yeah.
enjoy the
I'm going
cat.
to go and find her owner. So cool. Nice talking.
See ya.
Nice
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
chatting to you.
Likewise.
See you,
Take care, Jim.
Nice one.
Yeah, mate.
Cheers. Bye.
Don't know what happened to
Ken,
Rob.
have you gotten round to finishing an album or 2 albums? Or I haven't spoken to you in ages. That's why I'm asking.
No, I just sit here and play chords now and again. That's all I do. Don't do much else, mate.
That's,
Keep meaning to, but it's like
yeah.
the
It's either find time or make time. Tick one of
Yeah.
the boxes.
yeah. And when I do sort of like go right, I'm going to go and do something. I can write something, as just to flesh something out, and then
But
it's
you
sort of
mean
like-
polishing it up and adding all
yeah.
the making it.
Yeah.
That's what takes the time. Yeah.
Yeah, and it tends not to happen. Don't seem to have the time to do it. So
Yeah. That's why. See, that's where I've been using the DAW has massive advantages in that sense, in that you can have an idea, you can keep coming back to it, adding stuff, taking away. But
Yeah.
therein lies the flip side. You can do that forever.
yeah, absolutely.
That's why I don't use them very much anymore. I want to get something and get it done and move on.
Yeah,
That's where the days of go on.
If I were like a film score or some real professional that needed to have repeatability and all that kind of stuff, it totally makes sense to just completely do everything in the DAW. But it takes the joy out of it for me because I do computers all day for a living. I don't want to stare at a computer for music all day. It's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
When I was doing a lot of stuff for libraries and like short indie films, I was having to dump everything into a DAW, and then I can just remember that I'd sometimes be sitting there thinking, there's got to be another way to do it. And occasionally I'd, I can say this now because not that they certainly won't know what's specific, because if you've given the product, then it's fulfilled their remit at the end. But I can remember recording stuff straight stereo as well, off the desk, not even bothering to do tracks and that was it. So the whole arrangement was just there off a workstation or a hardware sequencer, and I'd run it off there, off the desk, stereo, the end. And it was immensely satisfying, rather than having to create stems and, just that endless sort of melee of arrangement.
Plus, for me, I just want to get better at playing. And if I'm endlessly fixing something with a mouse, I'll never get better at playing. So I need to play it well enough to use without cheating. Not cheating, but for me, I would consider cheating because I want to get better. But if it's your living and you want to just make perfect stuff, it totally makes sense to do the thing. But I want to do it. That's why I like loopers a lot, because I'm doing live stuff too. Essentially using the looper as a DAW, multi-looper, and I'm just playing straight in the best I can.
I've done stuff using loopers, and you know what? You get really good results if you're in flow.
Yeah.
Much better. In fact, that's where the real joy is, because it's just you.
And it's like
And
you're
you
playing with
just-
other people, even though no one's there. It feels more dynamic. Yeah.
Yeah, I've done stuff using loopers. Yeah, I remember layering a Moog Voyager, and I managed to get to about 4 or 5 parts on a looper, and I was very quickly having to make tweaks to the mids and the lows. Yeah. I remember feeling immense satisfaction afterwards when I listened to just the stereo recording. I remember thinking, you know what, this is actually solid. And I did it a number of times as well. Or I'd use an FM synth and an analog synth and maybe one other thing for just a bit of color. I think the more you pile on, that's when you start to,
And also, you
Um,
mentioned stereo recording. Once you have it in the looper with the faders and all that stuff, especially if you have the linear faders with the
Yeah.
slider, you can
Yeah.
basically DJ your stuff to a stereo mix.
Yeah.
So you're also performing it. You're kind of performing it twice and having double the fun, I think. So
Yeah. And it's literally off the cuff as well, so that must be immensely satisfying.
and the loopers have built-in effects and other, so you can do other things with it.
Now you've got really complex loopers as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, just in real time, you're just moving things around, and yeah.
But it's not for everybody, and it does take multiple takes, like sometimes a lot of multiple takes, because again, you're playing it live
Mm,
into the box. You're not massaging the data with a mouse,
yeah.
or quantizing the hell out of it. It's just played as it is,
Mm,
and it's just fun. I mean, you want to quantize the beats and stuff because the beats kind of have to be right, unless you're purposely doing slop. But other than that, it's just fun. It gives a more live feel to the stuff and a more human feel sometimes.
mm. I will have to take your leave because I'm absolutely knackered.
All right.
So, thank you,
Was it
chaps.
something I said?
No,
Yeah.
Rob, it's not you. I'm just knackered, mate.
Saw that Fairlight graphic and goes, oh man.
God bless.
Hello, butter.
Take care. Bye.
Polly after touch.
Oh, shut up.
What do you mean? Oh, shut up! I gave you a keyboard with Polly after touch, dude.
You did. No, you did. You
True.
You did.
Yeah.
The keyboard. I mean, come on, that's an amazing keyboard.
I've just watched the first 3 episodes of Hello Tomorrow, which is on Apple. It's really,
yeah.
really good. It's like if the 1950s had fulfilled everything that they predicted in the 1950s. So, floating cars. But it's all done in retro 1950 style, and it really is brilliant. It's really good. Yeah, quite enjoyed that. Cheers.
Yeah, I should go and get myself a copy. Actually. Sweet nectar of life.
Ambrosia.
Yeah, Wags, it is pretty much that sort of thing. Yeah,
What's that?
describing the show like 50s nuclear sci-fi futurism. But the underlying story is well, I'm not entirely sure what it is. They're selling real estate on the moon.
Ah, okay.
Or are they?
What's it called again?
Hello Tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll have to check it out.
Apple TV Plus. It's Billy Crudup and Hank Azaria and the actress who was in Picard, who became one with the Borg Queen in season 2. I can never remember her name, but she's in it and she's brilliant.
Oh, she has kind of a small face. Yeah.
Small cute face that I no.
Uh-oh. Don't get the biscuit out. No time.
Yeah.
Not time for a biscuit now.
Boom, boom.
Yeah. Place like a Painters Radio.
That's the point. Where is there a really, really, really good CPA sample library?
So the one I tend to use is the UVI Electric Grand. Would you like a demonstration?
I would love a demonstration, please.
Very well, sir. I shall
Avail me of it, my
I
good
shall
sir.
provide you a demonstration without the necessary keyboard skills.
Was that Gabriel's piano choice on his old albums?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, I
certainly
believe so,
was.
yeah.
Yeah.
we used to, well, let's see, Hollow Suns CP70 was very good.
Yes, seem to remember.
Hollow Sun, everything is great. That's an amazing site. I love that
Yeah.
shit.
We Steve phoned me up and said, I want to do a CP8 or CP70 because of he used to work with Gabriel.
Yeah.
And he said, I found one on eBay. How do you do eBay? So I said, well, you do it, don't you? I said, yes. He said, well, look, here you go. This is the link. Buy it. I'll send you the money. Have it sent to me, which we did. And it then set it up in his front room. Then had to pay for a tuner to come out. And we ended up with a sample library that Keen then took on the road.
Interesting.
Loaded up into a Z8. He had 2 Z8s. And because it's also got the note off samples, so you can have note on samples, and as soon as you release the key, you get another sample. So Steve then sampled all the mechanics as well. So it was really authentic.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's just raw.
Yeah.
I know how you like your bottom end and your top end, which is there. But-
Okay.
You could do a little smooth criminal with that bottom part.
So yeah. Let me, if I what happens if I share this? If we move this over there, because
And it's for UVI, you say?
it is for UVI Falcon and UVI Workstation. Present, share screen, application, Falcon.
Products.
There you go.
Oh,
So-
okay.
You have control over there's an equalizer, bass, middle, and treble,
Yeah.
and then there's a tremolo in there as well. But you can also load in. The standard version doesn't automatically load in.
Is it
the
one of
other
UVI's
microphones.
own?
Yep. Mm-hmm. So
I'm not seeing it here. It was pianos and keyboards. Here we go. An Austrian Grand.
So
The only piano that wants to burn the rice steak down. EP80. Here we go. There's an EP80. Augmented piano.
EGP.
EGP, right. The Yamaha CP70. 149 European euros.
There's even a Peter Gabriel.
Patch on it. Is there? Oh, so there is.
Sounds like it. Yeah.
There's a New Year's Day, because obviously you two use this.
Absolutely.
That's true. Yeah, I remember that. Especially at Red Rocks, you can really hear it in the Red Rocks concert.
That's a nice one.
Of course, the classic 80s hybrid.
Yeah, fuck
The
it. I
beauty-
worked late. I'm buying it.
Yeah.
Here we go.
But so these are all these are standard settings, but what you've also got, and I know you probably already pressed buy, but there's
I have.
pick sounds, and then you've got all of these other so stick, brush, fingers, bows, and muted. So it's almost like a prepared electric piano. So it's just like everything. It's
Mm-hmm.
and And then you've got effects. So then you can stick it through.
Yeah.
And it's their Spark Verb Reverb, so it's really good.
Gotcha.
And then you've got other settings in here. So you've got an amplitude envelope. And you've got resonance and release volumes, pedal and dynamics. I haven't got my pedals connected to this one. But yeah, if you hit the pedals, you'll hear stuff. And then it's also, because you can see it's got the keyboard, it only goes from, what is it? Just above C0. But you can extend it fully as well should you wish. And yeah, nice little set of controls. And you can say there's 4 microphone positions, so you can bring in left, right, mid and side, and then blend accordingly.
Sweet. Right, let me go and grab a copy, and then I've got to figure out why this is going mental on me.
I should get commission.
Well, you do, don't you?
Well, I suppose, yeah.
Kinda, in a way.
Yeah. They look after me.
Did you get that bundle, or are you still buying individual libraries? The subscription.
So I spoke to my friends at UVI and said, I want to be able to not hassle you all the time whenever you release something. So I'm thinking about doing the subscription. They said, no, we send you anything you want. We send you.
Wow.
But I said, but then I keep emailing you, and if I sort of like on the off the cuff want to try something, it's okay. We send it to you.
So you remember that when I keep bugging you.
Yeah. This is bowed. So there's some they've bowed the strings of the CP80.
Wow. That's
There's all
wild.
sorts of there's some just crazy stuff in here.
Well, that's what's nice about some of those libraries. Is they're not just trying to be authentic. They're doing what you're supposed to do with samples and stuff and go off the rails.
That's really nice. But that's been my go-to CP for a long while.
What's that one called again? The
EGP.
EGP. It's so sad. I bought that application because it was the first application that had MPE, and I was going to do rolling stuff with it and all that. And I fired up a few times, got some goodies for it, enjoyed it, but just never went back to it. Just haven't had time to do it. But it is really nice. All these silly things I got and still haven't used much.
I know it's a silly small thing, but I wish they'd make this view scalable.
Oh yeah.
Because you can do small size or big size, but you can't drag it into, which is a pain.
Well, they did like iOS apps where you have small graphics and big graphics.
Yeah.
So since you're using DAWs a lot and stuff, do you ever use FM, or do you not like that app?
I got the demo of it and I just thought, it's nice, it's interesting, but
It's not compelling. There's nothing cool in there.
nothing grabbed me.
Yeah.
It was on offer, wasn't it, recently at €29?
Yeah. I know, because Manny was going all crazy about it, and I'd already bought it, but I haven't had a chance to try it, and so I figured if Manny really likes it, it's got to be some cool shit in there. mean, did you watch his SY99 programming video?
Yeah, I've seen lots of it.
Damn, there's a lot of stuff in there. I don't think I have the patience for that.
I really want one, but it's going to take a while.
Well, my 77 is a thin screen. I'm going to have to replace it at some point.
No, Wagyu. I only found out about this today because Ben finally pulled his finger out of his butt and got investigating Halion 7. He sent me a message. Rob, did you know Halion 7 can import DX7 and TX816 patches? TX81Z patches. And I said, no, I did not. And then I did some research myself and found out that it's actually an 8-operator FM engine developed by Yamaha for Steinberg, who obviously Yamaha owns Steinberg. So.
Well, there you go.
Indeed.
Or is it Steinberg own Yamaha? No, probably not. Probably not.
This is Yamaha we're talking about.
True enough. Very good friend of who? Oh, really? Moog Opus 3. Do.
You ever played that one by NI the Giant? It's pretty cool. Massive piano.
Oh, yeah, no. I've not played.
It's like a 2-story piano thingy.
Yeah. There was that one that was nice, and their Una Corda was quite nice as well.
Oh, yeah. Mm.
So where the hell?
I finally bought that whole advanced version, but I haven't used 1/8 of the stuff in it.
Mm.
What the hell is going on here?
Oh, this one you might like.
It's
That's nice.
yeah, it's got a 60s kind of John Barry feel to it.
Mm.
Well, it's bought, but
Have you got the UVI portal installed?
that's a very, very good question.
You don't have to use it, but makes it easy.
Yeah, well, nothing else is happening, so I might go that route.
So you have to register at your iLock first as well.
Oh, good old iLock. What am I talking about? Good.
Yeah, I have the first 3 synth bundles, but there's a new 4th one, right? It has some more goodies in it.
What's that?
Their synth bundle, I forgot what they call those.
Oh,
synth.
Vintage Vault 4.
Vintage Vault, yeah, that's it.
What have I got? I think
Don't have that one yet.
Oh, here we go.
I can't remember if I've got 3 or 4.
Right, register.
As Dr. Mix was using in that video where he was doing the examples of expensive synths, and he kept playing the UVI stuff. It sounded great.
Surprise. Because I started watching that video thinking, why has he done this? And, oh, okay, yeah. It's a UVI advert.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It's like, if I'm doing this video, I want to get paid.
Right, I think that's happened.
Forgotten I got that one.
Mighty.
That State Azure guy was doing live thing. It was yesterday, I think it was.
Yeah.
And I think he was using something like Dominus or one of those things. The choir sounded awesome.
Yeah, Dominus is pretty sweet.
Oh man! And he was some strings and some gong-y kind of things and plucks and rain sounds. It was pretty. If I weren't busy trying to do something, I would have fallen asleep, relaxing to it. It was wonderful.
Oh, here we go. Install. Oh yeah, this won't take long. Ooh.
Oh yeah, Wagyu just confirmed it was Dominus. Yeah, okay. I don't
There
know.
you go.
Oh shit! There you go. The Loon Garden disc on the Enox. There you go. Yep.
It's Pacific 808 straight away, isn't it? It's just like,
Well, the first time I heard that disc, I was just laughing so hard. It's funny too. I know a guy who can play shakuhachi pretty well, and I keep trying to get him to do some recordings for me so I can make a little library with it.
Yeah.
But it's capable of so many different sounds. There's a whole lingo that's like karate that goes with it, with all of the forms that you do and the breathing techniques and the way you hold the thing, and it's really deep. Wow.
Bop, 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 bop. But for full authenticity, there should be very just in the background a little with a big fan going.
Yeah.
this often gets overlooked. This Mac 5 Biosphere. This was a really old library, but this was from when Falcon was Mac 5 back in the day.
Yeah, that's a nice one. Yeah, nice.
You ever played a Voyatra?
Yeah,
Never had the pleasure.
it's nice. I liked it.
Yeah.
I know Suzanne Gianni used it on a couple albums.
Yeah. They were a bit flaky, but lovely sound.
Was that an Italian company? Where are they from?
Oh, now you're talking. Possibly Italian.
No. What were they?
Yeah, what were they?
Don't see them too much, so.
Oh, they were pretty thin on the ground.
They were.
They were
cheap
quite
either.
pricey, actually.
As
You go,
of
this
course,
is
Dr.
if this is what you wanted, but you couldn't afford it. You go, I'll get a Poly 6. Go in the opposite direction, sort of thing.
Octave Plateau, wasn't it?
Yes,
Which would suggest a French.
does kind of ease that way, doesn't it?
Octave Plateau.
But then it could have been an American company.
Try and see, it doesn't say.
Funny random question: is there still kind of that rivalry between England and France, or is that pretty much under the bridge?
Rival? We don't have such rivals as in French dogs. No,
Yeah,
there's always they call us. What do they call us? The roast beefs.
Wow.
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, of all the insults you could have thought, you know, fat, lazy, feckless arseholes. No, they call us the roast beef.
Wow.
No, it's whatever there is. It's all just fun.
Because I
Yeah,
had
it's
a friend in
more,
college.
cultural. You know.
Yeah, his parents are British, moved here, and so he was born without that accent, but knew the culture very well. Their neighbors just happened to be French, and there was a rivalry. So it's just kind of funny microcosm.
It's one of those things that it's phased out a lot since I was a young lad. When I was a young lad, many years ago, when Kent was in his 30s,
That far back.
That far
Fuck
back,
me.
he the French, it would always we'd always sort of oi oi oi, you eat your frog's legs, and it was just like it was the cultural kind of taking the piss. And then as you got a little bit older, you bloody French surrender monkeys was one that was often, I mean, not personally, but I have more in common with France than I do with England, I think, genetically. But it was. You'd always get the yobs, the knuckle dragging chest thumpers would say, "Oh, bloody French! We saved them in the Second World War," and all this kind of. Oh, fuck off! You did. You went over there the first time, and you got shot back.
Yeah.
Sent back in little boats. Don't mention the war though.
Well, it's funny because the Americans, as far back as I can remember, have a real, kind of disdain for French stuff in general, but for no real good reason. I mean, they helped us during the fucking revolution, right? There were a bunch of positive things they did for us in the old days, and then they even gave us the damn Statue of Liberty. So but
The
there's
French are
just
spectacular people.
Yeah.
They have a great, in my experience, this is my personal experience, they have a great work-life balance ethic that is heavily balanced in the favour of life rather than work. And they are predominantly great socialists, which of course speaks to me. And if you piss off the French workmen, you will know about it.
Yeah.
They are not frightened to fucking go on strike and say what the fuck they want. And I've just noticed that Ollie's in the chat, so maybe he'd like to take over.
There you go.
Speak to a native. But I love the fact that if the government pisses off the people of France, the people of France stand up and fucking say.
I mean, a lot of people make fun of the fact that they like Jerry Lewis, and we don't. So
Okay. Yeah. So yeah.
we gave them Jerry Lewis, and we gave the Germans David Hasselhoff.
Yeah. No, love the French. I think every time. I mean, I've obviously because France is so close to the UK. you go on school trips and holidays and stuff. And it's a lovely country. It's lovely people, lovely food, lovely wine. But
Seems like it, yeah.
we taught them how to. Yeah, we as in the Italians taught them how to make wine. But we'll let them have that. We'll let them have that. Oh dear. No.
Although supposedly the
Them
American
fucking
wild
Germans,
grape Vitis californica rootstock grafting basically saved their wine industry with a big blight they had.
The wonderful thing about France is, as a country, in terms of its environment, is that the north of France is very much like it is here in the UK, Northern Europe. It's quite seasonal. It can be very cold in the winter and quite warm in the summer. But because it's such a large country, you go down to the south of France, and it's positively, just amazing.
Yeah.
And you've got everything in between as well, and you've got great mountain ranges and great coastlines, and it's a lovely place.
Okay.
And our language, the English language, relies heavily on French. Bastardizations of French. There's French all over our language.
Yeah, you guys are fortunate to be so close to all that different stuff and have all that variety.
Well, technically, we're kind of part of it, although our politicians would have you think otherwise. But I still think of the UK as a European country. We're just separated by a little bit of water, but we're an island nation, and we have an island nation. Well, the majority of us have an island nation mentality, unfortunately. But we're connected by a tunnel. And a few boats. I should be going through the tunnel myself in about 6 weeks, 8 weeks. Looking forward to that.
How long is that drive?
What, through the tunnel?
Yeah.
Half an hour.
Oh, that's
You're on
quick.
the train. You're on the train.
Oh, the train. Sorry.
You drive. Yeah, you drive on the train, and the train takes you through.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You don't drive yourself through that one. That's too big. You either you're on passenger trains that you can pick up from London and take you through to Paris and Brussels, and you can then change and go further, or you drive down to Folkestone, which is on the southeast coast near Dover, and they have trains for lorries, and they have trains for cars. They open the side of the carriage, each carriage, and the whole side of the carriage slides open, and you just drive on at an angle and then go all the way down until you're told to stop, and then they shut the door, and about 30 minutes across.
Yeah, we have part of BART that goes under the bay. It's kind of weird.
I love the name of that, BART.
Yeah, it's had endless problems since they launched it in the 70s. So, and it's in general quite filthy. People taking dumps on seats and homeless people hanging out there. And
It's like any metro system.
Apparently, yeah. I don't do a lot of the city train stuff, but
I'll take you on a tour of the London Underground.
I'll bet. You go to Japan, and Japan was just like spotless. So.
Oh yeah, you could eat your dinner off the floor on one of the Japanese ones.
You just have to get the treatment where they push you in with the white gloves to squeeze into the cars.
Squeeze you all in. Yeah. Have you got it then?
Yeah. Tell you what, 5 gig came down quick. They've got a good server. Yeah, I'll have to.
I think I might have pissed Ollie off.
What's that?
Oh, talking about the French. I thought it was being nice.
We're slow.
I'm going there actually. I'm driving. Well, I'm driving through France in April, stopping overnight both ways, and then I'm actually going to stay in France for a week in August for my little summer holiday on the south coast of Brittany. Managed to find an Airbnb with its own private swimming pool.
Ooh.
I know, and it was a bargain.
Got water in it?
Yeah,
Water as well.
water as well.
Bloody
Not
hell.
heated, mind you. But
Oh,
then
okay.
this is the end of August, so that shouldn't be a problem. But no, the kids loved it. Pool table, it's brilliant. Bit of a bargain that was.
God, that's been a while. I can remember it. Oh, he said.
I've just realised I'm logged in as ProSynth Network on YouTube.
Wank. Now I can't.
I always think of that when I hear that theme, that Secret Life of Machines show. You guys ever watch that?
No.
I love
I don't
that show.
think so.
It's a British show that made it over here. These two crazy dudes who are just tinkerers and science-minded guys, showing you how everything is done. They take a washing machine apart, they take a refrigerator apart, give the whole like animated diagrams of the science behind it, and then do crazy stuff like almost blowing things up and yeah. It's a good show if you guys can find it.
I've heard of it and may have seen one or two, but I can't quite remember it.
It's kind of like has the vibe of like This Old House, where one guy's like the real hardcore tinkerer guy, one's the nerdy guy who does the presenting, and this guy Reg and somebody else, and I forgot the other guy. But it's just really quirky and fun and informative.
I wonder where Cleo is.
He's going to start up the elliptical again now. Wah, 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 wah.
What's going on here?
You're facing the wrong way. That's it. This way. This way. Yeah.
What do we got here? Fuck.
Jim had his cat, and then I have your cat.
I don't want cats.
Oh,
Oh,
I know.
come on.
I got mine. I was actually trying to make a hardware jam, Andy, believe it or not.
oh yeah.
I think I got it pretty much done, but man, it's a lot of work.
Can be, yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I was trying to do something, with the whole. It's all good. I think I got it done. Yeah, I'm rusty.
It's like everything else. Just abandon it and just post it. Just you can agonize over it forever, or just
No, it's all good.
I mean,
Dude,
the last 10 I probably did in like 2 hours and like half awake. So just do it and put it up there.
Yeah, it was just getting the camera set up again. I like trying to get the camera set up, and then I was having problems with the interface. That I was trying to record it right off the live track, and then just stuff that you got to practice, and then have that. So that was all good. It was good stuff.
Yeah. At the end of the day, it's fun. So
Yeah.
Do you know what? I was going to say, I don't get any problems with iLock. It's been fine.
me either. I love iLock.
Well, I just registered thingy, the electric piano, and now everything's shut down because it says my Model 72 Minimo needs to be registered. What, the one I registered like beginning of last year? That one?
No, it's a different one. It's the one they need you to register.
Yeah, there's something going on.
No, it's
And now it isn't listing it. Oh, well, oh Christ
Software sucks.
almighty. How much fucking software have I got? Man.
Appears to be a lot.
Quite, yeah, this scrolls down for quite a way.
Imagine Ty's list.
Oh, mate, he showed me his contact.
I don't know how he chooses. I don't know how he.
He just has everything there. So if at any point in his lifetime, perhaps a penny whistle played by a Brazilian drunk is required, he'll have the
I want
library
that
for
library,
it.
yeah.
Yeah, and he'll have it.
But he not only has it, he knows he has it. And that's
No, he doesn't. No.
Oh, he doesn't.
Oh no.
Oh,
He was writing them down, and then he
No,
kind
I
of
gotcha.
lost track. He doesn't even know what synths he's got.
That is funny.
Yeah,
That's
he's often
funny.
said, "Yeah, you know what? I went into the other studio, tripped over this box. I thought, what's this? Open it up. Oh, it's a Lyra Rate. Oh, okay."
That's insanity.
He's even bought stuff not knowing that he already owned it.
I've actually done that too, which is pretty
Yeah.
sad. So
We-
it's, yeah.
I
He
can
doesn't-
understand with software, but hardware is
Yeah, hardware.
that's pretty tough.
Buying a £20,000 keyboard. You go, oh, fuck me, I've already got one.
And I've sold and rebought stuff. Lord knows I've
No, he ain't that bad, but it can happen.
No, I just stopped selling stuff.
Well, that's interesting. Model 72 isn't listed. What? Oh, you didn't. You fucking did.
Oh no, you didn't.
Oh, a piece of shit. Do you know what it's done?
What
It
is
saved the iLock license, not to the iLock, but to the hard drive. Oh, thanks for
Oh.
that.
Well, you can transfer it. That's one generation. One loss.
Yeah. But,
At least you can transfer it.
right, Model 72. Here we go. Why are you It's completely greyed out. Show me
What are you
details.
saying, Rob?
please.
I think you're on mute. Are you
It says it's active.
Are you muted, Rob? I don't hear you.
Yeah. Don't hear you.
Yeah, just kind of mime it. Like just
He spilled the orange squash again.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. Oh my god.
Oh man, how am I going to find this now? That's it. Nothing's working now. The whole bloody thing shut down until I
I
can.
love computers.
It's all shut down until I can sort this out. Right, they're unavailable. I love it. 5 unavailable lists 2. Okay, hidden.
I bet you
None.
can hear me now, can't you?
Yeah.
Now you've unmuted it. Yeah. Or
For some
whatever it
reason,
is you did.
for some reason, I started up my music player, which likes to hog the audio interface. So,
Oh,
That's nice.
but it's to make sure that it gets the best setting. So it takes over and says, "Right, I'm in charge now," and screw anything else that's connected.
oh, like that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, iOS tends to do the same thing. So about that UVI guitar library?
Dude, that sounds whack. That's great. God, that sounds good.
That's me playing guitar. I was just
No.
on the table here.
Is that with the strumming algorithm?
Yeah, it's built into the library. This is the Gibson Sunbird.
Even the strumming you can do with GarageBand is pretty impressive
Oh yeah.
Mm.
on an iPad.
Yeah, I need something like that. That's cool.
And some of those apps you can even do the fretting, so you can actually pretend you're playing the guitar.
Let's put it on standard. You must have something straightforward.
Straight from the heart. Love iMovie. Something.
Nice. It is nice. Right, man.
How do I get it done?
What you used to do.
Yeah, rock and roll.
Yeah, we don't need guitar players. That's awesome. I'm done.
You need Guitar GPT.
PPP?
Like that GPT.
Whoa!
Free bird, free bird.
Play Stairway to Heaven.
Brass in pocket.
Yeah, it is very much.
Oh, wow, yeah. Okay. Yeah, what the fuck?
So my memory's not completely shot yet. Not yet, anyway. Right, let's do the little trick of putting a Fender 73 just under it.
Good evening, Pasadena.
So there's an upstrum and a downstrum key.
Yep. So you got the downstrum, the upstrum. You've also got the
Mutes.
muted. Yep. And then you can. So if you hold down the chord, you can then pick the notes in the chord.
Nice.
but if you want to, you can do solo as well. So you could just. And then you've got patterns. Roxanne!
It's actually almost exactly a track.
You
from
don't
Finding
have to
Fines.
put your woolly stockings on tonight.
Oh,
Nice finger pick.
Walk the streets for donuts.
Oh, I need to off the chord. I need to slow that down. Where's the speed on this thing? Here we go.
There's a
Here we go.
speed.
No, too slow. No. No, sorry, I can't even remember the chord now. Yeah.
Can you do slide on it too?
I don't.
Pushing the envelope.
Yeah, I don't think. Let's have a look. You do hammers. Hammers.
I mean, it's really just moving like a barcode around, really. But it's
Yeah, but if it hasn't got the samples in there to do that.
Yeah.
that's really cool though. When like, just if you have a song and you just want to give a little
what's
attack.
this?
You just want to bang it out, yeah.
Yeah. And sometimes the guitar just has such a great attack.
You got legatos in there. And
Nice.
And
very
apparently
well.
if you have a MIDI guitar, there's a MIDI guitar setting in there, so you can plug a MIDI guitar in, and it will be your sound engine for your MIDI guitar,
No, that's
which is rather bonkers. But
yeah, no. I have one of those iGuitars. They're really nice.
really? Wow.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's got there's a Roland converter module for it, 13 pin to MIDI, but also I picked up that GR1 module a while back, which has really nice Roland sounds on it as a standalone, but also the guitar plugs right into it as well. So it's a 13 pin connector. It's good stuff.
That is good stuff.
And of course, yes, Wago has Agent 382.
So is your Osmo still saying end of month?
Still says end of this month, but we'll see. Not much of the month left, so
Yeah.
purposely, keeping
Like
some
it's a
stuff
short
aside.
month as well.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Excuses, excuses. Now, what are you playing, Kent? Who's that?
Quite a 2 on the Rolling.
In fact, before GarageBand hit iPad and iPhone, there was a Nintendo DS guitar app where you could strum with the stylus. It was awesome.
Oh,
It sounded really good too.
Let me get my bongos.
when do we get the album then?
sorry.
Rock!
It's honestly anything that makes me sound like I can play guitar, I love.
No, it's really cool.
But the best thing about it is that the script has been programmed as such so that when you voice a chord on a piano and you voice a chord on a guitar, it's a different voicing, and so it will translate your piano key version of that chord into the guitar voicing. So it's very, very fucking clever.
Well, that's why there aren't that many good keyboard guitar players out there, because it's so hard to adapt.
Nor should there be.
Yeah.
I mean, there are some great ones, though.
No, I have no idea.
I mean, when Jordan Rudess isn't being annoying, he actually does a pretty passable guitar keyboard.
Well, yeah. I'm sure he could, yeah. I don't want to totally ban guitar.
Jan Hammer did as well, with the guitar.
I just feel like drummers are back, and I love it. I feel like we're kicking singers and guitar players to the curb, and I couldn't die a happier man. I had to wait it out. I'm like,
I hear you, brother. I hear you.
yeah.
I would just wish I had space to put my kit back up again.
That's where the rolly comes in handy.
Yeah.
Shred.
And going,
Especially with the two ribbons.
yeah. I think it adds distortion, more distortion on it, going up and down the keyboard.
Oh, nice.
Gets a bit synthy here and there as
The Osmos should be able to make some nice.
well. Yeah.
I don't know if they even have any right now. I've never.
That's a nice one.
Harmonic.
That muted harmonics, yeah.
Reminds me of that one Fripp track. He's playing those harmonics.
What's this one?
I'm going to give Dave a thrill now. Hang on. Where are we?
It's trying to play both at the same time, which is not a good idea, boys. That should be. Well, that's interesting. Oh, there it is. Okay. Here we are. Yeah, that's better. Okay, what's the other one?
Right, this one's for Dave.
Ooh,
Hey.
the Hawaiian guitar. You like that? You like that music? Yeah, I like the Hawaiian guitar.
I have to get my grass skirt out. You'll probably need mowing first.
Got to work on those hip moves, Kent.
Yeah.
No more.
It sounded like Fiona falling down the stairs.
Come on.
Ouch. I almost got the Hill Street Blues thing.
Yeah. That's it.
You too can make music.
Rock.
Hey, hon, what are you listening to? What are you? There you go. That's pop.
There's some Pat Benatar there.
Oh yeah, that's getting there.
Yeah, that's getting into my grooves. Oh, okay. Alright. It's my recorder.
That really has become a Guitar Center.
Yeah.
Oh God. It is like a Guitar Center flashback right now. Like, oh my God, I started running for the door.
Yeah.
I was like, oh no, he's getting on the drums. We gotta get out of here.
You know what's missing?
It is actually slightly, yeah, it is slightly easier to play the Rise 2 over the Rise 1.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks to that little raised bit.
Yeah. That's what I thought.
Mm.
But it's the same squishiness, the same force, right?
Pretty clean.
Yeah. Maybe a little softer.
Really?
Yeah, but it might be because it's new. I don't know. But the grand, it's like playing water.
It's
That's
it's
really-
more runny like Camembert. Is it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit runny.
Well, the cat's.
Sure you want it? Oh, the cat's eating it. Yeah.
I don't care how fucking runny it is.
More cow.
You know.
We're asking for more cowbell.
That's beginning of Working for the Weekend by Loverboy.
Everybody's working. I don't know if I ever had a leather jacket. I had a members only jacket.
Ooh.
That I did have. Definitely had bandanas. Many.
You didn't have the Thriller jacket, Michael Jackson Thriller jacket.
No, but I had parachute pants.
Hugo Boss parachute pants. Yeah. Did you have espadrilles?
That was like my only female interaction, like going to the merry-go-round. Like, oh, get like 10 minutes with the sales girl. Oh, God. I'd walk out with pewter, like some kind of pewter. And then proceed to wear them in school. Oh, my God. It really happened.
What sounds we've got.
My brother used to wear. He was all fashion platey. He had the espadrilles. He had pegged Guess jeans, hanging belt, Giorgio Armani T-shirt that was about $80.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah. It's just
I definitely was dabbling.
and hair that looked like Kurt from Tears for Fears.
I was definitely somewhere in between Michael Jackson and like Motley Crue.
Wow.
It was Southern Maryland. Come on, man. You weren't there.
You had to be there, man.
You had to be there.
Pictures of me in the 80s. Hang on.
You didn't have much other choices. You had to fit in.
Oh, wow.
So true, too.
Keep putting the reverbs on the other side of the room. Bloody thing.
The added bonus of my brother driving his Honda Elite scooter around looked like a real goofball.
Oh, man.
I used to tease him endlessly. Of course, he was getting all the trim, so who am I to laugh? So,
What was your
Shit,
like?
Dave.
What was your teenage car, Andy? What were you driving?
I had several. I had 73 Mercury Marquis Brougham
Cool,
with
wow.
power lights, power doors, power windows. Huge car, great for going to parties and pile people in there. And
Yeah, that's what I had. I
it's
had
a big old land boat. And then I had a 73 Chevy Impala
Ooh, nice.
with a 350 V8.
Also a boat.
Nice.
Yeah, and all the lowrider guys wanted to buy mine because that's what they chop and slam, right? Is the Impalas.
I feel like those drums are too tilted. Those toms. I want to
Yeah, I liked the angles back then.
I know.
Look at the Roto Toms though. Look,
I know. Those toms.
this was 1990, I think.
I bought some about.
I'd gone back to my high school to play the prom.
They're so,
Check out the cat's backside on the kick drum. You know, remember you used to put those on the back of your car, like the cat had run into the car.
Yeah.
I put mine on my kick drum. Fuck you.
What does that say? Is that pearl? Or what kind was it?
So
Yeah, it's perfect.
the kit, so the kit is actually a Tama Swing Star,
Ooh.
but the front skin got busted somehow, and the only one I could find that fit was a pearl one.
I had a Pearl. I had one of the original Pearl exports. I still have some of them.
Nice. Look at the height of those cymbals, though.
Yeah.
Proper
You have to
80s.
stand
It had
up to hit them.
It had to, yeah, because you needed to make a statement.
Yeah.
You know, the ride symbols like right over there. Look at that. Jeez. And check out, of course, the high top trainers.
Yeah.
And there's actually another picture. Where are we? So this.
It's
we'll
funny
go
how
back
you
one.
would. It's funny how you would like set it up what you think was cool, not necessarily what was smart as far as playing.
Look at the padding on some of these drums. I was a pretty loud player,
Oh, okay.
so we had to put all this stuff on. And look at, I've got my fucking gloves on.
I mean, look at Bobby.
I
I'm
have gloves
serious, man.
because man, it's terrible.
Really? For God's sake, woman.
Oh,
It's awesome.
that's back of my head. So this is that same band a few years ago. So this is about 1987. So that's Mike. He's no longer with us, I'm afraid. But that was his keyboard rig, Juno 106 over a CZ 5000.
Okay.
And that's me in the corner there with my first sort of proper drum kit, which was made by
me in the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did
Made
he use
by
the sequencer
Thunder.
on the 5000?
No. We weren't that advanced back then.
Twin keys are not for dogs. Sorry.
Wait, does it say
There you
Thunder?
go. There, right, yeah, Thunder. So this was like one of the early kind of Chinese brands. It's horrible thing. But
I thought that was the band name.
no. we were Idle Frets. You get it? Idle Frets. Get it? You see? Yeah. So that's There we go. Even that was a different. He always had nice guitars. Yeah, you see, we actually by this shot here, we'd actually drawn the name onto the front of the drums.
Yeah, there you go. You have to do that. It's very
Proper
important.
80s style. That. Oh look, there's me and Matt.
Oh my god.
Well, I was just there was another picture of me in the 80s. This is a picture of me in 1970 with my daddy.
Ah,
Wow.
I was trying to find.
good stuff.
There's a really embarrassing.
Nothing's more embarrassing than my parachute pants. Trust me. Nothing. You can't.
I could find some stuff.
I wish I had photos of it though.
Oh, this
I
is
don't know
me.
why.
This is me out clubbing in the 80s.
Wow, nice.
Wow.
Indoors with the Ray-Bans.
Sunglasses at night.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I still know those girls as well.
Classic move.
Still hang
Just
out.
in
There you go.
case.
That's,
Just in case.
look at that. Fresh faced down the bottom there. He's dead.
Oh Jesus.
Jesus.
I know, he was my best mate, and he
Oh,
keeled over from a massive heart attack.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. That sucks.
Oh, where's that really? Oh yeah, 'cause there he is again. So yeah, there's me. So
No,
there's
I'm
a
not-
stripper.
Yeah, we're not. I can trust you. You can put that pointer on as many times as you try. It's not going to work.
Me and my nonna. That's my nonna, and my little baby sister.
Oh,
Yeah, she's no longer here. But where is? Oh, there's me, Doty, outside Paisley Park.
oh, nice.
Look at that.
That's cool.
Where the fuck is it? Oh, I did. Then and now.
That's pretty funny.
It's scary as fuck.
Wow.
I was doing my best John Lydon back in 88. That was 88, I think.
Cool hair. You had cool hair. You had like the.
Jeez,
Wow.
scary. No, I can't find that really embarrassing picture. Oh, there it is. There it is. Look at that. Rocking the green jacket and the scarf. That's not me. I'm on the left, by the way. That was about 86. Jeez.
I don't remember his name. Like,
Look at that.
Let's see if I can log into this as a separate entity.
This was the 1970s, I'll have you know.
Nice.
With my vinyl baseball cap. That makes it make your head sweat, that did.
At least you don't have the big puffy jacket picture. It makes you look like the Michelin Man.
Not yet. That's me at RAF Mildenhall, 1978.
At least you don't have the big puffy jacket picture.
Whoa,
No. Whoa. There you go.
where'd that come from?
Echo, echo, echo.
No, I was going to see if I could shirt lift this.
Oh.
Yeah, look at that.
Ugh, horrible.
Very
No.
much.
That's about it of the embarrassing pictures, I think. Oh, that's me and my little baby sister who passed
Oh.
away.
Hmm.
And there you go, the last one. This is a promotional shot we did for the band. And
Wow.
Still got those shades.
do you know
done
those
with
shades?
that.
They were genuine Ray-Bans. So do you remember when?
Risky business.
Did anybody smoke Marlboro cigarettes back in the 80s?
Briefly.
They used to do these promotions, right? Where if you kept the silver foil that you pull out to expose the cigarettes, and you save those foils up, you could then exchange those for points, and then you could take the points and buy Marlboro branded products or others. And I really, really wanted the Ray-Bans. I fucking smoked God knows how much to get those Ray-Bans, and I got the fucking Ray-Bans.
Oh, I just remember.
Did it say Marlboro on the side?
No, these were just genuine
Yeah.
plain Ray-Bans, and I loved those sunglasses. I treasured them, and I lent them to my ex-wife. She wasn't my ex-wife at the time. It's probably why she became my
Probably
ex-wife.
why now.
And I lent them to her when we were at Universal Studios in Florida, you know, the theme park.
Mm-hmm.
And she lost the fucking things.
Mm.
And if you're going to lose something, don't lose it.
The
Bloody
user
Universal.
move.
And all that work you had to do to get them, too.
I know.
Hey Andy, where do I if I do the hardware jams, where do I send it?
Facebook page, the Hardware Jams Facebook page.
Okay.
You post a link in there with the thing, and then you put it inside the spreadsheet. It's on the main link. So it's the topmost thing on every Hardware Jams week. You just refresh the page. It's the topmost one put up by somebody, and look for all the threads because a lot of people are putting stuff in there. You can't miss it. But you have to do the spreadsheet as well. Fill out the spreadsheet that's linked there on Google Drive or Google Docs or whatever it's called.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I wouldn't have time to even think about doing that till tomorrow sometime, whenever the hell that is. Supposed to be happy. Did you make it happy?
Yeah, it is pretty happy.
Hmm.
Pretty happy.
It's just funny because the guy who posted the challenge makes some of the darkest shit in the group. So, so he's
Oh,
about to
yeah.
make a happy spring jam.
Yeah, it's pretty. It's yeah. It's sweet. It's got.
No.
I think. I would not use it. I tried.
Only share a tab, Robbie.
So all you can do is try.
Yeah.
Go to present at the bottom,
Yeah.
and then share screen,
Uh-huh.
and then Chrome tab. Are you
Right.
using Chrome?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a Chrome tab. If there's audio, then make sure it's ticked. But
Look at that. Fucking hell. That was me.
look at you,
Look at my hair.
dark hair and everything.
No.
Wow.
Holy
Yeah,
crap. Playing what appears to be an Atari ST520.
Oh yeah.
4 meg upgrade.
Look at
With that joystick, I'm probably playing Battlezone.
Oh yeah.
shit hot at that.
The arcade game is awesome. I love Battlezone.
Yeah, and Battlezone 2 was. Also
You got to get
pretty
it so
cool.
that the shot grazes you. You got to get the angle right,
Mm.
so it goes right across your front.
Yeah, yeah. But they had these walkers in Battlezone 2 that were fucking pumping everything they had into
two.
them.
But I know I played it, but I don't remember it. I remember the first one the most.
Yeah, but the second one was obviously more graphical, and you had the
More
recycler. where
colors,
you,
right?
Yeah,
So-
the recycler that you could put down, and it made the base, and then you could recycle stuff from it.
Oh, I think I
Built-
vaguely remember that.
Add more silos. You could create more materials. Create more weapons and stuff.
And then they made that Spectre series on the Mac after that. And that was a fun network tank game. That was so much fun.
Yeah. Actually, funnily enough, after mentioning Crisis last night, I had a quick sniff at it again today, and even this new computer still can't run it properly.
No.
Turn everything on, it's like thought.
See, Jimmy Carter's just been moved into a hospice.
What?
Jimmy Carter,
Oh, is he?
Oh, Jimmy Carter. God, he has been.
98 years old still.
I love that guy. What a cool dude.
Mm.
Yeah.
He's pretty good in general. He's a bit of an anti-Semite, but otherwise he's a pretty good guy.
Is he really?
Yep.
I didn't know that.
Hmm.
That's too bad.
He does good stuff for Habitat for Humanity. So
Well, he's done some really
He's,
cool
he's,
stuff.
if he's an anti-Semite, then, I mean, didn't he get the Egyptians to sign the deal to actually recognise Israel? That's not.
I didn't say he was a consistent one. He's just
I always remember that, him, and was it Sadat?
Anwar
The-
Sadat.
Yeah,
That's it,
yeah.
Sadat.
He
And
was, yeah.
Yeah.
I can't remember
He
the.
was the kind of president we never really ended up having. pretty
He
much.
was too nice to be president, sadly, because you have to be a dick to be president for the most part.
Yeah, they pretty much they squashed him pretty quick, which is too bad.
Well, there's a certain thing involved. There's something in your psyche if you want to be, completely in charge of somewhere.
It's the kind of thing is the same as a CEO. It's a sociopath, psychopath mindset.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
No.
Yeah, it's very hard to be.
Because you have to be willing to destroy lots of people's lives at the flick of a pen, and not losing sleep over it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do.
Or losing sleep over it, but not showing it you will.
I think they really don't care. All the CEOs I've ever known, complete assholes.
It depends what size, really.
What,
Smaller companies, there's some great CEOs.
What size arsehole you
Yeah, what the, how gaping is it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
gotta
Go
get
see.
in there. If you
What are we
really-
talking here? Stick or
I
bus?
don't know.
Baseball bat.
I don't know. It.
Baseball
I know, all right? What I just tried to explain to you.
Well, the baseball bat has that little tip on it, so it's kind of,
Oh,
Well, let's say don't go too far.
thought too
Yeah.
much about that.
it does look like a knob. What do you want?
Look, you only live once, okay?
This is true. So they tell us. They tell us.
Yeah,
Oh.
well,
What do you think, Cleo? You don't like this kind of talk.
it was a joke. Wasn't it? It was a, I don't believe in reincarnation. And when I was a kitten, I didn't believe in reincarnation either. You right down there, sweetheart?
Matt's back in the room.
Eddie!
Missed your picture, Matt.
Oh,
You're famous for 5 seconds.
what do you think? I got somebody wrote just a pretty unpleasant review of us on Glassdoor, the new management. I was like, well, yeah, I guess we're assholes. I don't know.
Well, you can't please everybody.
Oh, Matt's not been sleeping.
I could
well,
say-
by the looks of it.
What I hate is that I can't really say what I want to say because
Why not?
I'm back to bite me, which is basically.
Bloody hell. Brooksy's up.
Who
I
are they?
know. He sent
Would
me.
he
a pic-
wet the bed or something?
Thank you.
God, man, Andy, what are you doing up, mate?
Oh my god.
What time is it?
I didn't even make the kids
Quarter
dinner.
to one.
Picked the wrong week to stop sniffing glue. Is it?
Yeah.
It smells good. What are you supposed to do? It tasted really good back in the day.
There was something on the news the other day about this, about solvent abuse, and apparently its nickname these days is huffing.
Oh, I've
Huffing.
heard of it.
And I'm
Yeah.
like, what's wrong with just sniffing glue? When we were kids, it was just sniffing glue.
Well, you know what they
Yes.
do with huffing is they spray like certain kinds of paint in a bag and inhale
Yeah,
over and over
yeah.
again.
I remember my friends did whippets a lot.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, nitrous oxide.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Sorry, no. Whippets over here, a breed of dog.
dog,
I mean,
yeah.
that's yeah.
Well, a little bit of both, right? You know, mix it up a bit.
Actually, a few years ago, there was we found a deposit. You know those little nitrous oxide capsules with the little. They look like little grey bombs, don't they?
Yeah.
We used to use them in not soda streams, but those soda water things. You used to put those little gas things in. didn't you?
Siphons. Soda
Siphons.
siphons.
Soda siphons.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's it.
And somebody was walking through the village. They found like half a dozen of these by the side of the road. So obviously someone had been sniffing away. But,
Yeah.
Whippet.
There's a
Whippet's
classic
good.
episode of Cops where they pull this dazed guy off a bus, and he's just kind of out of it, and he has packages of ladies' underwear sticking out of his back pocket, and a plastic bag and a couple of these paint cans. And the guy's like, "Yeah, this is a classic guy. Look at this guy. They seem to like the gold paint the most. It has the worst fumes or whatever. And this guy's totally high, whacked out, and did a bunch of stealing of ladies' underwear. So
We always had like, was it like once a month we'd have somebody. I don't know what they were doing. I don't know if it was meth or whatever, but there would be like some story about some dude buck naked running around outside. You know,
it's usually PCP.
PCP. That's what
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah, that was bad
Yeah,
news.
it's just like you know exactly what it is. They're like, dude,
They
there's
get
somebody-
hot and they have to take all their clothes off because they're
Yeah,
overheating.
then they run.
Yeah, they're going.
It's the same like story. You're like, yeah, that's what.
Nope.
it's
They'll run with broken legs. They'll break through handcuffs. I mean, PCP is nasty stuff.
Oh, it's hard. I guess that's what Love Boat was and all that. Oh man, there were some people.
Is that what they used to call angel dust?
Yeah, it makes people want to fly. Sometimes you get on a building and you just jump because you think you can fly.
Yeah.
So
Mm.
bad news. They often they call it SHRM.
How do you like?
So they,
I feel like you'd have to move. Like you'd wake up and be like, okay, you're running naked, like through like okay, I might have to relocate or something, get my hair cut.
well, that was another episode of Cops. They had a guy broke into a store on PCP nude. This huge black guy was just amped up, and the cops had to deal with his blood and the glass everywhere, and the fact that he's super strong. It takes 5 guys to hold him down.
They have to get your naked guy.
Yes.
They have to tackle them. It's like 5 foot naked.
It's
guy.
nuts. It's completely nuts. Yeah.
What an awful night that is.
Well, at least he didn't have to ask if he had anything sharp in his pockets.
Oh my god, it's got to be funny. And he's
But a
all
lot of those
sweaty,
guys will lace
and
their,
hungry, and you're like, you're trying to grab.
A lot of them will lace their blunts with PCP.
He's probably really strong too.
That's why when you hear like Samuel L. Jackson and the movies talking about SHRM all the time, that's PCP
Yeah, no, we used
for
to have
Sherman
a-
Helmsley.
We used to have a PCP problem.
The worst I did was smoke a whole joint of Moroccan black, and ended up walking around the red light district of Amsterdam, thinking that I'd shat myself when I hadn't, but it felt like I had. I think it's the worst I've ever been, apart from passing out. Pulled a whitey in the cubicle of a bar and had to be dragged out from underneath. Luckily, it was one of those stalls where you had enough room to drag a human body out.
Yeah.
Because I literally, we bought this joint. There was 4 of us, and we'd all had a few tokes each. And it came back to me, and I said, "Anyone else?" And they all, "No, you're right." So I thought, "Oh well, fuck it, it's lit, you know." And I'd just I'd literally flown over from England that afternoon, having not smoked anything for a while.
Oh yeah, it'll fuck you up.
Yeah, and about half an hour later, I thought, I don't think I need to go to the toilet. and I went to the toilet, and the next thing I know, I'm being dragged out from underneath the door of that toilet. And then walking around the red light district,
So funny.
thinking, I kept saying, guys, can you take a few steps back behind me? Just check my trousers, just like, because I was wearing like beige khakis and stuff. They were like, no, Rob, you've not shit yourself, but it's warm and tingling down there.
If you think it was strong back then, you should try this stuff now. It'll knock you on your ass. It's
Probably will, 'cause I haven't smoked anything for the
Oh
last
my
20
just the
years.
strain. The strains are so strong now. It's nuts.
I bet. I can't even imagine.
Gave that all up.
Yes.
I gave up smoking cigarettes. I gave up smoking anything.
Yeah.
I've never smoked. I've just done edibles. So
We used to get this really. Most of the time, where I live, the best you could normally get for is like the resin, and you just crumble it up into a roll up cigarette. And
Yep.
I was working with this company. It was this door to door sales thing, and one of the managers called me up one day and said, "Oh, I've got some really good stuff. Do you want some?" I said, "Yeah, go on." So I went over and said, "Do you want to try it first?" So I said, "Oh, go on then." And I'd driven there, by the way. So remember, I've driven my car over there, and I honestly didn't think it would be much, but it really, yeah, it was quite strong. And then I remembered I had to drive home, which was literally half a mile away, and I had to stop off via the bank and pay a check-in at the bank. So I got in my car. I'm thinking, I've got to do this because I can't leave the car here. I've got to get home. And I pulled out onto the street, which is in Norwich city centre. And the police car, let me out of the. And I was like, oh my god. And I drove the distance from her house to the bank, so I lived about half a mile away. The bank was about a mile. And it felt like it took me all day
yeah,
to get to the bank.
Oh,
And I got to the bank, and then I had to go and pay this check-in. And all I got on was like my track bottoms and my hoodie. And I was I was so paranoid. I went into this bank. They think I'm going to be robbing the bank. They're going to be calling the police on me and all this kind of stuff. And they didn't, obviously. I paid my check-in. And got back in the car, drove home. That bit I don't remember. The next bit I remember is I've got home, and Jackie is at work, and she calls me up, and we're talking about something. She goes, "Rob, what are you doing?" And I said, "Nothing." She goes, "It sounds like you're sort of like moving around." And all I was doing was pacing from the kitchen to the front room and back again, and just eating. And just pacing and eating and pacing and eating. And then I told her what happened. She kind of lost her shit a little bit.
yeah.
paranoia is hilarious.
That's the worst bit. Yeah.
It is hilarious. I mean, like
Yeah.
what you're thinking, and you're just like, I can't do it. I cannot face that person. I can't do it. Like, I'm gonna lose. And then you're doing it, and you're just like, I don't know what I look like right now, but I am so freaked out.
Well, the great thing is that Quaalude scene from Wolf of Wall Street, where he thinks he's driving the car okay and he's walking okay. You see what he's really doing? Holy shit!
Yeah, well, I do that when I'm drunk.
Not like that. You got to. If you haven't seen it, you got to see DiCaprio's
No,
performance. Is pretty nuts.
No, I gave up all of that when we found out we were pregnant with my daughter. It was like not everything on the head, apart from the booze. Which I do in moderation, so. Cheers. My kids. When I tell my kids, because I'm not going to hide it from them, I tell my kids that me and their mother literally went on a trip to Amsterdam just to get stoned, because it's not far from me. You just jump on a plane; it's a half-hour flight.
Oh shoot! Yeah.
So yeah, we just went to Amsterdam to get fucking off our heads. No, did you? Yeah.
Can we do it now?
No, do you know what? I haven't even ever had to have that conversation with them, because
If you're honest with them, it's easier. Yeah.
yeah, it's like they
I'll
don't.
definitely be honest.
My son actually came home last night a little bit tipsy, because he's 17. Well, yeah, he's 18 in December, and he goes around, to his mates and stuff. So he says, "Can I take some, something with me, drink wise?" And we say, "Well, you can take a 4-pack of cider because cider's, I mean, it's the fruity stuff. So it's." But he came back yesterday. He was pissed, but just kind of, happy pissed and
Yeah.
sort of silly
Warm and
pissed.
fuzzy.
Yeah, silly pissed.
Yeah, my parents didn't hide the alcohol from us. It was by the time I turned 21, I didn't even care. It was just like not a big deal.
We had places in DC. DC was 18, and I was in Maryland. We were 21. So basically, by the time we were 16, there was somebody we knew who was 18 who could drive. And DC it was like 15 minutes. Now the cops would wait for us sometimes. They got smart. They'd catch us every once in a while, but generally we got away with it. So we really, by the time we were 16, 17, there was unlimited alcohol for us if we wanted it, with a little bit of initiative.
Yeah,
That
we went to parties all the time.
that picture I showed you with me in that sort of pale mint green jacket? That was about 86, 87, and we lived in this small village, which is not too far from here, and they had an off license and a fish and chip shop. It was all run by the same people, and he didn't care who he sold it to. So we would go in there and buy the strongest thing that we thought we could handle. And we started off with just like the regular stuff, and then we ended up with, proper like vodka, whiskey, Tennant Super, Carling's Special Brew, and we'd get so fucked up on that. It was just horrible. I mean, I remember going home and just, on the big white phone to God, and my mum, going apeshit at me. But yeah, it was just like, it was, because it was so easy to do, because we had that sort of free. If you'd have gone into an off license in town, they would have kicked you out. But because it was a small village and nobody checked and nobody knew,
The consequences for us were pretty low too. I mean, even if we got caught, it just nobody gave a shit.
Yeah, you could drive drunk and get a slap on the wrist when I was a kid.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh,
They
no, we
just
never-
grabbed the shit.
never did that.
No.
Never done that.
Oh,
Never
my
driven.
friends did it so much.
My dad
in
did.
high school, it was bad.
It was really bad.
Yeah.
It was just, and bad things happen, and it's not surprising.
I was in a car with my dad, who was drunk and driving. I was a little bit tipsy, and my stepmom and my baby sister, who was 10 years younger than me, so I must have been about 15 or 16, and I'd had half a bottle of Liebfrau milk or something like that. And I don't recall my dad, because my dad was one of those drunks that he could drink a lot, and you wouldn't really notice he was drunk until a particular thing would happen. He was a bit of an angry drunk, and he got in this. He was driving a Ford Escort RS Turbo, which is a bloody fast car, certainly back in the day. And he took this 90-degree corner at stupid whatever, and he just lost it, and we went into this ditch. We rolled it. Luckily there were friends behind us, and it wasn't serious. Nobody was hurt. But it was kind of a wake up call, like,
Yeah,
dad's fucking drunk driving. It's I think everyone was pissed off with him because he put the kids at risk. If he wanted to do that on his own, fine, but he'd got kids in the car. So yeah, that's that. Knocked that on the head.
It was pretty normal, though. I will say, growing up, it really wasn't. People didn't get too worked up about it. Like, there's Joe driving home again, weaving around. You just kind of go, yeah, be careful.
But you've got nice big wide roads out there. You can avoid.
Yeah, no, back then it was pretty rural where I was.
Yeah.
Plus, I had a bad role model. My dad's dad was an alcoholic for his whole life, and he was just a disaster. So I always saw that shit and go, I don't want that to be anything like me. So,
Yeah, there's different. I do think there's some genetic tendencies. So some people really
Definitely, yeah.
drink it, and then it's also a psychological thing. If they make a weird there's like a weird psychological connection some people will make. And then they have that genetic kind of, and then when they drink, they can't stop. And I've seen that in some people. I can stop, but I've seen people that can't, and I actually feel sorry for them. Because,
Yeah, my last couple years of high school is when the Mothers from Drunk Drivers, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, basically came about and started clamping down all over the place on stuff.
Yeah, well, that's what shut it down. That
Yeah,
really
and one of my classmate a year below me had such a bad wreck. They put his car in the front lawn of the school for about a month. And he's lucky he survived, but he had major brain trauma. He had to basically learn to walk again, learn to talk again.
No. Oh yeah, no.
And so they had a poster boy for MAD, basically. So
I got some amazing stories just of like driving with people who were drunk. And then like I had one kid and he had like anger issues and then he'd start losing his shit and start hitting the gas. And we're just all sitting there like, oh fuck, we're dead. And it was just like, I don't know. It just happened so much, but we need driverless cars or something now. I don't know how we made it, to be honest with you.
yeah,
I'm serious. Some of the stuff is just stupid. Completely.
sure.
No seatbelts. None of that shit.
Yeah.
We didn't do any of that stuff. Here we are. All right, I gotta go. I gotta make dinner or things. So I don't want to get in trouble.
Dinner is almost breakfast time.
It is breakfast we're having. All right, everybody have a good night.
You
All
too,
right.
Dave.
See
All
ya.
right, Dave. Take care, man.
See you later. Oh. Oh.
What a wanker.
Oh,
There you go. Gotta be done.
Nearly missed.
Yeah, my old man would get it. He was very unfiltered anyway, but it seemed like alcohol would remove the last filter, and he would get angry. He'd never get violent, although my mum would have you believe otherwise. But having borne witness to, it was they'd slap each other around the face or something like that. That was it. Which of course is you shouldn't condone, but he wasn't beating her up. But he would literally he'd have a few drinks and then boom, that filter, he's gone. And I remember we were having lunch in the restaurant that we owned, and it was closed, so it was just friends and family, and the table's sort of like six seats one side, 6 seats the other, and he was at one end and whatever. And his brother-in-law, so my stepmom's brother, was there with his girlfriend or wife or whatever, and he didn't have a very high opinion of this woman. And as the afternoon wore on and he got a little bit more drunk, he would be talking to me about this woman who was like 5 feet away, and it was the most embarrassing thing.
Oh no.
It was just like there was nothing that would have stopped him talking about this person. It was the alcohol just flicked that switch and off he went, and it really was. And he got a mouthful from pretty much everyone. And I remember the next day he phoned me up, and this is classic my old man. This was. I won't do the accent, but he said, your stepmom's told me to call you to apologise. It's like he didn't want to apologise, but he knew he had to, and she'd made him. But I don't ever remember him doing that again much after that. I think he learned a lesson. But he was, he would work till the early hours of the morning with the restaurant. And he'd have been having a little glass of wine here and a glass of wine there throughout the night. Somebody would buy, oh Bruno, come and have a glass with us, and then if he'd had if it was a good evening, he'd have a glass of wine to celebrate. If he had a bad evening, he'd have a glass of wine to commiserate, and that glass of wine would become 2 glasses of wine, 3 glasses of wine. And at the time we lived, 500 yards from the restaurant, so he would just drive home from there. He wouldn't ever walk anywhere, but he'd be absolutely out of his tree. But he'd just drive home and then come home and have an argument with my mum about something or other. Wake the whole house up and then go to bed. And get up the next morning, do it all again. But I often wonder, because he died of, well, it was bladder cancer that got him. Then it moved, because he was his typical old bloke. You know, didn't go to the doctors until it was too late. I have no idea what causes bladder cancer, but I just do sometimes wonder if it was.
Could have just metastasized.
Yeah. But was it alcohol related? Do you drink too much? I don't know. Doesn't seem to stop me now.
Wow.
Although I have cut down a lot in the last year or so.
Yeah, then I mean, maybe back then it was hard to find. Like my aunt a few years ago died of well, they thought it was colon cancer, advanced colon cancer, but on further inspection, it had started in the uterus and spread around, and finally ended up in the colon. They had to remove, a big section of her colon. And by the time they found it and got it out, she had like a month left or something like that. So.
Anyway, let's not talk about that.
Yeah, I know, it's bad.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me. What's going on in the world? Anybody else die or get put into hospital? Sad about Bruce Willis, wasn't it?
What?
Oh, I haven't caught up. I know he had dementia.
Well, he had
early onset dementia.
No, it was aphasia, wasn't it, which caused him to have difficulty speaking.
Was that all it was? Oh, okay. I thought it was.
Well, that's how that was the initial diagnosis. He's now got frontotemporal dementia. That's officially confirmed now. So.
Oh, that's familiar ground.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I know that one.
That's quite sad.
He had all those movies coming out direct to video. Did you see all those that came in a flurry? And people were criticizing him, saying, "Oh, he's phoning it in. He's doing cameos and having doubles for lots of his scenes and stuff." Well, it turns out he was having trouble with the lines, and he's trying to save up money for his family because he was having issues. So,
Yeah, it is sad when you kind of. I wouldn't say he's a hero, but he was a prominent figure in our youth and subsequent years. But then you see somebody like Dame Judi Dench, who was on TV last night. She can't see fucking past her nose because if she got macular degeneration in her eyes, she can't read her lines. She has to have them read to her by a machine mostly, and that has to tell her what page she's on and everything. But she does it. I mean, she's still acting. She's still, doing stuff, but she can barely see past the front of her nose, which is really sad. Yeah. But she still has a sense of humour, a wicked sense of humour.
Except she did that Cats movie, which was probably a bad idea.
She got paid, So.
I know.
Yeah.
But it was funny because she was on the Graham Norton show, and Hugh Jackman was on there, and he recalled when he first came over to the UK, and he was going to go on. It was some kind of variety show or something on stage, and he was going to go on and sing Oklahoma or something other. And she was doing. Do you remember she did back in the late 70s? She did a version of Send in the Clowns. The Stephen Sondheim thing. And apparently, he was just like, he was all very young and fresh faced, and she was by the side of the stage, muttering things like, "Why did I agree to do this? Why did I cannot sing?" And apparently he then sort of gave her a little word and said, "Oh, I saw you last night. You were amazing." And she'd forgotten all about that until he reminded her last night, which was kind of sweet. And then who was it? They had Michael Douglas on there, And he was recounting tales of her back in her heyday, and it was all very sweet. She's a bit of a ledge. Yeah. And Paul Rudd, what the fuck is wrong with Paul Rudd? He
Really?
doesn't get old.
Oh yeah. Well, Dick Clark for a long time, right?
I just every time I see him, I think, you got a painting in your loft, haven't you?
Did you see Elizabeth Hurley on Instagram? Holy smokes!
Oh, again, another one. Doesn't age a fucking moment.
Yeah.
And there's no surgery on. Well, no obvious surgery done on that. It doesn't look like. Well, Jesus. I mean, well, she's not done a Madonna.
No. Yeesh.
Which, I mean, Madonna was a beautiful, beautiful woman. And she, just had to go and do stuff.
They get addicted to plastic surgery.
Jamie Lee Curtis is another one who's just, fuck you, I'm getting old and I'm not, don't need to do anything. And she was brilliant in Everything Everywhere All at Once. She was really good in that. Yeah. And you see, it's not just women, it's men as well. You see all these men doing crazy things, although not so much, but I guess there's not so much pressure on the men, is there? But
Oh, there's quite a few. Look at Pete Burns.
well, yeah, poor
Jeez.
yeah. But he was a lovely guy, though. He was such a nice guy. I've never heard anyone say a bad word about Pete Burns. I mean, he was out there and forthright and stuff, but yeah, kept doing shit to himself. I've already told my wife she's, you never have to feel like you ever have to do anything.
Well, it's usually not even that. It's just their own self-esteem or whatever, or body image.
We just joke about. I mean, we joke about the fact that we're in our 50s and everything's going down that way. And actually,
Gravity wins. Yeah.
I mean, she's done a fantastic job in the last couple of years of keeping her weight down and losing weight, and she just this last week she sent out about a dozen packages of clothes that she sold online that she doesn't fit into anymore because they're all so big. But the inevitable happens and things start to sag and droop, and for both of us, and we just laugh about it. And I still think she looks quite nice. So.
Well, I always think of Brazil, right? The mother gets too much surgery, she falls apart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's there are strong psychological reasons for wanting to do that to yourself.
Well, look at some of these supermodels are like skinny as a rail, and they're like, I'm so fat, and they're bulimics, and it's just yeah. It's awful.
Yeah. It was that supermodel that's just recent. Was it Linda Evangelista? Who had something done and it went wrong, and it really backfired, and she became a complete recluse until the last year or so, when she eventually decided to kind of say, okay, fuck it, this is me, this is who I am. I think it was Linda Evangelista. It's one of those kind of famous 80s supermodels.
Well, the overall face thing really never works. I remember Roy Scheider
Doesn't.
when he did the movie 52 Pickup. You look at that movie poster, and then you look at like the 7-Ups, and you can just see his face is all stretched out. They got the trout pout, and it's just like, dude, just leave it alone.
Yeah.
You're supposed to age,
Yeah. Oh well. Each to
pressure. It's the pressure, that's if you're a.
Well, I guess it's a psychological pressure that you won't get the phone calls the minute you start looking over a particular age, or But then like Michelle Yeoh was talking about something like this, because they've been doing the rounds recently, and she said she didn't think that she'd be working, and certainly she didn't think she'd be getting Oscar nominated at her age, but I watched that film and she's gorgeous. I mean, she's stunning. She's had no work. I mean, she's not only a great actress and a great martial artist, but she's really rather fucking hot, in my opinion, anyway. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, it's just like, it's funny. My dad, everyone looks in the mirror every day, and you do what you do with yourself for the day throughout the years. But I remember the first time I set up the video camera I bought in front of the family, I had it on TV as they can see themselves and wave at the TV and stuff. And my dad just took a moment there. He goes, God, look at this. Double chin, no hair. It's terrible. It's a self-reflection while he's looking at the TV.
And I mean, I look at my eyes, right? I mean, you probably noticed, but I mean, I've got all these baggy bits here, and that's my dad. I mean, my dad had that as well. We have these kind of folds underneath our eyes, and I think, wouldn't it be nice if I didn't have those? But then I think, well, that's me. That's my genetics. That's who I am. Does it bother me? No, I'm not out playing the field anymore. And even if I was, I don't think I'd worry about that. I just wear dark sunglasses.
There you go. That's your trademark, right? Sunglasses.
Yeah. See, sunglasses. Some years ago, I remember my wife saying she was like complaining, "Oh, bags under my eyes." And then I remember her coming home one day, and she said, "I looked in the bathroom cabinet, and there was a tube of Anusol." Which is well, the clue's in the name. And I said, "It's just something you haven't told me." She goes, "Oh no, it's for the bags under, because it tightens the skin under my eyes." And I was speaking to the neighbour about it, and she said, "Well, I use Anusol underneath my eyes."
Preparation H will do that too for your hemorrhoids.
Yeah. Well, that's what Anusol is, isn't it? It's that same sort of thing. And so for a little while she was, smearing, hemorrhoid treatment under her eyes.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I think Fiona's used that before now.
Yeah. I don't know if I'd want. As I see, Wagyu's just posted that he thinks that sometime soon we're going to fix aging through genetics and so on and so forth. And,
I mean, it's normal methylation of DNA. It's just the way it is. So certain genes get expressed, certain genes get turned on, certain get turned off, and we're not self-repairing that well. Even if you lived a hell of a lot longer, you'd be a mess.
And also, I don't know, would you want to live? Because the amount of people that I speak to, older people that I've spoken to, friends and family, they're like, I'm just tired of it all. I don't think I can go through another 10 years of this. It's just like, just want to rest and just want to stop.
Yeah.
Would you want, because there's so many mythological stories of, the curse of never dying, Would you want to live that long? I don't know.
Well, we were talking about Star Trek. There's that great old TOS one where they meet, it's called Requiem for Methuselah.
Oh, yeah.
Where they meet that guy who's basically, he was Alexander the Great. He was, all these famous composers, and he was everything. He lived through all those times. And he's, he has to build an android woman because they all die around him.
Yeah.
And he's just fucking miserable.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like the Queen song, right? Who wants to live forever?
Oh, yes, indeed. Yes. We're all just bundles of energy, and when we go, our energy will dissipate and go into something else.
I mean, it'd be fun to see where things go, right? Are we really going to get these crazy technological marvels? Are we going to annihilate each other with nukes? Are we going to hit by another asteroid and it's going to take us out? What's going to happen? Who knows?
Yes, that used to bother me many years ago. I used to think, but what if we're bound to go traveling in the stars and possibly land on Mars or something, and what if I don't see that happening? That'd be amazing. What if I don't see flying cars or hoverboards, or you think, I was going to miss all that, but think about all the things you did get to experience.
Exactly.
There's people 100 years ago. Oh, what if I don't live long enough to see people reach the moon?
Yeah, exactly.
Life is just about the right length, I think, to enjoy it. I think beyond that, you might get really annoyed.
Well, look, I mean, 100 years ago, we'd all be pushing on, close to death right now.
Oh, or dead already. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
So,
God, yeah, absolutely.
through the wonders of medical science and good fortune, we've already managed to extend our lives that much longer. No.
And part of the problem is people are always concerned about what they're doing, what's going to happen after, right? If you think you're going to go to some wonderful place, then you kind of should be. I guess you should be happy to go there. But most of us don't believe it. At least the people I know don't believe in that. You have one go around to make the most of it. Be kind to people. Do lots of positive things. Have a lot of fun. Don't be a dick all the time, and things should work out. Okay,
Yeah.
No, I'm pretty pragmatic about the whole thing. I'm I don't have any belief in religion or anything. I don't believe in reincarnation or an afterlife or any of those fanciful, things that many cultures and so on have thought might happen. And I just think, it'll stop and it'll be nothing, and I won't know anything about it. Just like I didn't know anything about it until I was actually born. It'll just stop and it'll go away, and hopefully it'll be as pain-free as possible. And whatever energy in my body will dissipate into something else, because you can't destroy energy. It'll just move on in some way, in some form, somewhere else. And as much as that is what I think, of course, I think we'd all be lying if we didn't say, oh, it would be nice, wouldn't it, though, if, when we passed on, there was something else that we would be consciously aware of. Because that's the thing. I mean, there might be something else. We just might not be consciously aware of it. We don't know. I mean, there's a lot of things that we don't know. And we've learned so much. But there's still things we don't know to be true. That's speculation. Yeah. Nobody knows what happens, or if anything happens after death, because nobody's come back to say, hey, everyone, look, this is what happens. Here's the evidence.
Exactly. Yeah.
There's nothing there. And for me, the absence of any kind of proof or evidence just suggests to me that there is nothing. And that'll be that. So yeah, it would be nice, and if it makes you happy,
yeah, if it helps, that's fine. But
yeah, if you want to go through life thinking, well, look, it's okay because when I pass on, this will happen. As long as you don't bring that to bear and make that a defining part of your life and a part of other people's lives, just be happy in the knowledge that you think this might happen when you go. Then fine, whatever gets you through the night. As Mr. Lennon once said. But if you start making decisions and actions based on those things, you're starting to tread on a bit of dodgy ground. But yeah.
And you can leave a nice legacy. Those have those services. You can have a record pressed of your ashes with DX7 patches on it.
Wow, quite. But no, I mean, legacy is actually a really interesting thing, because when you're gone, the only thing that is left to say you were here is your legacy. Whether your legacy is just a gravestone that has your name on it, he lived from this time to this time and he was a wanker, or whatever.
What's a wanker?
Or whether
that's on tombstone. What a wanker! Yeah. That's the tombstone.
Yeah. Or whether your legacy is something you left behind, like art or education. I sometimes think that I've put my voice onto so much stuff, like at work, like on voiceovers for online learning and stuff, that some of these things will carry on, and my voice will still be around somewhere, And I think, was it you said it yesterday, Kent, about, or somebody said yesterday about Dom. And isn't it amazing?
Yeah.
Isn't it great that
there is this? We can get to see.
There
them
is a huge
as
legacy.
They were.
Yeah. We can just click on a
I'd
thing.
love to see some video footage of my dad.
Yeah.
That's why I'm glad about that video camera, because I have all this footage of my mom and other people who are long gone. So
Yeah.
But as long as you leave a legacy of some description, then yeah, I'm happy with that. You know, if somebody wants to, listen to the music I made or be entertained by something I created, or it's it's going to live on. You know, I'd like to think that some of the podcasts I've done, or some of the shows that we've done, or some of the articles I've written will be archived somewhere, and in 100, 200 years, someone somewhere wants to research about what things were like in, whatever, or what these, and there's my stuff, along with a whole bunch of other stuff by loads of other people. But there's I've contributed to sort of documenting and investigating and educating.
someone's going to say, "Who's this Robbie Petrocelli?"
I know. He never finished building his house. Yeah. He was a shit lawyer in the 70s. But no, I mean, just having, that's all that you can do. Leave a good legacy behind. However that legacy manifests itself. Whether it's a vinyl record pressed out of with DX7 sound.
It's a line from Battle Beyond the Stars: "Live fast, fight well, and have a beautiful ending."
Yeah. There you go.
Oh man.
Well, Asio has just said people don't listen to the music I make now. Why would they listen in 100 years? Well, nobody looked at Van Gogh's paintings until he'd gone, and then appreciated it afterwards. So, did I say Van Gogh? I said Van Gogh. I spend too much time with Americans.
Van Gogh.
Van Gogh.
There's a whole Woody Allen skit about that, one of his movies, where the woman says, "Van Gogh." And he goes, "Van Gogh? What are you talking about, Van Gogh?"
Yeah, your legacy is your children. If you have children. Not everyone does. That's one, it can be one.
Yep. Absolutely.
I'd like to think that my kids might go on and do something notable and memorable, but then I guess my parents thought the same about me. Sorry.
You've done all right for yourself. What are you on about?
Yeah, but not
Home, family, loads of keyboards, car. You're done. You're all right,
loads of
boy.
records, yeah.
Yeah. People
You're
with
one of the
less,
kings
mate.
of FM. You have a title.
Yeah. There you go.
It's one I don't deserve, trust me. I might buy all this shit. Doesn't mean I know how to make anything useful with it.
But you're carrying the torch, which is good. FM needs more support.
What are you trying to say?
Well, it sags in the middle of it all.
Yeah. No, it's misunderstood and maligned most of the time. It's actually an awesome technology.
Yeah.
What's next? I've done the Fairlight. Now I've done FM. What should I do next?
Book
How
club.
about write some music, for Christ's sake? What's the matter?
Yeah.
Gotta do modular.
No.
But write the music you want to do, not what you think other people are going to want or
Actually,
like to listen to. Just do what you want to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, I had an idea this afternoon that I think I might explore a little bit. Oh, excuse me. Yes. That's it. See, I mean, it's like my sister said to me the other week, because we're going to Italy to scatter my dad's the remaining part of my dad's ashes, which we were supposed to do just as the pandemic hit, and I'm driving there, so it takes 2 days to drive from here to the village in Italy, and they're just jumping on a plane and they'll be there in the the flight's like a couple of hours.
Yeah.
And she said, "Oh, I just don't understand why you want to drive." And I said, "Well, because I get to see all of that countryside and people and mountain ranges, and it's just like, you know, you're just going to jump. You're going to go to an airport, which is this massive concrete structure in the middle of nowhere, and you're going to pay all this money to sit in a metal tube with people you don't know and you don't like, who will wind you up beyond belief. And then you'll get off the other end, and then you're going to have to spend more money to get a car or a train or a bus to get. Blah, blah, blah. Whereas I'm just going to be able to just like saunter on through, and you know, if I see something I want to stop and take a picture of, I can stop and take a picture of it. Or if I, you know, want to, you know, you can't do that, and it's just like trying to explain to her that, you know, the reason I'm doing it is not because of anything other than I just want the experience, because, you know.
Yeah.
Kids, eh? They'll learn. In fact, her husband, my brother-in-law, he was like, "Oh yeah, Rob, I'd love to do that." I said, "Well, why didn't you come with me?" "Oh well, your sister won't like it." "Oh, God. Come on, live a little. I think as you get older, you sort of just you start thinking, "Oh, do you know what? Yeah, take that extra day off, spend that extra little bit of money, and live a bit." You know, 'cause like you say, you're only here once. Got to enjoy it.
Yes.
That's right. It's important.
The fact that 2 weeks after I get back from Italy, I'm going to be on a fucking plane to Austin, because there is no way of conceivably driving across or taking an easy route to there, means that I actually now even relish even more the fact that I'm just driving a car and not doing another fucking airport run. And then the week after I get back, I'm on another plane to fucking Berlin.
Huh.
For the Super Booth. I keep forgetting I'm going to Super Booth. It's like every time I remember that, go to Super Booth. Exciting. I've already arranged to meet Mark Reeder out there for a pint.
Mm-hmm.
Should be fun getting back on the show. Hopefully we'll get a whole bunch of people. So we'll speak to a lot.
Yeah.
So Super Booth pretty cheap.
Well, the 3-day ticket is €98.
Oh yeah,
So if you want to go for a day, it's 35 or something.
it was cheaper than NAM. Yep.
Oh yeah. It's cheap for me because I don't pay a penny. Again, you know, perks of the job and all that. Not this job, the other job. I get my Gear News press pass. But yeah, I mean, I was quite surprised because Berlin's quite an expensive city. I was quite pleasantly surprised at the hotel rate, and we didn't get the discounted rate. We just went in at the normal rate. Separate rooms. I didn't want to put Ben through the stress of sleeping in the same room as somebody gets
Keeping
up.
his hands off you.
Well, yeah, there's that. No, there's
Yeah.
the bloody sleep apnea and all that kind of stuff. So that would have been a bit scary. But no, we managed to get all that sorted. Haven't taken. I've got. Oh shit! Yeah, actually, that reminds me. I've got to book my car park at the airport because my wife won't want to drive us. I think that's the last thing I've got to do. Actually, is book the airport car parking. Oh, we could go on the train.
Oh, hello.
So that place with all the bungalows and stuff, that wasn't as remote as it looks, right? It's just kind of, there's like restaurants nearby and stuff and all that.
Yeah. It's not in the centre of Berlin. It's on the periphery.
Yeah.
It's like a big wooded area. Yeah, but it's like the hotel we're staying in is fairly central. so it takes about 40 minutes to get to the site from
Okay.
we are. So if you get on the U-Bahn, or is it the S-Bahn? One of the two, I can't remember. And it's a pretty straightforward trip, but yeah, it's all good. It looks really nice.
Starting to feel it now.
What's the time? Blimey.
Mind you, I've got a feeling in my legs again now. Been kneeling 11 hours.
Do you know, I was going to say, I just realised you're not in the shed anymore.
Yes. Well spotted.
Did you finish? Did you finish everything? Was it all successful?
I finished. Yep. I finished.
Good.
And it was good. So, yeah, it's done. Dynamic unison's in. MIDI's fitted.
Some people come over. Do you have a hand truck, or they have help you carry it to the car or something?
No, I got a little tri-state trolley I can use.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's ideal for taking the 80s down there. So,
It's got little pneumatic wheels, so it doesn't bump too much.
exactly so.
Yeah.
So I can bring them up to the door by myself with no trouble at all, actually. Even the 80s. But
Yeah, I think I need to get a trolley for the DX1.
I'll get one like I got. It's all right for it.
I saw one on Amazon. It's about 70 quid.
It's about right.
Yeah.
It's about right.
There was another one that was a little bit more expensive, but it didn't fold away as nicely. But it had the 3-wheel things, so you could go up steps. But I'm thinking,
It don't really work that well. No. In all honesty. They work well when the step is the same height as the distance between the 2 points in the wheel.
yeah,
Between the wheels. When it's not, it's like you still have to lift it up onto the step to do the next one, then lift it again. You know, so you're doing actually the lifting.
yeah,
So-
I think that's what I'll do. It's actually the DX1 that I'm really worried about. Well, not so worried, but just everything else will be in cases.
Mm.
And there's no way I'm getting a flight case made up for the DX1 anytime soon. So
How heavy is that Fairlight keyboard?
not very heavy at all. There's nothing in it apart from
Really?
the keyboard mechanism, one PCB.
Hmm.
That's it. That's all
Just
it
looks
has.
heavy for some reason. I don't know why.
That's all. I mean, the
Well,
wood.
the unit is, isn't it?
Well, the unit, yeah, the actual
Yeah,
CPU
the unit
is heavy.
Bloody hell, is that heavy?
Yeah, it's very heavy. It's all steel construction, but now the keyboard itself is very light. Well, lighter than what you expect. But the thing with the DX1, it's not so much that it's heavy, but it's this awkward fucking shape. It's a giant wedge. And
Yeah,
so
because when you sit it on the trolley, it wants to lean that way because
Yeah.
of the slope, doesn't it?
That's-
If you put a quilt over it, it will kind of
yeah, that's my
hold
plan
it there.
is to
Or
do
have
that.
something you can wedge in one side just to stop
Yeah.
it from rocking. And then you can move it about pretty easily.
Yeah. Well, it's just got to go from here into the boot of the car, and then from the boot of the car, a similar sort of distance to the venue,
Yeah.
and that's it.
Hmm.
But so I found this trolley. It's one that folds, so it's like really when it folds flat. The whole thing
Yeah.
folds really flat, and it's really thin, and that's kind of ideal because I don't really have space in the car for a bloody great trolley as well. So, which reminds me, I've got to reply to that request to go to Edinburgh.
I mean, if you want to really impress people at the event, you get one of those teenage engineering desks and set it up on that. So-
Do you know what? I wouldn't even put the DX1 on one of those.
Oh,
It won't hold it.
It don't look it, does it?
It doesn't
Really?
look like it would hold
Yeah,
it.
it looks a bit too spindly,
Yeah.
to be honest.
I asked about, and I kept getting told get one of those quick lock. What is it? WD650 or something. It's like I think it's called a mixer stand.
Yeah.
But the 4 legs can go a full 90 degrees. Each leg has a movement of 90 degrees.
Yeah.
And it literally is a leg in the corner. So it's very solid, doesn't move at all.
Yeah.
So I'm quite happy with that.
Yeah, I plumped for those that Roland Z stand.
Yeah.
The 80. I trust the 80 on it.
I was looking at the Yamaha one. The current one is LG 800 or something. They want 350 quid for that.
Yeah, mind you, this Roland one wasn't cheap.
Yeah.
I think there was a lot of change for 300 quid with that one.
There was a specific DX1 stand. The LG... It was an LG something or other. And it wasn't specifically for the DX7, but they are as rare as rocking horse shit.
Yeah. I see the actual CS80 legs, although they're very strong, until you've screwed the retaining bolts into it, it can fall off because it's only a little bit of metal that it sits on.
Yeah.
And then you get them in quick like that. And then you've got to get it up on its legs properly anyway in the first place. It's a bit of a pain in the arse.
So it just has screw terminals on the bottom of it, and you put these legs on it.
Yeah, so you can make up the frame anyway first off, but basically it's just these chrome curved legs with a bar in the centre that slots into each other, and there's a screw to hold that, and then these big thumb screws, if you like, that you wind in underneath to hold it together, and then it looks like a 1970s combo organ.
So
definitely don't try to sell one with the stand. It looks worse. Right?
Oh, mate, if you got the legs and the gig bag, you've got the big red gig bag that you have the legs in, and you're supposed to put the pedal in as well. They can fetch ridiculous money. I mean, stupid.
Well, that was rare bits, right?
Yeah. So, and of course the expression pedal for it, because there was a Yamaha expression pedal that was, optical one, and but it doesn't work on the 80. So you ideally need the 80 expression pedal, and you can charge a fortune for them. They work on, I think it's -15 or something weird.
Well, it's like that SH101 that was on Ramsey thing. The original strap, the original bag, the grip, and the unit in good shape. So that just jack the price up.
Yeah. Yeah, because if I remember right, when they were being sold, the grip and the shoulder strap were sold separately, weren't they? You didn't necessarily get them with the SH normal.
They're all add-ons.
They were all add-ons, weren't they? But Roland used to do that a lot, didn't they? Where they get you on the add-ons. When I got my S330 sampler, and I was really taken with the fact that you could have a mouse for it. I must get that, and it's got Roland written on it, and it's a ball mouse, right? It was 179 quid for a ball mouse, and they found, well, any mouse could be used on it, and I went, oh no, really?
Well, there's a special attachment, at least for the 550, 760, 770.
Yeah,
it's a special mouse, but I found that adapter on online. It's the same adapter the FM Towns game system used for the mouse.
Oh, okay.
And it's a little converter. It's like $20. They take a PS2 mouse and hook it into your Roland.
Yeah, because I paid a fortune for the monitor for it.
Yeah.
Wow, did I pay a lot for that? Mind you, my Atari ST monitor cost a fortune just because it's got Atari written on it.
Well, Junkie XL was selling his S50 with the graphics tablet.
Oh.
That was kind of nice.
Oh, I mustn't go down that road again. I really mustn't go down that road.
Well, that was the era where they had those damn quick discs, right?
Oh,
Hated those
Right.
quick discs.
I hated those quick discs, but I did have was it an S30? Roland sampler. And it had a choir sound on it and stuff like that, string sounds. I loved it. I
Yeah.
really, really loved the way it sounded. But that for 20 minutes while it was knocking about, you know. And
It was a
like,
bad loop point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, God, I'm so knackered.
That's funny.
Oh, God, what time is it?
1:45.
Oh, fuck off, is it? I've been up since 8. Or is it? No, it's probably earlier than
See,
that.
someone did this for the sample track. There you go.
Overlay?
A speak and spell skin for the sample track.
Oh,
It's quite cool. Actually. Yeah, I think I'm going to head off to bed. Oh, right. Well, it's been lovely. Yeah. And
I'm gonna sleep like
yeah.
a
I
brick
need
tonight.
to use the sample track more. I've been neglecting the damn thing.
it's good fun.
Need the update first, I think.
Yeah. All right, gents.
All right, guys.
Sleep well.
See everybody.
And, I will see you. Yeah, when I see you.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
I can't see a
Cool.
fucking thing.
All right, take it easy.
See you.
All right.
Bye.
See you
Take
later.
care, guys.
Bye.
Bye.